finally began to slowly return to normal. The traffic police, having received the latest instructions, stopped driving away the crowds and began, even somewhat solicitously, directing vehicles to park, even temporarily marking out a non-motorized vehicle parking area. Phew! So Kinga watched the departing convoy, letting out a long breath, feeling her back was soaked with sweat. She looked at Zhang Chen, who was sitting on a small stool continuing to apply screen protectors, her eyes filled with a complex, tangled mess. This man, time and again, was redefining her understanding of him. From a top assassin to an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and now to mayor. Just how much magic did he still possess? Kinga, should we still go over? Lin Xiao asked softly from the side. The crowd has thinned out a bit, but it's still very crowded. When the mayor was here, a passageway was specially cleared in front of the stalls for security reasons. Now that the mayor has left, that passageway hasn't completely closed yet. So Kinga's eyes sharpened. This is the last chance. If she didn't go now, she wouldn't be able to say a word to Zhang Chen once those crazed fans swarmed around her again. Let's go! So Kinga gritted her teeth, pulled an oversized black mask from her bag, put it on, and pushed up her sunglasses to almost completely cover her face. She turned up the collar of her expensive trench coat, making herself look like a bank robber about to rob a bank. But, aren't you too conspicuous like this? Lin Xiao asked worriedly. Being conspicuous is better than being recognized. So Kinga didn't care about that anymore. She took a deep breath and, before the crowd could react, shuffled along the disappearing mayor's passage in her high heels. Closer. Even closer. The figure she had loved and hated for 5 years was right in front of her. Zhang Chen had just finished applying a screen protector and was about to stretch when suddenly everything went black. A figure blocked the light. He instinctively looked up and saw a woman, her face completely covered except for her eyes, standing in front of his stall, staring down at him intently. Though he couldn't see her face, the resentment and anger in her eyes could practically set the tricycle on fire. Screen protector or food? Zhang Chen didn't recognize her, or pretended not to, and maintained his usual businesslike tone. Screen protector 10,000, fried rice 2,000, no exceptions. I'm not buying food, and I'm not getting a screen protector. The woman spoke. Her voice was muffled by her mask, but the gritted teeth were exceptionally clear. I want to buy you. I want to buy you. These 4 words were forced out through gritted teeth from behind her mask, muffled and laced with a lingering resentment and anger. Zhang Chen's hand paused, almost dropping the screen protector scraper he had just picked up. He slowly raised his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over the tricycle handles to the woman who was bundled up like a dumpling. Her sunglasses were oversized Gucci sunglasses, almost completely obscuring half her face. Her mask was a black, 3-dimensional protective style, covering her chin completely, and a deep-set bucket hat was pulled down over her head. This outfit would probably make even her own mother pause for 3 seconds, let alone a fan. But Zhang Chen only needed one glance. Just one glance. He didn't even need to activate the system's Eye of Insight. Just by that familiar aura, a mix of expensive Chanel No. 5 and the keep away aura unique to arrogant young ladies, he knew who it was. Besides So Kinga, who else could it be? He'd recognize this woman even if she were ashes. This, fully armed lady. Zhang Chen's lips twitched almost imperceptibly, but he quickly composed himself, reverting to his usual businesslike demeanor. He picked up a rag and wiped the table, his tone as flat as if he were greeting an old lady buying scallions. This is legitimate business, we don't do human trafficking. Do you want a screen protector or fried rice? Screen protector is 10,000, fried rice is 2,000, no bargaining. So Kinga stared intently at the man's face through her sunglasses. 5 years. His face was darker than before, his features sharper, and there was even a hint of stubble on his chin. But those eyes, those always half-closed eyes, seemingly indifferent to everything, were still damnably familiar. He didn't recognize me? A strange sense of loss welled up in So Kinga's heart, followed by an even fiercer rage. She'd gone crazy searching the world for him, and here he was, hiding in this greasy alleyway, flirting with all sorts of internet celebrities. Now, standing face to face, he treated her like a complete stranger? I don't eat scallions, less oil, and the rice has to be soft. So Kinga took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to rip off her sunglasses and smash them in his face. Her voice was as cold as ice. Also, I don't scan codes. Cash. As she spoke, she pulled a thick wad of crisp, brand-new pink banknotes from the pocket of her impeccably high-quality trench coat. Smack! The wad of money was slammed heavily onto the greasy folding table, making the garlic pot next to it jump. The onlookers, who hadn't yet dispersed, widened their eyes again. Holy crap! Another rich woman? Do people carry this much cash these days? That's so outdated. Holding it so tightly, could she be a wanted criminal? Zhang Chen glanced at the stack of money. It looked to be at least 10,000. Too much. He didn't even bother counting, simply pushing the money back. 2,000 for fried rice, I can't make change. And I don't have any change either. Are you here to cause trouble? I'm giving you this much. So Kinga's stubbornness flared up. She glared at him through her sunglasses. Keep the rest. I'll come here every day. Until you go bankrupt. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. This isn't a meal, this is clearly a venting session. Fine, you're the customer, you're God. Jiang Chen didn't want to get into a public argument with her. If they were recognized, tomorrow's headlines would be Queen of Pop's ex-husband fights in the street. He turned around, picked up a spatula, and skillfully heated the oil in the pan. Tang Tang, collect the money. Tang Tang, who had been sitting on a high stool swinging her legs, jumped down immediately upon hearing the call. The little girl tilted her head, curiously examining this strange auntie. Although she couldn't see her face, Tang Tang's little nose twitched, catching a pleasant smell. Auntie, you have so much money. Tang Tang unceremoniously reached out her chubby little hands to hug the stack of money, her eyes crinkling into crescents with a smile. But Daddy said I can't just take money from strangers. The extra can be considered your prepaid membership card. So Kinga looked at her daughter's face so close to hers, her heart melting. She longed to take off her mask and give the soft, cuddly little bundle a big kiss, telling her she was her mother. But reason told her it wasn't the right time yet. Surrounded by phones and cameras, the father and daughter's peaceful life would be utterly ruined if exposed. Top up. So Kinga's voice choked slightly as she reached out to pat Tang Tang's head, but stopped mid-air, only gently tidying her slightly messy pigtails. Sizzle. The sound of fried rice hitting the pan interrupted this delicate moment of tenderness. Jiang Chen's movements were swift, and the domineering aroma once again swept through the room as the flames rose. Even with a thick mask, so Kinga could smell that intoxicating aroma. Her stomach, already bloated with anger, inexplicably stirred. This bastard. When did his cooking become so good? Before, he could turn instant noodles into mush at home, but now he can turn the entire Jianghai city upside down with fried rice? Is he deliberately hiding his talent? Or has something happened in the past 5 years? Countless questions swirled in Kinga's mind, making her gaze towards Jiang Chen's retreating figure increasingly complex. Done. Less than 5 minutes later, a plate of golden, tempting, perfectly cooked fried rice was placed in a disposable paper bowl. Jiang Chen turned off the stove, turned around, and handed her the rice. Here, be careful, it's hot. His tone remained indifferent, not even giving her a proper look, as if this were just another ordinary transaction. So Kinga didn't take it. She stood ramrod straight, hands in her trench coat pockets, like a proud black swan, coldly watching Jiang Chen's hands across the table. Those hands were long and strong, with distinct knuckles. These hands used to warm her feet in winter, massage her when she was tired, and gently pat her back when she was sad. But now, those hands were handing her a cheap paper bowl of overpriced fried rice. Feeling wronged. A wave of overwhelming grievance washed over Kinga, instantly drowning her reason. She didn't want to take the bowl. She didn't want to be just an ordinary customer. She was his wife, the mother of his child. Why should she suffer this neglect? I won't take it. So Kinga suddenly spoke, her voice low and muffled through the mask, yet carrying a stubborn, obstinate edge. Jiang Chen frowned. What? I said, I won't take it. So Kinga took a step forward, a dangerous glint in her eyes behind her sunglasses. She looked at Jiang Chen and, in a voice only the two of them could hear, made a demanding request that was enough to cause an uproar. This food is too hot, I'm afraid it will burn my hands. I want you to feed me. Jiang Chen's hand trembled, almost knocking the bowl over the table. He looked at the fully armed woman in front of him like she was a madwoman and growled in a low voice, Are you crazy? So many people are watching. You have hands and feet, you want me to feed you? I want you to feed me. So Kinga's domineering, queen-like aura was unstoppable. She raised her chin, looking at Jiang Chen defiantly through her sunglasses. I'm a top-tier VIP who paid 8,000 yuan for a membership. Can't you even provide this much service? Either you feed me yourself, or... She paused, a threatening sneer creeping into her voice. Or I'll take off my mask right now and shout 3 times, Jiang Chen seduced and abandoned me, then call the mayor's hotline to complain about your terrible service. You choose. Hey you. This piercing demand exploded like a depth charge in the already restless alley. The onlookers, who had been whispering about the mysterious rich woman's extravagant spending, instantly fell silent, like ducks being choked. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on Kinga, their gazes filled with shock, confusion, and the kind of admiration one might show to a warrior. These days, anyone who dares to be so arrogant in front of Boss Jiang's stall is practically dead. No, she was just peeling garlic. Holy crap. Who's this woman? So brave? Wrapped up like a dumpling, and expecting the aloof male god to feed her? Is she still half asleep or drunk? Her voice is quite nice, but isn't this request a bit too much? Is she treating this place like a male version of a maid cafe? Even Ting Ting, who was live streaming, was stunned, her phone camera wobbled, and she almost dropped it. The livestream chat was instantly flooded with comments like, and, get lost, you idiot. Is this woman here to cause trouble? Doesn't she know who Boss Jong is? Exactly. Even a female CEO worth billions has to obediently wash the dishes. Why should she be fed? Because she's arrogant? Although, I love this plot. This kind of forceful acquisition is kind of exciting. Faced with the overwhelming discussion and pointing fingers around her, Sukinga seemed oblivious. She maintained her aggressive posture, her eyes behind sunglasses fixed on Zhang Chen, as if trying to bore holes through this heartless man. Her palms were sweaty, and her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would burst out of her chest. Only she knew how much unspeakable grievance and longing lay hidden behind this seemingly unreasonable demand. She didn't want to just be a customer who paid and left. She wanted him to have eyes only for her, like before, even if only for a minute, even if she was forced into it. Don't you understand? Seeing Zhang Chen remain silent, Sukinga took a deep breath and took another step forward, her characteristic arrogance on full display. I said, I want you to feed me. Now, immediately, right now. Zhang Chen looked at the woman about to explode and helplessly rubbed his temples. He knew Sukinga too well. This woman usually seemed aloof and rational, but once she got stubborn, she was like a mule that couldn't be pulled back by 9 oxen. And her I want it, and I won't be unreasonable attitude hadn't changed at all over the years. Madam. Zhang Chen put down the rag he was holding, a perfunctory smile playing on his lips. His tone was chilling. Excuse me, are you disabled, or are you paralyzed from the neck down? If it's a broken hand, turn right and walk 500 meters to the 3rd Municipal Hospital's orthopedics department. The doctors there are better at feeding you than I am. If it's paralysis, then I'm even less able to help. I'm just a food vendor, not a hospice. Puft. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. Unbelievable. Is Boss Jian's mouth blessed? It's deadly. What kind of hospice care is this? That retort was perfect. Sukinga almost choked on her words. Her face flushed red through her mask, and she trembled with anger. This bastard. He used to be so worried about her even if she scraped her finger, and now he's cursing her to be paralyzed? Zhang Chen. Sukinga gritted her teeth, her voice sharp with rage. Stop talking nonsense. I'm just asking you, are you going to feed me or not? No. Zhang Chen answered decisively, without a moment's hesitation, I'm too tired. Besides, I have hands and feet, why should I serve you? Who do you think you are? Sukinga was completely enraged by the phrase, who do you think you are? Who is she? She is Sukinga. He is his legal wife. The mother of his daughter. In this world, who else has more right to be fed by him than her? Fine. You think you're too tired? You think I'm not good enough? Sukinga sneered, her pampered, spoiled over her life temper finally erupting. She abruptly unzipped her trench coat. Although she was dressed conservatively underneath, the action carried an air of I'll fight you to the death. She reached into her bag, pulling out the black card she hadn't yet returned, and the stack of cash Zhang Chen had just returned. Bang! The money and card were slammed heavily on the table, making the bowl of fried rice jump. Money! I have plenty of money. Sukinga pointed at the pile of banknotes, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. 10,000 isn't enough, is it? Then I'll offer 100,000. 100,000 yuan, for you to lift your hand and feed me this bowl of rice. I refuse to believe that there's any service money can't buy. The entire room erupted in another uproar. 100,000? Paying 100,000 yuan just to be fed? What kind of family is this? Even if they were rich, they wouldn't spend like this. She's insane, this woman is absolutely insane. Zhao Yufan squatted in the corner, clutching his garlic bowl, looking at him with a smug expression. Is Godfather's luck with women a bit too much? Why does he only attract these kinds of mentally unstable rich women? Yuxia, however, raised an eyebrow with interest, twirling the knife in his fingertip, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Interesting. Looks like the owner won't be able to sell this meal so easily. Zhang Chen looked at the stack of pink banknotes on the table, then at Sukinga's stubborn, almost tearful eyes, and his anger surged. This woman, she still loves to throw money around. Before, she used money to buy resources and hype, now she's using money to buy dignity? Take it. Zhang Chen's face turned completely cold, his voice low and terrifying. I don't need money. Don't use your filthy money to insult my craft. This isn't an insult. This is a deal. Sukinga stood her ground, tears welling in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. I want you to feed me. No one but you. The two of them stared at each other like fighting cocks across a greasy folding table, neither willing to back down. The air was thick with tension, as if a single spark could ignite a nuclear explosion. Just as the stalemate continued, and everyone around held their breath, waiting to see what would happen next, Tang Tang, who had been playing with building blocks on a high stool nearby, finally lost her temper. The little girl threw her blocks onto the table with a loud bang, breaking the deathly silence. Her little brows furrowed, her face, which resembled Jiang Chen's, was filled with displeasure. From her perspective, this strange auntie, wrapped up like a mummy, was an absolute villain. Not only was she yelling and screaming, but she was also throwing money at her father, and now she wanted him to feed her like a child? That was too much. Dad already worked so hard every day frying rice, his arms were aching. Did this wicked auntie really want to exhaust him? Humph. Tang Tang jumped off the stool, her short, angry legs carrying her like a deflated balloon as she charged between the two. She grabbed the gleaming spatula from the table, gripped it tightly with both hands, and pointed the spatula head directly at Sukinga's nose, yelling in a cute but fierce tone, "Bad woman! Shut up! You wicked woman! Shut up!" Tang Tang's shout was powerful and forceful, carrying the weight of 1,000 troops. The little girl stood with one hand on her hip, wielding the spatula with ferocious skill. A few glistening oil droplets clung to the spatula's tip, gleaming dangerously under the streetlight. Like a cat with its fur standing on end, she stood protectively in front of Jiang Chen, her large, clear eyes burning with rage. "So what if you have money? Does having money give you the right to bully people?" Tang Tang pointed at the stack of pink banknotes on the table, her little mouth pouting like an upside-down oil bottle, her face full of disdain. "My dad works so hard making fried rice. That wok is so big and so heavy, his wrist has to rotate it tens of thousands of times every day. I even heard his arm crack last night." As she spoke, she glanced back at Jiang Chen's arm with concern, then turned back to Sukinga, her hostility intensifying. "You, on the other hand, have hands and feet, yet you still need your dad to feed you? Don't you have hands, or are they broken? Should I ask Aunt Yasha to set them for you?" Aunt Yasha, who was wiping her knife nearby, heard this and cooperatively looked up, giving Sukinga a sinister, fake smile, her short knife flashing in a pretty arc. "Sure. I'm a professional at setting bones, free of charge." Sukinga was completely stunned by the combined attack from these two women, one big and one small. Especially Tang Tang's words, "bad woman," felt like a dull knife, sawing deep into her heart. It hurt, a piercing pain. Looking at her own daughter glaring at her, at that little face so much like hers, filled with protectiveness towards another man, a surge of bitterness welled up inside her, and her eyes instantly reddened with grievance. "I'm your own mother. I carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. Although I haven't been able to be by your side for these past 5 years, I've dreamt of you every day. And now, to save your father some effort, you're going to let that female assassin set my bones? I'm not a bad woman." Sukinga's voice trembled, her sobs even through her mask. I just wanted him." "Wanted him for what? Wanted him to be your maid?" Tang Tang wouldn't listen to her explanation. She took a step forward with her short legs, interrupting her fiercely. "I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Daddy is mine. His hands are only for cooking rice, hugging me, and braiding my hair. Absolutely not for feeding a lazy ant like you." "Lazy ant?" Sukinga was thunderstruck. She was a national diva, a recognized workaholic in the entertainment industry, spending 360 out of 365 days a year on gigs, and now her own daughter had labeled her a lazy ant? Who could she complain to? Puffed. The surrounding onlookers couldn't hold back any longer. "This little girl is amazing. Her logic is flawless. Although this rich woman looks wealthy, her fighting power is practically zero in front of a father-protecting maniac. Boss Jiang's family status is top-notch." Jiang Chen stood behind, looking at the small figure blocking his way, his heart melting completely. He reached out to pull Tang Tang closer, but the little girl stubbornly turned away. "Daddy, don't mind. I'm going to teach this arrogant auntie a lesson today." Tang Tang was clearly out of her mind. She stared at Sukinga's enormous sunglasses and mask, finding it increasingly suspicious. If she were a decent auntie, why would she be wrapped up like a mummy? Not even daring to show her face. It must be because she's too ugly, or she's done something wrong and is ashamed to show her face. "Hey, you weird auntie." Tang Tang raised a spatula, pointed it at Sukinga's face, and issued her final ultimatum in her childish voice. "Are you very ugly? That's why you're afraid to show your face? You want my daddy to feed you? Are you trying to scare my daddy to death and then inherit his tricycle?" Cough cough cough. Zhao Yufan, who was hiding in a corner drinking water, sprayed it all over the bodyguard's face upon hearing this. Inherit the tricycle? This little girl's thought process is completely bizarre. Sukinga was also amused by her antics. Ugly? Sukinga's face was ranked in the top 3 of the 100 most beautiful faces in the world. It's the ultimate template for countless plastic surgery clinics. "I'm not ugly." Sukinga gritted her teeth, the anger at being questioned even temporarily suppressing her grievances. I'm very beautiful." "Liar. You're just bragging." Tang Tang made a face. "I've seen all the pretty aunties. Those who are open and generous, like Aunt Ruoxiu and Sister Yahweh, are truly beautiful. Someone like you, hiding your face, is definitely ugly. Ugly aunties, you dream. You!" Sukinga's chest heaved with anger, her arrogance finally bursting forth. Fine. You say I'm ugly, huh? Then I'll show you who's really ugly. As she spoke, she subconsciously raised her hand, wanting to take off her sunglasses. But the moment her hand touched the temple, she hesitated. This was a busy downtown area, surrounded by cameras holding up their phones. If her face were exposed, the entire entertainment industry would be in an uproar tomorrow, and her relationship with Zhang Chen would be thoroughly exposed. Would Tang Tang still have a peaceful life then? In that instant of hesitation, Tang Tang mistook her hesitation for guilt. Ha! I told you so. You just don't dare. The little girl's eyes lit up, her mischievous excitement instantly surging. Since you're the bad guy, and you still want to bully daddy, then don't blame Tang Tang for being impolite. I'll represent the moon and expose your true face. Tang Tang shouted, suddenly jumping off the high stool. Like a nimble little monkey, she used the edge of the table for leverage, leaping upwards. So Kinga was still hesitating about whether to take off her sunglasses, completely unprepared for the little one's sudden attack. Since you're too scared to take them off, I'll help you. Tang Tang's little hand moved with lightning speed, grabbing the strap of Sukinga's black 3D mask. No! Zhang Chen's expression changed drastically. It was too late to stop her. Get off me, you princess! Tang Tang used all her strength to pull hard. Snap! A soft but crisp snapping sound rang out. The high-quality mask strap had actually broken under the little girl's incredible strength. The black mask, losing its support, slipped down like a fallen leaf, gently sliding off Sukinga's face and landing on the oil-stained ground. Time froze in that second. The afterglow of the setting sun shone precisely through the gaps in the tall buildings, like a spotlight specially prepared for the protagonist, illuminating Sukinga's face, finally seeing the light of day again. The sunglasses were still on, but her signature high-bridged nose, her perfectly shaped lips like cherry blossoms, and that highly recognizable beauty mark on her right cheek, were instantly exposed to hundreds of eyes and dozens of high-definition cameras. The air seemed to be sucked out in an instant. The once bustling alley fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves became clearly audible. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths slightly agape, as if collectively frozen in place. The water bottle in Zhao Yufan's hand fell to the ground, rolling a considerable distance. Tingting's hand, holding her phone, froze in mid-air, and the comments on the screen showed strange gaps. That face that appears on TV every day, on billboards, on magazine covers. Even with sunglasses on, that ingrained familiarity sent a chill down everyone's spine. This is. After what seemed like an eternity, someone in the crowd finally broke the suffocating silence with a trembling voice. This is the nation's queen. At that moment, the world seemed to be muted. The setting sun generously bathed that face, just reborn, in its golden light, gilding its already fair skin with a sacred glow. What a face it was! Even in this cramped alleyway filled with the smells of cooking oil, garlic, and sweat, even with her hair slightly disheveled from the earlier tug, even with the lingering tear stains and blush of shame on her face, that beauty still possessed a devastating, overwhelming allure. Her high, straight nose outlined a perfect profile, her cherry blossom lips trembled slightly, and especially the beauty mark beneath her right eye shimmered with a poignant and bewitching light in the sunset. This was not merely a beautiful face, but a symbol of an era, an irreplaceable white moonlight in the hearts of countless Chinese people. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard, the sound amplified in the deathly silence. Then, like a deep-sea torpedo exploding on a calm sea, the deafening roar instantly ripped the roofs off the entire alley. Holy crap! A piercing scream shattered the silence. Sukinga. Am I blind? This is Sukinga? The nation's queen, Sukinga? My God! It really is her. That beauty mark. The only beauty mark in the entire entertainment industry. There's no mistake. The crowd erupted, 100 times more frenzied than the earlier egg-grabbing frenzy. Everyone pushed forward like madmen, countless phone cameras shoved like cannons at the woman standing in front of the stall. Ting Ting could barely hold onto the gimbal, her excitement bordering on incoherent as she screamed into the camera. Family, did you see that? I've done it. I caught a wild Sukinga at a roadside stall. What kind of divine plot is this? The nation's queen is going undercover at a roadside stall? Just for a bite of fried rice? The live stream chat completely crashed. The server went black for 3 seconds before reconnecting, then the screen was filled with exclamation marks. Mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live stream. Is that really Sukinga? Wait, if she is Sukinga, then that little girl who called her a bad woman and pulled off her mask, isn't that? This is terrifying. Terrifying. Sukinga, at the center of the storm, froze completely. She instinctively tried to raise her hand to cover her face, to put that damned mask back on, but it had already been torn to shreds by Tang Tang and lay forlornly on the greasy floor. Exposed. Completely exposed. Her proud facade, the privacy she had so carefully protected, was, in this moment, ripped clean by her own daughter's little hands. Mommy! Tang Tang stood on the table, the spatula she had been using to exorcise demons clattering to the floor. The little girl stared wide-eyed at the familiar yet unfamiliar face before her, her mouth agape in an O shape, her mind a complete blank. Is this Mommy? That beautiful, beautiful girl who sang so well on TV, but who never hugged her? But, just now she called her an ugly monster, a bad woman, and even threatened to hit her with a spatula. Oh no! Tang Tang's little face instantly crumpled, her small hands twisting together helplessly, her heart pounding like a drum. Will Mommy be angry? Will she abandon Tang Tang? Miss Sue, is that really you? Miss Sue, may I ask why you are here? Are you here to experience life? That little girl called you a bad woman. What is your relationship with her? The diners who had been queuing suddenly became paparazzi. Flashbulbs blared, stinging Sukinga's eyes. She instinctively took a step back, her lower back slamming against the metal of the tricycle with a thud. This feeling of being watched, scrutinized, and pointed at like a rare animal filled her with unprecedented panic and helplessness. On stage, she was a radiant queen. But here, in this alleyway brimming with the atmosphere of everyday life, facing this out-of-control crowd, she was just an ordinary woman whose true, disheveled nature had been exposed in public. Stop filming! Stop filming! Lin Xiao rushed in like a madwoman, spreading her arms to block Sukinga, her makeup ruined in her panic. This is a private event. Please respect the artist's privacy. Anyone who takes pictures again will receive a lawyer's letter. Unfortunately, her voice sounded so pale and powerless amidst the clamor of the crowd. Zhao Yufan, clutching his garlic pot, huddled in a corner, completely petrified. He looked at the woman surrounded in the middle and pinched his thigh hard. Ouch, that hurts. My goodness. The person I was about to throw money at was actually Sukinga. I was just mocking her for being broke? One of her concerts is worth more than my dad's a year's salary. Zhao Yufan felt more humiliated than ever before, but then he remembered that he and Sukinga had even shared a food stall, and were even workmates. After all, they'd worked together. Suddenly, he felt this was a worthwhile exchange, something he could brag about for a lifetime. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Sukinga was dizzy from the flashing lights. She desperately tried to maintain her last shred of dignity, but her trembling voice betrayed her panic. No one listened to her. The crowd drew closer, the phone cameras practically pressed against her face, greedily capturing every subtle expression of the diva. Zhang Chen. In utter helplessness, Sukinga instinctively turned her head to look at the man behind her. That was her only lifeline. Just like 5 years ago, whenever she encountered insurmountable trouble, whenever she felt afraid, she only needed to turn back, and that man was always there. Zhang Chen. Say something. Sukinga's eyes were red, her voice pleading, let them go. Let them go. However, the man she had placed so much hope in seemed to exist in another parallel universe. Zhang Chen still held the spatula firmly in his hand. Facing the out-of-control crowd, the viral online buzz, and even his ex-wife's pleading eyes, he didn't even raise an eyebrow. Sizzle. A spoonful of golden egg was poured onto the scalding rice, creating a delightful sound. Zhang Chen's wrist flicked, the wok tumbling and spinning over the flames, each grain of rice leaping and swirling in the air, releasing an intoxicating aroma. He was like an emotionless fried rice machine, focused solely on his small plot of land, as if the surrounding commotion had nothing to do with him. Who is it? Zhang Chen spoke casually as he tossed the rice in the wok. His voice wasn't loud, flat, even a little lazy, yet it miraculously pierced through the noisy crowd, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Can you please stop shouting? You're spitting all over my food. And that Queen Sue. Zhang Chen flicked his wrist, sending the fried rice in the pan tracing a perfect parabola through the air before landing steadily at the bottom. He turned his head, his deep eyes sweeping through the layers of people, giving Sukinga a faint glance, a half-smile playing on his lips. You shouldn't shout either. This is a roadside stall, not your concert backstage. Want to clear the area? Fine, pay for this pot of rice first. 2,000 in total, no credit for ex-wives, scan the code or cash. 2,000? Sukinga was completely taken aback by this sudden price. Hundreds of flashbulbs were still going off wildly around her, and drones were even buzzing overhead. The entire Jianhai city media seemed to want to shove their cameras into her pores. In the center of this suffocatingly chaotic scene, this man was only concerned about his meal money? Zhang Chen didn't even glance at her bewildered expression. His hands moved with the steady precision of someone defusing a bomb, skillfully scooping the perfectly cooked, golden egg-coated fried rice from the pan into an unappealing white disposable styrofoam container. With a snap, the lid slammed shut. I won't charge you for the takeout, we're acquaintances after all. Zhang Chen pushed the packaged fried rice onto the greasy folding table, casually grabbing a QR code sign hanging nearby and waving it in front of Sukinga. Scan here. WeChat Pay and Alipay are both accepted, but credit cards are not supported, and there is no credit. His business-like demeanor was colder than a bank teller's. It was as if the person standing before him wasn't a nationally renowned pop diva, nor his wife of 3 years, but a middle-aged woman passing by buying scallions. The entire room erupted in murmurs. The internet celebrities and fans who had been frantically filming with their phones were now stunned, even forgetting to press the shutter button. This script isn't right. Shouldn't it be a long-awaited reunion, tearful eyes, or reconciliation, embracing and weeping? At the very least, there should be some drama of family feuds, love and hate, a catfight? What's with this market-like scene of cash on delivery? Zhang Chen, are you serious? So Kinga stared intently at the simple lunchbox, her breath trembling. She took off her sunglasses, revealing phoenix eyes that usually shone brightly in front of the camera, now brimming with tears of grievance. She had rushed over without regard for her image, risking exposure, even confronting that foreign princess like a mad woman just moments before. All for what? Was it to hear him say, 2,000 yuan, scan the code? Otherwise what? Zhang Chen wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, his eyes as calm as still water, devoid of any emotion. This is a small business. These 5-colored brocade eggs and rouge rice are very expensive to buy. I'm only waiving the queue fee because you're my ex-wife. After saying this, seemingly to calm the restless crowd around him, he deliberately raised his head and shouted into the dozens of dark live streaming cameras. Everyone, family and friends, don't get excited, and don't speculate. There's no big gossip, no dramatic family drama. This Ms. Su, although her status is a bit special, is just an ordinary customer here. An ex-wife is also a customer. Pay and I'll serve food. Everyone, those who should queue, those who should live stream. Don't block my business. There are people waiting in the back who are hungry. His words were delivered with utter nonchalance and impeccable composure. They managed to turn what was about to become a viral reunion of the century into a street vendor dispute. A murmur of disappointment erupted from the crowd, quickly replaced by laughter. Holy crap, Boss Zhang is something else. Even a superstar is just a 2,000 yuan sales commission in his eyes? His ex-wife's a customer too. That composure, I'm impressed. That's real vision. No wonder he can make god-tier fried rice. No woman in his heart, and his swordplay is divine. Hearing the harsh whispers around her, So Kinga felt a chill run through her, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head. So, in his eyes, she really was just a customer. That deliberately created distance, that aloofness as if she were a stranger, was a million times more painful than being directly insulted or kicked out. She would rather Zhang Chen lash out at her, demanding to know where she'd been for the past 5 years, even accusing her of heartlessly abandoning her husband and daughter. That would at least prove he still had emotions, still harbored hatred. Hatred meant he still cared. But now, calm, indifferent, and solely driven by profit. He was like a perfectly sealed wall, shutting out all her emotions without leaving even a crack. Are you that desperate for money? So Kinga's voice was hoarse, tinged with a sob. Looking at the man in front of her, wearing an apron and reeking of cooking oil, tears finally welled up in her eyes. The Zhang Chen of the past, though not particularly talented, was a man of high principles. He painted, played the piano, though he didn't earn much, he lived with dignity. But now, for 2,000 yuan, he could so casually discard their past like a rag in front of everyone? Shortage. Zhang Chen answered without hesitation, even waving his phone to signal her to pay quickly. Raising a daughter costs money, rent costs money, buying rice and oil costs money. Superstar So doesn't know the cost of living, but I'm just a commoner. What else do I care about besides money? Fine. Very well. So Kinga laughed in anger. Tears streamed down her beautiful face, dripping onto her expensive trench coat, instantly spreading into a dark stain. She felt an unprecedented humiliation. She, So Kinga, worth billions, a single endorsement worth 8 figures, was being treated like a deadbeat by her ex-husband? You just want money, don't you? You just want to cut ties with me, don't you? So Kinga abruptly unzipped her handbag, the movement rough as if she were venting her anger. She didn't scan the code with her phone, but instead pulled out a jet black card with gold trim from the deepest part of the bag. Centurion Black Card. Unlimited credit limit, globally accepted, the ultimate symbol of status and wealth. Smack! A crisp sound. This black card, enough to buy an entire shopping street, was slammed down by So Kinga on the greasy folding table, right next to the bowl of fried rice. You think I'm annoying? You think I'm just an ordinary customer? Fine. So Kinga's eyes were red as she pointed at the card, her voice shrill and even cracking with excitement. Since we're doing business, let's do it by business rules. This card has no credit limit. I want the whole place to myself. She stared intently at Zhang Chen, her eyes filled with a desperate, mad glint in her eyes. From this moment on, your stall is mine. Your people are mine too. Let's see who dares to call me an ordinary customer now. The Centurion Black Card, a symbol of ultimate wealth and power, lay forlornly on the greasy folding table, reflecting a cold, glaring light in the afterglow of the setting sun. Dead silence surrounded them, broken only by the rising steam from the freshly cooked fried rice, seemingly mocking this sudden farce. So Kinga's chest heaved violently, her stunningly beautiful face already streaked with tears. She stared intently at Jiang Chen, her eyes no longer displaying their usual arrogance, but a hysterical desperation born of being driven to the brink. "Speak, didn't you want money? Didn't you need money?" She took a step forward, her voice shrill and trembling as she pointed at the dilapidated tricycle. "How much is this broken-down vehicle worth? How much is this pot worth? And all your so-called secret recipes, how much are they all worth? 5 million? 10 million? Or 100 million? Tears streamed down her chin, falling to the ground, a testament to all the pent-up grievances and resentment she had accumulated over the past 5 years. "I'll give it to you. I'll give you everything. I'm buying everything here. From today onward, this car is mine, this pot is mine, and you." So Kinga took a deep breath, as if using all her strength to shout, "You're mine too. You can only make fried rice for me. I won't allow you to smile at other women, I won't allow you to take money from other people, and I certainly won't allow you to put screen protectors on those sluts." These words were utterly domineering, yet also utterly humble. This wasn't a transaction, it was clearly a woman who had lost her sense of security, trying to use her last remaining bargaining chip to hold on to the man who was slipping away like sand. The onlookers were completely stunned. Some covered their mouths, some stared wide-eyed, and even Ting Ting, who had been live streaming, forgot to speak, mechanically holding up her phone. This plot twist was more explosive than any melodramatic primetime soap opera. A national superstar, a top-tier celebrity worth billions, was actually crying like a lost child in the street for her ex-husband who sold goods at a street stall, and even offering to buy his way into a monopoly. My God, is this the torturous love story of the top elite families? Zhao Yufan, clutching his garlic pot, nearly popped his eyes out, muttering to himself, "I used to think money could buy anything, but now I realize that love for the rich is incredibly expensive. This isn't just torturous love, it's a complete annihilation." A female fan next to him wiped away tears of emotion. "The diva is so humble. If I were that guy, I would have knelt down and begged for reconciliation long ago." "Shaw, what do you know? Is Boss Zhang an ordinary man? He's a god. Gods can't be bought with money." The whispers surged like a tidal wave. Jiang Chen stood at the center of the storm, looking at the woman before him, her makeup ruined from crying. His heart felt like it had been struck hard, a dull ache. But his expression remained unchanged. He even picked up the towel from his neck and slowly wiped his hands. "Miss Su." Jiang Chen spoke, his voice flat, revealing neither joy nor anger. He stretched out 2 fingers, picked up the black card, and waved it in his hand as if he were playing with a piece of waste paper. "You're rich, that's certainly impressive. In this world, money can solve 99% of problems." So Kinga's eyes lit up, thinking he was wavering, and she was about to reach for her tears. But Jiang Chen abruptly changed the subject, casually tossing the black card around. It flew in an arc and landed precisely in So Kinga's open Hermes bag. "I'm sorry, but this stall of mine belongs to the remaining 1%. He turned around, gently patting the tricycle that had accompanied him through the streets and alleys, a hint of barely perceptible warmth in his eyes. "This cart may be old, but it carried my daughter to see the most beautiful sunset. This pot may be worn, but it has cooked countless delicious meals that brought smiles to countless faces." Jiang Chen raised his head, looking directly into So Kinga's astonished eyes, and said, word by word, "It is priceless. As for me," he smiled self-deprecatingly, tightening the straps of his apron, "I'm just an ordinary person. I love money, but I love freedom even more. You want to buy me outright? Sorry, I don't sell myself, and I don't sign contracts of servitude. Even if you bring the entire So family here, you can't buy my right to cook a meal for a stranger. You bastard." So Kinga was speechless, the shame and helplessness of being rejected making her tremble. She thought that as long as she was willing to humble herself and pay, everything could go back to normal. But reality slapped her hard. This man was no longer the Jiang Chen who only revolved around her. His world had new rules, and she seemed to have lost the right to step into that world. "I refuse to believe I can't handle you." So Kinga's stubbornness flared up completely. She turned abruptly and yelled at the bodyguards behind her, "Smash it! Move this car away. Let's see how he sets up his stall without it." The bodyguards exchanged glances, looking troubled. This was a busy downtown area, and even the mayor had just come to ask for an autograph. They wouldn't dare touch the stall even if they had 10 lives. "What are you standing there for? Do it. I'll take responsibility if anything happens." So Kinga had lost her temper and was determined to escalate the situation. Jiang Chen frowned, his eyes instantly turning cold. Despite the commotion, if they dared to touch his belongings, they wouldn't stand for it. He was just about to step forward and teach the bodyguards a lesson. Suddenly, a small figure, like an angry little cannonball, burst out from the side. "Don't move." Tang Tang had somehow climbed off her high stool. She threw down her toys, spread her arms, and stood firmly in front of the tricycle. The little girl's delicate face was devoid of its usual smile, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and anger. She looked up at her crazed mother, her large eyes filled with tears, but her gaze was chillingly resolute. "No one is allowed to touch my dad's car." Tang Tang's voice was shrill and tearful, yet it echoed throughout the alley. "This is the car Daddy uses to earn money for Tang Tang's milk powder. It's our family's possession." Looking at her daughter's hostile eyes, Sukinga felt as if her heart was being pierced by needles, the pain so intense she almost couldn't stand. "Tang Tang, Mommy is helping you." "You're not helping me. You're bullying Daddy." Tang Tang wouldn't listen to any explanation. She reached into her pocket, pulled out the wad of loose change she'd just received, and the black card, which she'd picked up in the chaos, and shoved them back at Sukinga. "Here's the money. Here's the card. We don't want your stinking money." The little girl cried and stubbornly shouted. "Daddy is Tang Tang's non-sale item. No amount of money can sell him. Go away. Go away. Get away. Get away now." Tang Tang's voice wasn't loud, carrying the characteristic high-pitched tremor of a child, yet it exploded like a thunderclap in the noisy alley. The little girl was like a tiger whose tail had been stepped on, clinging tightly to Zhang Chen's leg with both hands, her entire body hanging on him. She tilted her head back, her delicately carved face filled with stubbornness, tears still welling in her eyes, but she bit her lip, refusing to let them fall. She looked exactly like a miniature version of Sukinga. "You wicked woman. Think you're so great just because you have money?" Tang Tang shoved the handful of loose change and the heavy black card she was holding into Sukinga's arms, her movements rough and resolute. "Take your stinking money. I won't let you buy my daddy. Daddy belongs to Tang Tang alone. He's Tang Tang's private property. No amount of money can sell him." The banknotes and coins clattered to the ground. The Centurion black card, a symbol of ultimate wealth, slid off Sukinga's trench coat and lay forlornly on the greasy cement floor, a stark irony. Sukinga froze, completely stunned. Looking at the little dumpling glaring at her, at the hostility radiating from those phoenix eyes so similar to her own, she felt as if an invisible hand was gripping her heart, the pain almost suffocating her. The domineering arrogance she'd just displayed, as if she wanted to buy the whole world, was instantly extinguished by this bucket of cold water. "Tang Tang." Sukinga opened her mouth, her voice dry, wanting to explain, but found her throat felt like it was blocked with cotton. She wanted to say that Mommy wasn't trying to take Daddy away, Mommy just wanted to bring you all home. But looking into her daughter's wary eyes, she suddenly realized that her 5 years of absence had built a high wall in that young heart. Within that wall, there was only Daddy, not Mommy. "Why are you yelling at my dad?" Tang Tang sniffed, swallowing hard as she continued her accusation, her little hands gripping Zhang Chen's trouser leg tightly, her knuckles white. "Dad gets up so early every day and goes to bed so late, his hands are all worn out, just to earn tuition for Tang Tang. You dress so nicely, yet you come and smash our stall, you're such a bad guy." Every word was like a small knife, piercing Sukinga's heart precisely. She looked down at the black card discarded like trash on the ground, then at her daughter's face flushed with anger, and her eyes suddenly reddened. Not because of resentment, but because of heartache, and a kind of inexplicable relief. This child, although not raised by her, had the same fierce protectiveness as her. "Puffed." Sukinga suddenly chuckled. Her smile, tinged with tears, was breathtakingly beautiful, leaving the onlookers, still secretly taking photos with their phones, completely stunned. She crouched down, not caring if her expensive trench coat would drag on the oil stains on the floor, her gaze level with Tang Tang's. "Silly girl." Sukinga reached out to wipe Tang Tang's tears, but the little girl warily dodged. She wasn't annoyed, only shook her head helplessly, her tone carrying an unprecedented gentleness and compromise. "If your father were sellable, I would have bought them all back then. Would you still be here protecting him?" Tang Tang blinked her big eyes, stunned for a moment, clearly not understanding the deeper meaning, but she could sense that the thorns on this bad woman seemed to have suddenly been sheathed. Anyway, I'm not selling." Tang Tang still clung tightly to Zhang Chen's leg, her little mouth pouting, like a little warrior defending her territory to the death. "This is not for sale. Priceless." Zhang Chen stood there, looking down at the two women, one big and one small. He didn't speak, but simply reached out and gently ruffled Tang Tang's hair, his eyes full of doting affection. This daughter, she wasn't spoiled in vain. Watching the father and daughter's tacit interaction, Sukinga felt a pang of sadness, but mostly a sense of relief. She picked up the black card from the ground, dusted it off, and stuffed it back into her bag. "Fine, I won't buy it." Sukinga stood up, resuming her haughty and aloof diva demeanor, but her gaze towards Zhang Chen held a more complex emotion than its previous sharpness. "Since it's not for sale, I won't force you. However." She paused, her gaze falling on the large, steaming pot beside her, her stomach letting out a soft rumble. After a whole night of commotion, arguing, and crying, she was genuinely hungry. Besides, the fried rice smelled so good. "I've been waiting in line for so long, at least let me eat, right?" Sukinga pursed her lips, her tone still a little harsh, but clearly trying to find a way out. The bowl was cold, I want something hot. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, about to say no credit, when the little pendant beside his leg suddenly let go. Tang Tang tilted her head back, looking at the pretty auntie whose stomach was growling, then at the pocket money she had saved up for so long. Although this auntie was fierce and even tried to steal her dad, but Dad said he couldn't let girls go hungry. Besides, she really looked like her mom from her dreams. The little girl bit her finger in hesitation, then, as if making a major decision, pulled a crumpled 20 yuan note from her pocket, the money she earned selling recyclables yesterday. Here. Tang Tang tiptoed and handed the 20 yuan note to Sukinga, turning her little face away and saying haughtily, "Seeing how pitiful you are, this meal, Tang Tang's on you." But she suddenly turned her head, adding fiercely in her childish voice, "This is a huge sum of money. If you dare waste a single grain of rice, I'll have Daddy block you." Sukinga stared at the crumpled 20 yuan note, stunned. For the first time, this woman with a net worth of hundreds of billions felt that this 20 yuan was heavier and more precious than the black card in her bag. This was the first meal her daughter had treated her to. Tears welled up again uncontrollably. Sukinga took a deep breath, trembling as she took the money, carefully smoothed it out, and put it in her inner pocket. "Okay." She looked at Tang Tang, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Thank you, Boss Tang Tang, I promise, I won't leave a single grain of rice." Watching this scene, many of the onlookers, especially the more sentimental girls, were already wiping away tears. So touching, what an angelic daughter. Although I don't know what happened, this family of three seems so loving. The diva actually cried over 20 yuan, I love this unexpected cuteness. The atmosphere finally eased. Jiang Chen, watching this scene, breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the spatula again, ready to cook another meal for his ex-wife, who practically had "I'm starving" written all over her face. However, at this heartwarming moment, a slightly exaggerated sound of footsteps, accompanied by the strong scent of cologne, suddenly drifted in from the alleyway. "Kinga, so you're here." A magnetic, yet greasy and affected male voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. A man in a white suit, his hair slicked back, carrying a large bouquet of blue roses, strode confidently through the crowd. He wore a perfectly calculated smile, his eyes fixed intently on Sukinga, as if the diners in their shorts were invisible. This was Lin Feng, the newly crowned Best Actor, and also the industry's infamous Sukinga simp. His appearance instantly created an awkward atmosphere. Zhao Yufan, squatting on the ground, rolled his eyes at the man in the even more flamboyant white suit than himself, and complained to his bodyguard. Another one coming to his doom. These days, does every man think he can win Sukinga's heart? Jiang Chen paused, his spatula hovering in his hand. He narrowed his eyes, looking at the man who resembled a peacock displaying its plumage, a playful, cold smile playing on his lips. "Well, that's it. We just saw off a princess, and now a movie star has arrived. This little sweet potato stall is really bustling today." That striking bunch of blue roses, so jarringly placed in the bustling alleyway, was like a dollop of cream dropped into a hot pot, utterly incongruous. Lin Feng walked slowly, each step seemingly calculated, his smile a practiced, over-the-top, deeply affectionate expression. Unfortunately, to the sweaty diners who had just finished a fight over sweet potatoes, his behavior resembled that of a peacock with its tail feathers only half spread, utterly ostentatious. "Kinga, how could you come to a place like this?" Ignoring the hundreds of pairs of eyes staring at him like he was a monkey, Lin Feng walked straight to Sukinga. He exaggeratedly frowned, covered his nose with a handkerchief, and fanned himself with disgust, as if the air was poisonous. "It's all grease and dust here, and..." He glanced at Zhao Yufan, who was squatting nearby eating meatballs, a barely perceptible hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "You think this kind of lowly stuff is acceptable? You're a superstar, your voice and skin are so precious. If you get a stomach ache, it'll be a loss for the entire Chinese film industry." He shoved the bouquet into Sukinga's arms and reached for her hand. "Come on, let's go back to the Cloud Top restaurant. They have black truffles flown in from France, and 82 Lafite. That's the kind of dinner befitting your status." Sukinga took a step back, coldly avoiding his hand. The expensive blue roses were also pushed away, a few petals trembling and falling to the ground, instantly stained black by the oil. "Lin Feng, are you crazy?" Sukinga was still fuming, looking for an outlet, and this guy had walked right into her trap. She pointed to Jiang Chen's stall, her tone icy and sharp. "What I eat and where I eat is none of your business. Besides, who called you a low-class person? Every grain of rice here is cleaner than your so-called black truffle." Lin Feng's smile froze. He hadn't expected that Sukinga, usually cold but at least superficially polite, would turn on him over a roadside stall. "Kinga, I'm doing this for your own good." Lin Feng suppressed his displeasure and turned to look at the man who was constantly wiping the stove, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Upon seeing him, his anger flared even more. This was the legendary ex-husband? Dressed like a migrant worker, reeking of cooking oil, aside from his somewhat decent face, what about him could compare to Lin Feng, the newly crowned movie star? You're John Chen? Lin Feng stepped forward, looking down at him and knocking on the metal of the tricycle, making a clanging sound. I heard you used to be a businessman. How did you end up like this? Scamming women out of money by setting up a stall? He pointed at Sukinga, then at the group of internet celebrities from before, his tone full of sarcasm. Brother, this isn't the way to live off a woman. Using Kinga's sympathy to promote your shabby business, don't you feel ashamed? John Chen finally finished wiping the last grease off the stove. He straightened up and slowly turned around. His deep eyes scanned Lin Feng from head to toe, finally settling on the man's flashy white suit. What's with that movie star? John Chen spoke, his voice lazy yet exuding an infuriating calmness. Did you forget to take your medicine before leaving home? Or have you gone mad from acting? Is your head filled with nothing but the script? This is a food stall, not your domineering CEO movie set. If you want food, line up at the back. If not, get out of the way and don't block the airflow. Your cologne is too strong, it's masking the aroma of my meat. Puffed. Zhao Yufan, holding a garlic bowl, laughed uncontrollably. Godfather's awesome. That comment was sharp. The surrounding diners also burst into laughter, some even whistling. Lin Feng's face instantly turned a deep shade of liver. He'd been in the entertainment industry for so many years, always surrounded by admirers. When had he ever been treated like this? How dare you insult me? Lin Feng pointed at John Chen, his well-maintained finger trembling with rage. You're just a lowly cook. What do you know about taste? What do you know about art? So what if I'm a cook? Did I eat your rice? Tang Tang, sitting on a high stool, clutching a large chicken leg, added insult to injury with a cute but fierce tone. My dad's cooking is so good even princesses love it. What can you do? All you can do is squawk like a big white goose. You! Lin Feng was speechless, unable to vent his anger on the child, so he took it all out on John Chen. He took a deep breath, suddenly unbuttoned his suit jacket, revealing a custom-made shirt underneath, and struck a highly professional pose, sneering. Fine. Since you're so arrogant, let's settle this like men. I won't bully you. Since you're a chef, let's have a cooking contest. Lin Feng arrogantly raised his chin, his eyes full of confidence. Don't think you're the only one who can cook. When I was studying in France, I got a Le Cordon Bleu chef's certificate. My handling of ingredients and control of heat are 100 times more professional than your amateurish ways. We'll compete to cook the simplest dish. If I win, you get out of Jianhai City and stay away from Kinga. Never again are you allowed to use her for publicity. If I lose, he snorted coldly, seemingly not even considering that possibility, I'll buy all the sweet potatoes in this truck. The entire audience gasped. A movie star is going to compete in cooking with a roadside stall owner? This juicy gossip is getting bigger and bigger. Le Cordon Bleu. John Chen's lips curled into a playful smile, as if he'd heard a joke. He casually picked up the spatula, now slightly blackened from frying hundreds of bowls of rice, and weighed it in his hand. Fine. John Chen tossed the spatula in front of Lin Feng, his motion as casual as tossing a rag. Since you're so eager to show off your French Le Cordon Bleu skills, I'll give you a chance. No need for anything complicated. Since you claim to be a professional, then. John Chen pointed to the large iron wok, still burning, his tone flat. I'll lend you a flame. Try frying an egg for me. If you can cook it, you win. Fry an egg? Lin Feng felt utterly insulted. He's a Le Cordon Bleu chef, a master of French cuisine. Asking him to fry eggs? That's like asking Picasso to paint a wall. Fine. You asked for it. Lin Feng snatched the spatula, casually tossed his suit jacket to his assistant, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and strode to the stove. Today I'll show you what true culinary art is. He stood before the large iron wok, striking a perfectly executed starting pose, and even gave Kinga a flirtatious wink. Kinga, watch closely, this kind of rough street food is no match for you. Only what I make. He stopped abruptly, because he realized an extremely embarrassing problem. This thing, how do you turn it on? This wasn't one of those high-end induction cookers or gas stoves with touch screens and temperature controls he was familiar with. This was just a dark, charred stove with worn-out knobs. Lin Feng, spatula in hand, fumbled around under the stove for ages, his fingers smeared black with soot, but he still couldn't find the ignition switch. Click, click. He tentatively twisted what looked like a valve, but aside from a slight gas odor, not a single spark appeared. The scene was incredibly awkward. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. The self-proclaimed blue ribbon certified movie star remained in that bent-over, backside stick-out position, struggling with the dilapidated gas stove. Sweat poured down his forehead, and his meticulously styled hair was a mess. Zhao Yufan couldn't stand it anymore and weakly asked, how about, I lend you a lighter? No need. Lin Feng roared angrily, still frantically turning the valve. It's a problem with the equipment. The stove is broken. Broken. John Chen leaned against the tricycle, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, watching the scene, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He walked over, looking at the sweating movie star like he was an idiot, and lightly flicked a finger at the wire that looked like a decoration. Boom! A blue flame instantly shot up half a meter high, almost burning Lin Feng's eyebrows, scaring him so much that he jumped 2 meters away with a scream. Is this your LE cordon bleu level? Zhang Chen picked up the spatula Lin Feng had thrown on the ground, rinsed it in the bucket of water, and his eyes were full of mockery. You can't even turn on a stove, and you want to learn how to cook. You should go back to playing your domineering CEO role. The kitchen is too slippery, you'll easily tear your balls. Lin Feng's meticulously maintained face was now 3 shades darker than the bottom of a pot. His eyebrows, singed by the flames, emitted a faint smell of burnt fur, but he couldn't care less. The mocking gazes around him, especially Su King's cold, almost idiotic look, made him feel like he was being watched. If he didn't get his revenge, his reputation as a newly crowned best actor would be completely ruined in this run-down alley. It's just that the equipment is rudimentary. Lin Feng forced a smile, loosening his tie and trying to regain his elegant aristocratic air. A true culinary master is never picky about the battlefield. Even with this broken pot, I can make a Michelin 3-star dish. He glanced around, pointing to the prime piece of marbled black pork on the cutting board, and ordered imperiously. I want a modified version of burgundy red wine stew. Bring me the red wine. An 82 Lafite, decanted for 30 minutes. Puffed. Zhao Yufan, who was drinking water, spat it out upon hearing this, even splashing it onto Lin Feng's gleaming leather shoes. Brother, are you all right? This is a roadside stall, not your film set. Zhao Yufan wiped his mouth, giving him a look of utter disbelief. An 82 Lafite? I have an 82 Sprite, want some? No Lafite? Lin Feng frowned, looking utterly helpless. Cabernet Sauvignon will do, or even a dry red wine if all else fails. Only cooking wine. Zhang Chen casually picked up a greasy plastic bottle and slammed it on the table. 5 yuan a bottle, take it or leave it. Also, this meat is for braised pork. You only have 10 minutes, don't overcook it. Cooking, wine? Lin Feng stared at the bottle, the label worn away, feeling deeply insulted. But he had no choice. Fine, cooking wine it is. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, grabbed a cleaver, and struck an extremely flamboyant starting pose. It has to be said, this guy had indeed practiced for a couple of days to prepare for his role as a chef. His meat-cutting movements were flashy and exaggerated, a chaotic display of knife skills you'd think he was performing acrobatics. Ha! Drink! He even added sound effects while cutting. After finishing the meat, he poured half a bottle of oil into the pan, then dumped the meat chunks in all at once. Sizzle! The oil was too hot, and the water in the meat hadn't been drained properly. Instantly, hot oil splattered, and smoke billowed everywhere. The once elegant actor was instantly transformed into a frightened monkey, screaming and jumping backward, his spatula flailing wildly in the air, a truly pathetic sight. Ah, my face! Protect me! Quick, protect me! Puffed, ha 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 ha. The whole room erupted in laughter. Tang Tang sat on a high stool, swinging her short legs, pointing at Lin Feng and laughing so hard she almost fell over. Daddy, look! That uncle is breakdancing. It's so funny. Su Kinga helplessly rubbed her forehead, almost unwilling to admit she knew this person. 10 minutes later, a plate of dark, oily French stew with a strange, burnt smell was finally ready. Lin Feng was covered in sweat, his face smeared with soot, but he still confidently held the plate, striking what he thought was a very cool pose. Although the presentation is limited by the equipment, the taste is absolutely top-notch. Kinga, would you like to try some? So Kinga looked at the plate of charcoal-like food and instinctively took a step back, her stomach churning. No thanks, I'm afraid of poisoning. No appreciation. Lin Feng sneered, turning to Zhang Chen provocatively, your turn. I want to see what kind of fancy food your roadside stall can produce. Zhang Chen didn't even glance at the culinary disaster. He slowly washed his hands and tightened his apron. Watch closely, this is what Chinese cuisine is all about. He heated the wok in oil. No fancy movements, no unnecessary words. Zhang Chen grabbed a handful of rock sugar and sprinkled it into the wok. Simmering over low heat, the originally translucent rock sugar melted in the hot oil, gradually turning an enticing dark reddish brown, with dense little bubbles rising to the surface, caramelizing the sugar. This is the soul of braised pork. Next, the blanched pork belly was added to the pot. Sizzle! The meat chunks collided with the caramelized sugar, instantly turning amber red. Zhang Chen flicked his wrist, and the large iron pot felt as light as a feather in his hands. The meat chunks tumbled and leaped in the pot, each one evenly coated with a golden edge. Ginger slices, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, various spices were added to the pot one by one. Finally, a spoonful of ordinary cooking wine and a spoonful of soy sauce, which Lin Feng considered extremely cheap. Boom! The high heat caused the aroma to explode. It wasn't just the smell of meat, but a complex olfactory bomb, a blend of the sweetness of caramel, the aroma of oil, and the rich flavor of spices. This aroma was extremely domineering, as if it had a life of its own, forcefully penetrating the nostrils of everyone present, stirring up the most primal cravings for fat and carbohydrates deep within human genes. Gulp! Zhao Yufan swallowed hard, the sound like thunder. Even Lin Feng, who had just been disdainful, couldn't help but sniffle twice, his eyes widening. What is this smell? How can it smell even better than the Michelin-starred food he ate in France? Add water, reduce the sauce. Zhang Chen put the lid on the pot, his expression calm. Time passed slowly. As the broth in the pot gradually thickened, the aroma grew stronger and stronger, almost tangible. Everyone in the alley seemed to be under a spell, craning their necks, staring intently at the large iron pot, their eyes gleaming. Done! Zhang Chen turned off the heat and lifted the lid. Buzz! In that instant, it seemed as if a golden light shot into the sky from the pot. The thick white steam dissipated, revealing the contents of the pot. It was a pot of braised pork, its color a glossy red, glistening with color. Each piece of meat trembled slightly, coated in a rich broth, like a work of art carved from red agate. The layers between the skin and meat were distinct, fatty yet not greasy, lean yet not dry. No filters were needed, no plating required. Just looking at it, one could imagine its melting your mouth, tender and sweet taste. Braised pork, please advise. Zhang Chen casually picked up a piece, placed it on a clean small plate, and handed it to Sukinga. Want to try some? Sukinga looked at the piece of meat, her throat bobbing. She needed to maintain her figure and never ate anything so greasy for dinner. But at this moment, her reason told her to refuse, yet her hand had already honestly taken the chopsticks. She gently picked up a piece. The pork skin was chewy and bouncy, even showing tiny strands of sugar. She put it in her mouth. Boom! Sukinga's eyes widened in shock. In that instant, she felt as if her taste buds were exploding with fireworks. The fatty meat melted in her mouth, transforming into a pool of sweet oil that instantly moisturized her parched palate. The lean meat absorbed the broth, becoming rich and flavorful, intensifying with each chew. There was no fishy taste, nor any greasiness, only a mouthful of collagen and a feeling of bliss. Sukinga wanted to speak, but found herself unable to bear opening her mouth, wanting only to keep this deliciousness in her mouth forever. It's so delicious. This is 1,000,000 times better than any state banquet she's ever had. I want one too. I want one too. Tang Tang was so anxious she was jumping up and down. Zhang Chen smiled and put a piece on her plate. The little girl swallowed it in one gulp, panting from the heat, but she couldn't bear to spit it out, and mumbled, "Delicious. Dad's meat cooking is the best in the world." Seeing the mother and daughter's blissful expressions, the outcome was clear. Lin Feng stood to the side, looking at his own dark, charred French braised pork, then at Zhang Chen's plate of still glowing braised pork, his face alternating between pale and flushed. I don't believe it. This must have some kind of technology and ruthless cooking. Lin Feng roared unwillingly, I want to try it too. It must be too much message. Saying this, he didn't care about his actor image anymore and reached directly for the meat in the pot. Zhang Chen reacted quickly, tapping his hand with his chopsticks. Smack! Did you wash your hands? Don't you know anything about hygiene? Zhang Chen glanced at him coldly, picked up a piece of meat, and tossed it into his bowl like feeding a dog. Eat it, and get out of here. Don't get in my way. Lin Feng felt humiliated and was about to smash his bowl. But the irresistible aroma was just too enticing. He hesitated for a moment, thinking, I'll just try one bite, then I'll criticize him. So, he picked up the meat and took a bite. Smack! The chopsticks fell to the ground. Lin Feng froze. 2 lines of clear tears streamed down his face without warning. This taste. It reminded him of the meat his grandmother used to stew on the earthen stove when he was a child, of the innocent years before he entered the entertainment industry, before he learned hypocrisy and pretense. Warm, rich, and soul-stirring. Faced with this piece of braised pork, his prized Le Cordon Bleu certificate and his so-called French elegance seemed utterly ridiculous. Wah! Lin Feng suddenly squatted down, clutching the bowl, crying like a 200-pound child. Delicious, so delicious. He sobbed as he stuffed meat into his mouth, completely forgetting his earlier boast, I've completely lost. Boss Zhang. No! Master Zhang. Lin Feng abruptly raised his head, his usually arrogant face now filled with piety. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the newly crowned best actor's knees buckled, and he knelt before Zhang Chen with a thud, clasping his hands in a fist, shouting hoarsely, Please, take me as your apprentice. I want to learn to cook. I want to learn how to make braised pork. As long as you're willing to teach me, I'll take care of everything at this stall from now on. As for that Sukinga, I'm not going to pursue her anymore. I'll accept her as my sister-in-law. Thump! The kneeling was incredibly solid, the dull thud of his knees hitting the concrete floor making everyone around him shudder. Lin Feng's six-figure bespoke white suit was now shamelessly smeared on the greasy, dusty floor. But he didn't care at all. This newly crowned movie star, who was usually so arrogant on the red carpet, his eyes always seeming to say you're all just mortals, was now clasping his hands in a fist, his face streaked with tears, though a little greasy, calling hoarsely, "Brother! Master! I was wrong. I was really wrong. All that French cuisine I learned before, all that plating, compared to your braised pork, it's utter garbage. It's trash. What Elie Cordon Bleu chef, what Michelin 3-star, compared to this bite of your meat, it's nothing." While crying, he tried to inch forward, attempting to cling to Zhang Chen's leg. His fanatical, repentant demeanor, as if he'd finally seen the light, completely erased any trace of his former actor's composure. He looked like a brainwashed, fervent believer. "I want to learn to cook. I want to learn this braised pork." Lin Feng's eyes blazed with fervor as he pointed to the pile of unwashed dishes beside him. "If you're willing to teach me, I'll take care of all the dishes on this stall from now on. Peeling garlic, chopping scallions, taking out the trash, all the chores, I'll do. That's Su Kinga. I'm not pursuing her anymore. I'm her sister-in-law. Anyone who dares to make a move on her, I, Lin Feng, will be the first to fight them to the death." The entire room fell silent. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind and Lin Feng's heavy breathing could be heard. The onlookers could barely hold their phones, their mouths agape, as if they'd seen a ghost. Is this really the same aloof Lin Feng? A bowl of braised pork, and he's kneeling before him? And he's even acknowledging her as his sister-in-law on the spot? This plot twist is too fast. Even screenwriters wouldn't dare write something like this. Holy crap, was there a sleeping potion in this braised pork? A movie star kneels down to a roadside stall owner begging to become his apprentice? This is a guaranteed headline tomorrow. Just who is this boss Zhang? First a rich woman, then a princess, and now even a movie star has been conquered? Ting Ting, holding her phone in the corner, excitedly stomped her feet and shouted into the live stream. "Family members, did you see that? This is the power of food. This is the charm of God Zhang. Even a love rival can become a fanboy. I ask you, who else can do that?" Faced with this sudden and overwhelming gift, Zhang Chen's reaction was quite genuine. He looked at Lin Feng on the ground like he was crazy, reflexively taking a big step back and pulling his newly bought work pants leg back, afraid of getting Lin Feng's tears and snot on them. "No, please don't." Zhang Chen looked disgusted, still holding a spatula. "Dude, can't you be normal? This is a food stall, not a pyramid scheme. Taking apprentices? Washing dishes." Zhang Chen pointed at Lin Feng's hands, which were more delicate than a woman's, and sneered. "With your IQ, which is so low you can't even find the gas stove switch, I'm afraid you'll smash my dishes. Besides, I don't take trash here. Want to learn to cook? Go to New Oriental, a popular Chinese cooking school, and forget about it. I'm not leaving. I've chosen you." Lin Feng, stubborn as ever, remained kneeling on the ground, refusing to get up. "You can test me. I'm very quick to learn my foot." Zhao Yufan, who had been watching the spectacle, finally couldn't hold back any longer. He jumped out from the corner, clutching the stainless steel basin full of garlic cloves, pointing at Lin Feng with a smug look. "Lin, you're such a disgrace. Want to become my apprentice? Get in line." Zhao Yufan puffed out his chest, patting it proudly. "See that? Me, Zhao Yufan, the top rich kid in Jianhai City, spent the whole afternoon peeling garlic to get guidance from my godfather. Those are real blisters from peeling. You come here wanting to be my apprentice? Dream on. By seniority, you should call me senior brother, oh wait, I mean, great godfather." Lin Feng paused, looking at the disheveled yet proud Zhao Yufan, and actually showed a hint of envy. You've already mastered it? Nonsense. Zhao Yufan proudly waved the garlic bowl in his hand. "My godfather just praised me for peeling it so cleanly." Watching these two men, who usually fought tooth and nail in the world of fame and fortune, now bickering over a roadside stall apprentice spot, Su Kinga felt the world was utterly insane. Standing to the side, watching Zhang Chen surrounded by the crowd, calm and even somewhat impatient, her feelings were incredibly complex. Absurd. So absurd. Yet, amidst this absurdity, she felt an unprecedented sense of pride. Look, this is the man she, Su Kinga, had set her sights on. Even fallen into the dust, even in a humble alley, he could still use his abilities to make these arrogant fools bow their heads. He was like a pearl covered in dust, with just a little polishing, he would shine with an unparalleled brilliance. "Alright, stop acting." Su Kinga took a deep breath, her high heels clicking as she walked straight through the crowd to Zhang Chen. She ignored Lin Feng kneeling on the ground and Zhao Yufan still gloating. Her cold eyes were fixed on Zhang Chen, as if trying to see through his soul. This farce should end. Su Kinga's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable queenly aura, instantly silencing the noise in the room. She reached out and grabbed Jiang Chen's wrist. His hand, though smelling of cooking oil, was dry and warm, inexplicably calming the anxiety that had gripped her for 5 years. Jiang Chen, come home with me. Jiang Chen frowned, instinctively trying to pull away. Go home what? I haven't packed up my stall yet, and besides, I'm not discussing this with you. So Kinga interrupted him, her eyes sharp, even a little aggressive. Look around you, look at all these people. Do you think business can continue today? She pointed to the circle of fans and passers-by holding up their phones, their eyes gleaming with fervor, then to the messy ground. And tang tang. So Kinga's gaze fell on her daughter, who was devouring cola chicken wings. Her tone softened slightly, but became even more resolute. Today is her birthday. Are you just going to let her spend it in this chaotic place? I'm going to where you live. So Kinga raised her head, looked directly into Jiang Chen's eyes, and said, word by word, I'm worried about Tang Tang's living conditions. As her mother, I have the right to know what kind of shack you've been living in with her for the past 5 years. A doghouse. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed into a deep frown. He leaned forward on the tricycle, trying to block his ex-wife's inquisitive gaze with his not-so-broad back. As he untied his apron, he said irritably, Mr. Su, you're used to a life of luxury and don't know the hardships of life. My place is so cramped, there's barely room to stand. It's a den of rats and cockroaches. Your expensive outfit, worth tens of thousands, would be ruined by the time you get out. Take my advice, go back to your big villa. It wasn't that Jiang Chen was being dramatic. Although he currently had tens of millions in his pocket and various high-tech gadgets in his system space, to avoid suspicion, and mainly because he was too lazy to move, he and Tang Tang were indeed still living in that old, dilapidated 40-square-meter apartment in an urban village. That place, let alone the diva, even that rich kid peeling garlic earlier would find it disgusting. I'm not afraid. So Kinga seemed determined, even taking a step forward and grabbing Jiang Chen's sleeve, her fingers white with grip. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a stubborn glint in her swollen, red eyes. Her voice, though hoarse, was unusually firm. So what if there are rats? So what if there are cockroaches? Tang Tang can live there for 5 years, but I, as her mother, can't even see her once. Jiang Chen, don't forget, legally I may not have custody, but I have visitation rights. If you dare stop me, I'll sue you for depriving me of my motherly love. Hey, you're getting cocky? Jiang Chen laughed angrily. Who was just crying and begging to buy my stall? Now you're talking to me about the law? So Kinga, your persona is crumbling a bit too fast. I don't care. I'm going. So Kinga's tantrums were even more persistent than Tang Tang's. She clung tightly to Jiang Chen, as if to say, if you don't take me with you, I'll cling to you. Lin Xiaoa, who was standing nearby, was terrified and whispered a word of advice. Kinga, how about another day? It's too late today, and the security in that kind of place is definitely not good. What if there are paparazzi? Let them take pictures. I'd like to see who dares. So Kinga turned around and glared at Lin Xiaoa, scaring her into instantly shutting up. Just as the two were at an impasse, Tang Tang, who had been nestled in Jiang Chen's arms munching on a chicken wing, suddenly raised her greasy little face, blinked her big eyes, and acted as a helpful ally. Daddy! The little girl called out softly, reaching out her tiny hand and carefully tugging at Kinga's coat. Just let mommy go, okay? I want to show mommy my little bed, and the picture daddy drew for me. And... She glanced at the dark alleyway around her, shrinking back fearfully. It's so dark here, Tang Tang wants to go home and sleep. That word go home shattered Jiang Chen's last line of defense. Looking at his daughter's sleepy face, then at Kinga's determined expression, he could only sigh helplessly. Fine, I give up. Jiang Chen resignedly climbed onto the tricycle, patting the metal back seat, still smelling of scallions. Get on. Let me warn you, there's no shock absorber, don't blame me if it falls apart. So Kinga's eyes lit up, and without a word, she lifted her skirt and climbed on. The national superstar, worth billions and always traveling in a Toyota Alphard limousine, was now actually huddled in the back of a dilapidated pedicab, cradling a greasy-mouthed baby in her arms. Hold on tight. Driver, let's go. Jiang Chen pushed off, and the pedicab screeched and wobbled out of the alley. Behind her, Lin Xiaoa stamped her feet anxiously, quickly signaling her bodyguards to follow in the car. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, the movie star still kneeling on the ground, watched his goddess's retreating figure in the pedicab, reaching out his Kong hand and crying out pitifully. Master, don't go. I haven't learned how to cut meat yet. Master. The night wind howled. The pedicab passed through the bustling CBD, crossed the neon-lit bridge over the river, and finally plunged into the old town, brimming with the atmosphere of everyday life. The streetlights here were dim and old, and the roads were full of potholes. So Kinga held Tang Tang tightly, trying to shield her daughter from the jolting with her own body. Looking at the increasingly dilapidated surroundings, her heart sank deeper and deeper. Low-ceiling tenement buildings, tangled electrical wires, piles of garbage in the corners, and a damp, musty smell permeating the air. This was the place John Chen and their daughter had lived for 5 years? Her heart ached as if being cut by a dull knife. "We're here." John Chen stopped in front of a large, peeling iron gate, expertly locked it, and then picked up the sleeping Tang Tang with one arm. "Third floor, no elevator, keep up, the hallway light is broken." So Kinga took a deep breath, her high heels clattering as she followed behind him. The hallway was dark, the walls plastered with small advertisements for drain cleaning services. Each step on the old stairs produced a sickeningly loud sound. Click. The key turned, and the security door opened. "Come in, no need to change your shoes, no need for formalities." John Chen casually switched on the light. The dim, yellowish incandescent bulb flickered twice, finally illuminating the small space. So Kinga stood in the doorway, her gaze quickly sweeping across the room. It really was small. Behind the entrance was a folding table, serving as both a dining table and a desk. To the left was a simple open kitchen, the stove was spotlessly clean, but the pots and pans showed signs of age. To the right was a bedroom separated by a curtain, through which a bed could be vaguely seen. Some of the paint on the walls was peeling, revealing the cement underneath, but John Chen had covered it with a few cute cartoon drawings. In the corner were boxes of unopened sweet potatoes and flour. Although simple, even shabby, it was neatly organized, exuding a warm and cozy atmosphere. So Kinga looked around, and her eyes reddened again. She couldn't imagine how the once spirited young master of the Zhang family had raised a baby in this cramped place where even turning around was difficult. "Sit wherever you like. There's water in the kettle, help yourself." John Chen gently placed Tang Tang on the bed, covered her with the blanket, and turned to see Su Kinga still standing at the door in a daze. He frowned slightly. "What? You think it's dirty? If you think it's dirty, then hurry up and leave. Lin Xiao's car is probably still waiting downstairs." "I'm not leaving." So Kinga snapped out of her daze, stubbornly slammed the door shut, and tossed her Hermes bag, worth over 10,000 yuan, onto the peeling shoe cabinet. She took off her high heels, which were rubbing against her feet, and walked barefoot into the room, plopping down on the old, worn-out fabric sofa that looked like it might collapse at any moment. The sofa creaked in protest. So Kinga seemed not to hear it. She looked around, her gaze finally settling on the bed, half hidden by a curtain. It was a 1.5-meter double bed. The bed was covered with pink Peppa Pig sheets, and several old toys sat nearby, clearly Tang Tang's territory. And in this cramped single room, besides the bed, there was only the worn-out sofa beneath her, which wasn't even as wide as the single bed. John Chen had just come out of the kitchen with a glass of water when he saw Su Kinga staring blankly at the bed, her expression a complex mix of emotions. "What are you looking at?" "That's Tang Tang's bed." John Chen put his water glass on the coffee table. "Finish your water and leave quickly. I need to wash my daughter's face and put her to bed." "I'm not leaving." So Kinga looked up, a hint of panic flashing in her beautiful eyes, but more so a resolute determination. "I said, I'm staying to watch the child. I'm staying here tonight." "Stay here." John Chen looked her up and down as if he'd heard a joke, then pointed to the tiny space. "Empress Su, are you planning to sleep on the stove or hang on the wall? My place is too small for your size." "I'll sleep here." So Kinga patted the sofa beneath her. Although it was hard and uncomfortable, she stubbornly insisted, "I've slept on the floor on set, what's wrong with this sofa? I've slept in worse places." "Fine, sleep wherever you want." John Chen was too lazy to argue with her and turned to get a towel. "Don't blame me for your stiff neck." However, in that instant, Su Kinga suddenly realized a more serious and embarrassing problem. This room seemed to only have one blanket, and although the bed was a double bed, if 3 people slept in it, she looked at John Chen's broad back, then at her sleeping daughter on the bed, and her face flushed crimson. "Hello, John Chen." So Kinga bit her lip, her voice barely audible, trembling slightly. How are we, sleeping tonight? How are we going to sleep? Do you even need to ask?" John Chen draped the towel over his shoulder, turned, and walked to the somewhat old-fashioned wardrobe. He opened the door and pulled out a neatly folded, but clearly faded, cotton quilt. He deftly spread the quilt on the empty floor, his tone as calm as if he were planning tomorrow's menu. "The bed is for Tang Tang, you're benefiting from it. I'll sleep on the floor." So Kinga stood there, stunned, watching the back of the man bending over to make the bed, her heart filled with a jumble of emotions. According to her script, shouldn't the male lead at this moment look troubled, then half-heartedly suggest squeeze in, or at least show some expectation of sharing a bed? But he, instead, drew a clear line, more distinct than the Chuhan contention. "Are you a pig? The floor's so hard." So Kinga blurted out, then realized her mistake and quickly turned her face away, adding with a touch of arrogance, "I'm worried your back will be sore tomorrow, and no one will make me breakfast, leaving my daughter hungry." "Don't worry, my back's fine." Jiang Chen didn't turn around, spreading out the blankets and casually fluffing up the pillows. Before, when I was tired from running a stall, I slept on park benches. This floor's much better than those benches. He didn't mention the 5 years he spent abroad amidst gunfire, nor the days sleeping in mud pits in the jungle. For him now, this was called peace and stability. So Kinga looked at his nonchalant attitude, her eyes welling up with tears again. She gritted her teeth, wanting to say, "Then come up and sleep here," but her pitiful pride prevented her from speaking. After all, she was the one who signed the divorce papers, and now she was the one refusing to leave. "Fine. Sleep wherever you want. Serves you right for freezing." So Kinga angrily grabbed her multi-million-dollar Hermes bag, turned, and stormed into the tiny 2-square-meter bathroom. "I need a shower." "No bathtub is one thing, but not even a decent show riad?" The diva's exasperated complaints echoed from inside the bathroom. "The water heater's left side is hot, the right side is cold, don't burn yourself," Jiang Chen called from outside, casually holding down Tang Tang, who was bouncing on the bed. "Stop jumping, or the bed will collapse, and all 3 of us will have to sleep on the floor tonight." 10 minutes later, the bathroom door opened a crack. A slender, pale hand reached out, tinged with panic and embarrassment. "Jiang Chen, do you have makeup remover? And face wash, serum, night cream?" So Kinga's voice trailed off, until it was almost inaudible. She was so flustered, focused only on chasing after her husband, that she completely forgot she was still wearing her full stage makeup. For a female celebrity, sleeping with makeup on is practically disfiguring. Jiang Chen sighed, walked to the tricycle, and pulled a clear glass bottle without any labels from the seemingly cluttered but actually treasure-filled storage box. This was the spiritual spring water the system had previously rewarded her with. While it couldn't bring the dead back to life, its cleansing and skincare effects far surpassed any high-end brand on the market. Nothing else, just this. Jiang Chen handed her the bottle. "Use it sparingly, this stuff is quite expensive." "What is this? A counterfeit product?" So Kinga took the bottle with disdain, her brows furrowing so deeply they could trap a fly. "Jiang Chen, do you want my face to ruin? My face is insured for 100 million. Use it or not, give it back if you don't." Jiang Chen pretended to snatch it. Use it. You win." So Kinga withdrew her hand and slammed the door shut. There was no other way, she might as well try anything. She poured some water into her palm. The water was clear and cool to the touch, with a faint herbal scent. She gently patted it onto her face. The next second, So Kinga's eyes widened in shock. The feeling was magical. It was like countless tiny vacuum cleaners working inside her pores. The heavy foundation, eyeshadow, and mascara instantly dissolved and rubbed off upon contact with the water. Then, a warm, nourishing sensation seeped deep into her skin, instantly making her cheeks, which had been dry from staying up late and wearing makeup, supple and hydrated. After washing her face, So Kinga looked at herself in the mirror. Bare face. But her bare face looked even better than after a top-tier cosmetic procedure costing 100,000 yuan. Her skin was fair and rosy, so smooth that even the pores were invisible, as if she had returned to her 18-year-old self. Is this miracle water?" So Kinga touched her face, muttering incredulously. Looking at the unassuming glass bottle in her hand, her eyes instantly burned with desire. Just how many other amazing things did that damned ex-husband still have hidden away? When she finally emerged from the bathroom, the main light in the room was off, leaving only a dim nightlight. Jiang Chen was already lying on the floor mat, his hands behind his head, seemingly asleep. Tang Tang, dressed in her pajamas, lay obediently in the middle of the bed, hugging her old, shed teddy bear, her big eyes blinking as she looked at her. "Mommy, come to sleep." Tang Tang patted the empty space beside her, her voice soft and sweet. "I've warmed the bed for you." So Kinga's heart melted instantly. She tiptoed into bed and slipped into the blankets filled with her daughter's sweet scent. The bed was hard, and the blankets weren't silk or down, but at this moment, she felt incredibly secure. This was the closest she had been to them in 5 years. "Turn off the light." Jiang Chen's slightly muffled voice came from the floor. "Okay." So Kinga responded and reached out to turn off the nightlight. The room fell into darkness, with only the faint moonlight filtering in from the window, outlining the blurry shapes of the furniture. Silence. Silence so deep they could hear each other breathing. So Kinga turned over, facing the edge of the bed, the direction Jiang Chen was lying in. Although she couldn't see him clearly, she knew he was there, within reach. "Is he asleep?" She couldn't help but ask softly. No one answered. "Jiang Chen?" Still no response. So Kinga was exasperated. She stretched out her foot and kicked Tang Tang's little bottom under the covers. "Tang Tang, ask your dad if he's asleep. If he's not, hand over the formula for that miracle water, and I might consider investing in a factory for him." Tang Tang was still half asleep, but forced to comply. She turned her little head and called out to the floor below the bed. "Dad, Mom asked if you're asleep. She said she'd give you money to sell water." Jiang Chen rolled over on the floor, his back to the bed, his voice lazy. Tang Tang, tell your mom that's a closely guarded secret, never to be shared. Tell her to go to sleep early, that she can dream of anything, and not think about anything else. Tang Tang turned back to Sukinga and repeated, Mom, Dad said it's a secret, he won't give it to you. Keep dreaming. Sukinga. This relaying sounded so awkward. Tang Tang, tell your dad he's a cheapskate. He's got a fortune to beg for. He deserves to be a street vendor. Dad, Mom calls you a cheapskate, says you're a beggar. Tang Tang, tell your mom, what's wrong with being a street vendor? I haven't let you go hungry. Unlike some people, who can't even fry an egg properly. Mom, Dad says you're stupid, you can't even cook an egg. Sukinga was so angry she almost jumped off the bed. Jiang Chen, who are you calling stupid? Who blew up the kitchen back then? That was an accident. And that was the first time I cooked. Jiang Chen retorted from the floor. Ha, the first time? And what happened after that? After that, you could even cook porridge like dry rice. That's called braised rice. You don't know how to appreciate it. The two of them, separated by the bed, engaged in a pointless but heartwarming elementary school-style argument through their 5-year-old daughter. Caught in the middle, Tang Tang was like a helpless megaphone, her little head turning left and right, as if her neck was about to break. Stop! Finally, the little girl exploded. She sat up abruptly, covering her father's and mother's mouths with her two little hands, though she couldn't reach Jiang Chen, the intention was there, and screamed in despair. You two are almost 60 combined. Can't you be a little more mature? Tang Tang's so sleepy. Tang Tang wants to sleep. Anyone who talks again is a puppy. Finally, the world fell silent. Sukinga awkwardly shrank back under the covers, a long-lost smile on her face. Jiang Chen also smiled in the darkness. These noisy days aren't so bad? The night deepened. Tang Tang was already breathing evenly. Sukinga, however, couldn't fall asleep. She lay on her side, greedily gazing at the blurry silhouette on the floor mat by the moonlight. He was right there. That's good. But, the thought of Jiang Chen mocking her for not being able to cook made Sukinga's competitive spirit surge. Who says I'm only good for being pretty? I can be a virtuous and capable homemaker too. Tomorrow morning, I'll show you what it means to be presentable in public and capable in the kitchen. I'm going to make a stunning breakfast that will amaze everyone, making this jerk cry and beg for reconciliation. With this grand plan in mind, Sukinga finally fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, the usually lazy diva got up unusually early. She tiptoed over the still sleeping Tang Tang, then carefully skirted the floor where Jiang Chen lay, and like a thieving cat, slipped into the small, open kitchen. Looking at the pots and pans before her, Sukinga took a deep breath, rolled up her sleeves, and her eyes burned with fierce determination. It's just making breakfast, right? Can it possibly stump a genius like me who's won an award? Jiang Chen, just wait and see. She picked up an egg, a confident smile playing on her lips, then reached for the gas stove. Click! The flames leaped up. The nightmare had begun. Since it's a lovingly prepared breakfast, I need to use plenty of oil, that'll make it more fragrant. Sukinga muttered to herself, picking up the oil bottle and generously pouring half a bottle of oil into the pan. The heat needs to be high, so it cooks faster. She turned the heat up to the highest setting. Then, before the oil had fully heated up, she threw the uncracked egg, shell and all, into the pan. Bang! The hot oil met the cold egg, and it exploded instantly. Ah! Sukinga let out a short scream, instinctively dodging backward. In her haste, she knocked over a bottle of mineral water. Splash! The water spilled into the scalding oil pan. Boom! A huge fireball, accompanied by billowing smoke, shot into the sky instantly, licking directly at the range hood. It's on fire! Sukinga was terrified, her face pale. Holding a spatula, she stared dumbfounded at the flames leaping half a meter high. Jiang Chen, help! The kitchen exploded. Jiang Chen, help! The kitchen's exploded. This piercing scream, more ear-piercing than an air raid siren, instantly shattered the morning tranquility. Jiang Chen, who was dreaming of counting money until his hands cramped, was startled awake by the scream and sprang from his sleeping mat. He didn't even bother with slippers, rushing barefoot into the kitchen in his shorts. Before he even reached the doorway, a thick cloud of black smoke billowed out, nearly choking him. The once neat and cramped open kitchen was now a scene from a disaster movie. The range hood roared under its strain, flames leaping half a meter high, frantically licking at the ceiling. And through the billowing smoke, a disheveled woman, holding a water bottle, was frantically trying to pour water into a pot. Stop! Are you crazy? Jiang Chen's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he roared. He lunged forward with the agility of a cheetah, grabbing Sukinga's wrist and pulling her back. Simultaneously, his other hand swiftly grabbed a pot lid from beside her. Clang! With a muffled thud, the pot lid slammed firmly onto the flaming iron pot. Air was cut off, and the arrogant flame struggled beneath the lid for a moment before finally, reluctantly, extinguishing. But this wasn't the end. Jiang Chen didn't dare linger. He swept the still-dazed woman up in his arms and carried her out of this place filled with carcinogenic fumes, like a sack of potatoes. Cough, cough, cough. Sukinga was thrown onto the sofa, coughing violently. At this moment, she was nothing like the national diva. Her priceless face was covered in soot, like a miner just crawling out of a coal mine. A few strands of her hair were singed, sticking out in a messy heap, and her expensive silk nightgown was burned through in several places, revealing her fair skin underneath. She sat there, her eyes glazed over, completely dazed. Sukinga, you're something else. Jiang Chen opened the window to let out some smoke, turned around to look at the coal-covered woman on the sofa, and laughed in anger. I let you stay one night, and you're planning to tear my house down? Is this what you call a virtuous wife and loving mother? Are you a demolition expert sent by the enemy? I didn't mean to. Sukinga finally came to her senses, looked at her soot-covered hands, then at the messy kitchen, her lips trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. I just wanted to make you and Tang Tang some heart-shaped fried eggs. The recipe said more oil makes them fragrant, and higher heat makes them tender. How was I supposed to know it would explode? Heart-shaped fried eggs. Jiang Chen pointed at the still-smoking pan, speechless. You call that a heart? That's a nuclear weapon. And who taught you to pour water into a burning oil pan? Your physics teacher is turning in his grave. I was panicking. I thought water could put out the fire. Sukinga protested, her voice growing softer. She really just wanted to show off, to prove she wasn't just a pretty face who could only wait on people to do anything. Who knew cooking was more dangerous than being suspended by wires? Cough, cough. Just then, a childish cough came from the bedroom doorway. Tang Tang, clutching her teddy bear, rubbed her sleepy eyes as she came out. The little girl looked at the smoke filling the room, then at her mother, covered in soot, on the sofa, and sighed, a sigh more weathered than any adult's. Mommy. Tang Tang shook her head, her big eyes filled with exasperated helplessness. You're too clumsy. Grandma Wu next door said some people are born kitchen killers, going into the kitchen is a death sentence. She toddled over and patted Sukinga's knee like a little adult. You should focus on being pretty. The kitchen is Daddy's battlefield, it's too dangerous for a delicate little fairy like you. Sukinga. Although she was happy to be praised as a little fairy by her daughter, being called clumsy and delicate was truly heartbreaking. Look at you, you're as dirty as a little kitten. Jiang Chen looked at her pitiful, tearful face, and his anger inexplicably subsided by half. This woman, usually so glamorous in public, how could her life skills be so terrible? He sighed, turned, went to the bathroom, grabbed a wet towel, and returned. Look up. Jiang Chen commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. Sukinga sniffed and obediently looked up. Her still bright phoenix eyes looked at him through her face covered in grime, like a puppy waiting to be punished for doing something wrong. Jiang Chen bent down, took the towel, and carefully wiped the grime from her face. His movements weren't gentle, in fact, they were rather rough, like wiping a table, making Sukinga grimace. It hurts. Be gentle. Bear with it. Why weren't you hurt when you set the fire? Jiang Chen's tone was harsh, but his touch unconsciously softened. He carefully wiped the soot from her nose and cheeks, watching her once fair and beautiful face gradually reveal itself. He watched her eyelashes tremble slightly with nervousness, and a tenderness he himself didn't realize flashed in his eyes. You're such a grown woman, and you can't even cook. Stay away from the kitchen from now on. I don't want to be running away with a gas cylinder in the middle of the night. Sukinga looked at Jiang Chen, who was so close to her. His focused gaze, his slightly furrowed brows, and his hair, slightly disheveled from just waking up, all evoked a long-lost feeling of attraction and dependence in her. Then, you'll cook for me every day from now on? She asked almost imperceptibly, her voice filled with a hint of tentative anticipation. Jiang Chen's hand paused. He was about to throw a towel in her face to wake her up and casually taunt her, dream on. Click! A crisp shutter sound suddenly rang out at the doorway, shattering the delicate ambiguity. Everyone instinctively turned their heads. There stood the manager, Lin Xiaoa, holding her phone, posing for a photo, her expression more varied than if she'd seen a ghost. She had been worried her artist wouldn't be comfortable in this rundown place, so she'd brought a full set of toiletries and a 5-star hotel breakfast early that morning. Who knew the door was unlocked? The moment she pushed it open, she witnessed this shocking scene. The room was a mess, filled with smoke, as if a major battle had just taken place. Her aloof diva, her face ashen and clothes disheveled, sat on the tattered sofa, her eyes glazed over. Meanwhile, her rumored ex-husband, dressed in shorts, was bent over, affectionately cradling her face in his hands. This scene, this atmosphere, it wasn't just solid proof of them living together, it was practically the morning intimacy of an old married couple. Lin Xiaoa swallowed hard, feeling her phone burning hot, her voice trembling. Did I come at the wrong time? Should I go out and knock again? Have you taken enough pictures? Jiang Chen didn't even turn his head, still holding the dirty towel in his hand, carefully wiping a stubborn black stain on Sukinga's chin, his tone as indifferent as if he were asking about the weather. If you haven't taken enough, I'll turn on the lights so you can take a high-definition picture? Lin Xiao's hand trembled, almost dropping her phone. She awkwardly hid the phone behind her back, her expression more like a grimace, stammering an explanation. Mr. John, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. It's just my professional habit. Sukinga finally reacted, shoving Jiang Chen's hand away and shrinking into the corner of the sofa like a startled rabbit. She covered her burning face, glaring at her manager at the door with unbearable shame and indignation. Lin Xiao, delete the photos right now. Delete it right now. Lin Xiao nodded frantically, her mind screaming, this is a bombshell. The diva's private photos. If they get posted, Weibo's servers will crash instantly. Alright, stop acting. Jiang Chen tossed the grimy towel onto the coffee table, looking at Sukinga's face, which finally revealed its original fair complexion, and sighed helplessly. Diva Su, I'm begging you. He pointed to the still-smoking kitchen, his voice full of exhaustion. Don't get involved in these high-risk operations anymore. The kitchen is for cooking, not for conducting explosion experiments. If this pot of oil doesn't set the house on fire, we're lucky we're alive. I wanted to help. Sukinga lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes, her voice barely audible. The tutorial looked pretty simple. Tutorials are for people with hands. You're clumsy, don't you know that? Jiang Chen added mercilessly, then waved his hand. From now on, let me do the rough work. Your face is insured. If a smudge of oil gets on it and ruins your face, I can't afford to pay for it. Who wants you to pay for it? Sukinga suddenly raised her head, still looking disheveled, but her arrogant air returned. At worst, I'll buy you a new kitchen. I'll get you the best German-made kitchen cabinets. Is 100,000 enough? So what if you're rich? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, turned, and walked towards the kitchen. Keep your money for face masks. Sit still and wait for breakfast. 10 minutes later, 2 steaming bowls of plain noodles, scallion-filled and vibrant green, were placed on the table. There were no extra side dishes, just simple thin noodles topped with a perfectly poached egg. The broth was clear, with a few drops of sesame oil floating on top, yet it exuded an aroma that seemed to transport you to another world. It smells so good. Tang Tang, already starving, climbed onto her chair, grabbed her chopsticks, and started slurping, her mouth greasy with oil. Sukinga initially wanted to be reserved, after all, she had just caused trouble. But the aroma was just too overwhelming, making her stomach rumble. She picked up her chopsticks and tentatively put a noodle in her mouth. Boom! The noodles were chewy and smooth, the broth rich and flavorful, as if instantly awakening her dormant taste buds. Is this the magic of divine cooking? Even a simple bowl of noodles can be made so exquisite? Sukinga stopped talking, burying her head in her food, even finishing the soup. Lin Xiao, who had been swallowing hard, timidly raised her hand. Is there any for me? There's more in the pot, help yourself. Jiang Chen didn't even look up. Lin Xiao cheered and rushed into the kitchen. A moment later, the sound of slurping noodles and mumbled praise came from the kitchen. So delicious. Kinga, I'd marry him for this bowl of noodles. Having eaten and drunk her fill, Jiang Chen checked the time, stood up, and took off his apron. Alright, you've eaten and caused trouble. Manager Lin, hurry up and take your artist home, I need to set up my stall. I'm not leaving. So Kinga pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth, elegantly regaining her diva aura. She stood up, straightened her expensive silk nightgown, though it had a hole, and raised her chin. I'm going with you. What are you going to do? Jiang Chen frowned. Go be my mascot? Or go blow up my stall too? I'm going to be the boss lady. So Kinga blushed, but her tone was unusually firm. So many people were surrounding you yesterday, including that princess and rich woman. I'm worried. What if you get seduced by some vixen? Tang Tang won't have a daddy then. I won't get seduced. Tang Tang protested, raising her hand. I'll watch over daddy. What do you know, you're just a kid. The enemy is too cunning. So Kinga walked over, picked up Tang Tang, and raised an eyebrow defiantly at Jiang Chen. Anyway, I don't have any work today, so I'm just killing time. Either take me, or I'm not leaving. Jiang Chen looked at the mother and daughter's identical shameless expressions and felt like his head was about to explode. Taking a superstar to set up a stall? Will the traffic be any better today? The traffic police will probably blacklist him, right? Fine, I'll take you. Jiang Chen reluctantly conceded, pointing to her clothes, but this outfit won't do, it's too flashy. Go find one of my t-shirts in the closet and change into it, then wear a mask and hat, don't cause me any trouble. Okay. So Kinga's expression instantly changed, she smiled like a flower, and rushed into the bedroom with Tang Tang in her arms. Half an hour later, the tricycle wobbled out of the residential area again. John Chen pedaled in front, while two beautiful women, one tall and one short, sat in the back. Although Sukinga was wearing a large men's t-shirt, a baseball cap and a mask, covering herself up completely, her long, exposed legs were still very eye-catching. Upon reaching the alley entrance, as expected, the line was even longer than yesterday. "Boss John is here. What are we having today? Fried rice again?" A stir ran through the crowd. John Chen parked the car and skillfully set up the stove. "System, what's today's task?" he asked silently. Ding! Detected harmonious family atmosphere and pleasant mood in the host. Random stall task issued today. Today's special rock sugar papaya stewed with snow frog. Price 3,888 yuan/bowl. Efficacy, ultimate beauty and skin care, replenishes qi and blood, and has significant, secondary development, breast enhancement, effects. Note, this effect varies from person to person, the effect is double for those with flat chests. John Chen stared at the task panel in his mind, his expression instantly freezing. Papaya stewed with snow frog? Breast enhancement? What the hell is this task? System, are you a legitimate system? What's wrong? Sukinga, who was helping to arrange the chairs nearby, noticed John Chen's strange expression and leaned over to ask curiously, "What's the menu today? Is it difficult to make?" John Chen slowly turned his head. His gaze involuntarily moved downwards, landing on Sukinga's chest, which was bulging under her t-shirt, revealing her enviable curves. Then he glanced at Tang Tang beside him, whose future was still uncertain despite not having fully developed yet. Finally, his gaze returned somewhat strangely to Sukinga's face, his eyes carrying 3 parts embarrassment, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts hesitation. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Sukinga felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze. She instinctively hugged her chest and took a half step back warily. "John Chen, are you thinking about something inappropriate for children?" "Ahem." John Chen coughed twice, looked away, picked up a marker, and wrote today's menu on a piece of cardboard. His tone was serious, yet it carried a hint of irritation. "You're overthinking it. I was just thinking that today's dish, you probably don't need it. Or rather, if you eat it, we might need to get a bigger door, otherwise you won't be able to get in." "What do you mean? You're complaining about that?" Sukinga glanced down at her prized curves. Even in a baggy men's t-shirt, the extent of her ample bosom was impossible to hide. Her cheeks burned, and she was so angry she wanted to bite someone. "John Chen, do you want to die? I'm complimenting you, don't be ungrateful." John Chen shrugged, ignoring his furious ex-wife, and turned to retrieve today's ingredients from the tricycle's refrigerated display case. These weren't ordinary papayas, their skin had an almost jade-like translucence, and a faint, refreshing fruity aroma wafted from them. The snow frog was also a top-grade product specially supplied by the system, each piece was crystal clear, like the finest white jade. "Excuse me, new dishes are here." John Chen called out, picked up a marker, and on the brand new cardboard, wrote today's nuclear level menu with flowing strokes. Today's special, divine rock sugar papaya stewed with snow frog. Price, 3,888 RMB/bowl. Benefits, nourishes yin and beautifies the skin, defies fate. Note, full refund if ineffective. As the sign was hung up, the crowd, which had been somewhat restless due to the wait, instantly seemed to be put on pause. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on the price. The air was silent for a full 3 seconds, then, with a boom, it completely erupted. 3,880? A bowl of dessert? This boss is robbing us. Although Boss Jiang's skills are undeniable, this is outrageous. Even Michelin 3-star desserts aren't this expensive. What the hell is this defying fate nonsense? Will eating it make you immortal? In the crowd, several online celebrities who were live streaming shoved their cameras into the signboard, exclaiming exaggeratedly, "Family members, look! Boss Jiang's gone too far. He dares to sell a bowl of papaya stewed milk for 3,080. He's treating us like lambs to the slaughter." Faced with the overwhelming skepticism, John Chen didn't even raise an eyebrow. He skillfully cut open the papaya, removed the seeds, stuffed it with soaked snow frog, sprinkled on a few glistening rock sugar crystals, poured in the special coconut milk, sealed it with plastic wrap, and put it in the steamer. His movements were fluid and rhythmic. "Daddy, will this really sell?" Tang Tang sat on a high stool, swinging her legs, looking at the exaggerated price tag with some worry. "It's so expensive. I could buy so many lollipops with that money." "Don't worry." John Chen ruffled his daughter's hair, a confident smile playing on his lips. His gaze swept over the female diners in the crowd, who, though complaining, didn't look away. For some aunties, this isn't just a bowl of dessert, it's dignity. Dignity? Tang Tang tilted her head, clearly not understanding. TCH, just being pretentious. Sukinga scoffed from the side, her words dripping with disdain, but her eyes couldn't help but drift towards the steamer. The sweet aroma that gradually filled the air as the temperature rose was simply too tempting. Even she, a female celebrity who strictly controlled her sugar intake, couldn't help but swallow. "I don't believe it. I'm going to expose this fraud." Just then, a slender, pretty female anchor squeezed out from the crowd. Her name was Airport Xiaomei, a well-known product review blogger on Douyin, TikTok, known for her sharp tongue and flat chest. At this moment, she stormed up to the stall, selfie stick in hand, her face contorted with indignation. "Boss, this is blatant false advertising. Who doesn't know that papaya breast enhancement is pseudoscience? Experts have debunked it a million times. How dare you sell it for 3,800 yuan? Have you no shame? Pseudoscience?" Zhang Chen glanced at her completely flat figure and said calmly, "That's because you haven't eaten real papaya. Experts debunked ordinary papaya, mine is a divine papaya." "Ha! That's hilarious. Divine papayas?" Xiaomei rolled her eyes at the camera and shouted, "Family, today I'll taste this 3,800 yuan stupidity tax for you all. If it doesn't work, I'll smash this stall live on stream. Let everyone see the true face of this unscrupulous merchant." With that, she boldly scanned the QR code to pay. Ding! WeChat payment received, 3,888 yuan. "One bowl, please. I want to verify it right now." Zhang Chen didn't waste any words. He put on oven mitts, took a steaming hot stew pot from the steamer, and placed it in front of Xiaomei. "Eat it while it's hot, it'll be most effective." Friendly reminder, it's best to find a slightly secluded place to eat it, or prepare some loose clothing. Pretending to be mysterious, Xiaomei curled her lip disdainfully, picked up a spoon, and showed the camera the crystal clear snow frog inside. "It looks pretty good. I'll see if one bite can make me fly on the spot." She scooped up a large spoonful and put it in her mouth. It melted in her mouth. In that instant, Xiaomei's eyes widened. It didn't have the cloying sweetness she had imagined. Instead, a refreshing and sweet taste exploded on her tongue. The snow frog was soft and smooth, the papaya was fragrant, and the rich coconut milk was perfectly blended together. Delicious. This is so delicious. Xiaomei's prepared list of complaints vanished instantly. Her spoon wouldn't stop, one bite after another, and in the blink of an eye, the bowl of steamed milk was empty. How was it? Was it a rip-off? The surrounding diners, seeing how much she enjoyed it, couldn't help but urge her on. It really does taste good." Xiaomei let out a burp, about to say that while it was delicious, it didn't have any special effects, when suddenly, she felt a strange warmth in her chest. The feeling was strange. It was like someone was injecting heat into her chest cavity, a swelling, a numbness, even with a slight itching like growing pains. Her blood seemed to be flowing faster, a warm current gathering in her chest along her esophagus, lingering for a long time. What's going on?" Xiaomei's face changed, and she instinctively clutched her chest, feeling an alarming heat. "So hot, how could it be so hot?" "That's to be expected." Zhang Chen leaned against the tricycle, glancing at his watch. "In about 3 minutes, you'll feel a noticeable tightness. I suggest you go to the public restroom over there and take your temperature, otherwise your clothes might rip open, and your live stream will be banned." "Who are you trying to scare?" Xiaomei, though stubborn, couldn't hide her physical sensations. The swelling grew stronger and stronger, even making it hard to breathe through her bra clasp. Looking at the hundreds of eyes staring at her chest, she felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly turned off the live stream, grabbed her measuring tape, and dashed to the nearby public restroom. The entire room fell silent, everyone waiting for the result. So Kinga curiously joined the crowd, whispering to Zhang Chen, "Hey, is your thing really that amazing? Did you add some kind of hormone? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Zhang Chen rolled his eyes at her. 5 minutes later, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the direction of the restroom. "Ah ha ha!" Immediately afterward, Xiaomei burst out like a madwoman. She waved the measuring tape in her hand, her face contorted with disbelief, ecstasy, and shock. Her once fitting t-shirt was now stretched taut at the chest, creating a noticeable curve. "It's grown! It really has grown!" Xiaomei rushed to the stall, her words tumbling out incoherently. She slammed the measuring tape on the table, pointing to the markings, tears welling in her eyes. 2 centimeters. A whole 2 centimeters. Something that hadn't grown in over 20 years, grew 2 centimeters after just one bowl of rice. This is magic. Family. I'm not human anymore. This owner is a god. He's a second parent. Boom! This shout completely ignited the entire scene. The female diners who had been observing instantly changed their expressions. It was the crazed look of wolves seeing meat, vampires seeing blood. In this age of valuing looks and body shape, what could be more insane than no surgery, no pills, just a bowl of dessert to enlarge your breasts? 3,008? Even 38,000, if it works, I'd sell my pots and pans for it. Boss, I want one. Give me a bowl. Don't push. I was first. I have money. I'll pay 5,000. Get out of the way. I'm a VIP. Boss, look at me. I desperately need this. The once orderly queue instantly collapsed. Countless hands waved phones and banknotes, surging towards the stall like a zombie apocalypse. Those usually reserved urban white-collar workers and sophisticated internet celebrities were now all blinded by greed for that bowl of papaya stewed milk. They're insane. They're all insane. Zhao Yufan was squeezed into a corner, trembling with fear as he looked at the group of women with explosive fighting power. My godfather's business is going to empty the wallets of all the women in Jianhai City. Zhang Chen had expected this, but he hadn't anticipated such a frenzy. He shielded Tang Tang and Sukinga as they retreated, shouting, "Don't push. Only 100 servings available. Line up. Anyone who doesn't line up will be disqualified." However, the news spread much faster than he imagined. As the recording of Xiao Mei's live stream was frantically shared, the news of a miraculous breast-enhancing dessert has appeared in Jianhai City spread like wildfire, reaching every socialite, wealthy woman, and entertainment circle in Jianhai City within just half an hour. Countless luxury cars and vans were speeding towards this dilapidated alley from all directions of the city. The real storm had only just begun. The sign at the alley entrance that read "Papaya Stew with Snow Frog" was like a piece of bloody meat thrown into a shark tank. The previously reserved urban women completely ripped off their elegant facades at this moment. What socialite etiquette, what ladylike demeanor, all of it was utter nonsense in the face of the life-altering temptation of second puberty. Charge! For a C cup! Get out of my way! I'm going to make up for all the regrets of the past few years. The crowd surged like a burst dam, with a tragic, almost desperate, momentum, towards the small tricycle. The air was thick with the pungent scent of perfume and an even stronger stench of adrenaline. Zhao Yufan had originally wanted to impress his godfather, spreading his arms like a roadblock, trying to intimidate everyone with his rich second-generation status. Stop right there. Line up. Don't you know the rules? I'm Zhao Yufan. Who dares to push me? Before he could finish speaking, he felt an irresistible force. It was the combined force of dozens of women, driven mad by their desire for beauty. Zhao Yufan? Even Zhao Benchen would have to get out of my way. A woman in sky-high heels, her eyes gleaming with greed, stomped directly on Zhao Yufan's limited edition Air Jordans. Ouch! Zhao Yufan let out a pig-like scream, losing his balance and instantly being engulfed by the surging crowd. Then, countless pairs of high heels, flats, and even Doc Martens mercilessly trampled over him. Don't step on my face. Don't step on my face. I make a living with my looks. Zhao Yufan curled up on the ground, clutching his head, feeling like a small boat in a storm, about to capsize at any moment. He had never suffered like this in his life, being surrounded and beaten by a group of women, and unable to fight back. Godfather! Help! Help! He stretched out a hand through the crowd, waving desperately, as if pleading for help, or perhaps surrendering. Zhang Chen's eye twitched violently at the sight. This wasn't a dessert stall. This was clearly a zombie apocalypse. And high-class zombies sprayed with perfume. Stop right there! Zhang Chen roared, protecting Tang Tang and Sukinga behind him. But his voice was so insignificant amidst the screams of hundreds of women. The crowd was about to crash into the stall, the scalding steamer about to be overturned. Clang! A clear, resonant dragon's roar suddenly rang out. A cold light, like lightning, ripped through the air, precisely slicing through the hair of the woman at the front, embedding itself in the concrete ground a centimeter in front of her toes. It was a thin, willow leaf blade, its body still trembling slightly and emitting a buzzing sound. The woman who had almost had her toe sliced off screamed in terror, slamming on the brakes. The crowd behind her lurched into a heap due to inertia. Yuxia stood beside the tricycle, gripping another short knife in one hand, her black trench coat billowing even without wind. Her eyes, usually as cold as those of a dead person, now held a furious rage, as if her food had been stolen. Anyone who dares take another step forward, I'll turn her into this sweet potato peel. Yuxia flicked her wrist, a flash of light, and a piece of sweet potato peel hanging on the nearby trash can was instantly sliced into even, hair-like strands. That was too ruthless. The entire room fell silent instantly, save for heavy breathing. This woman really dared to use force. Line up. Yuxia coldly uttered two words, the tip of her knife drawing a line in the air. Anyone who crosses the line, slice. This murderous aura finally cooled her feverish mind slightly, but only for a few seconds. The desire for beauty quickly overcame the fear of violence. Line up then. I don't believe you can kill us all. Exactly. What's a little blood to become beautiful? As long as you don't cut my face. Beautiful lady, your knife skills are so good, could you also shave my bone? I've wanted plastic surgery for a long time. Yuxia, her hand holding the knife froze. Is this customer group seriously ill? They even dare to flirt with assassins? Although the situation was under control, the restlessness was still suppressed like a volcano about to erupt. Zhang Chen sighed helplessly, handed Tang Tang to Sukinga, and then stood on a stool. He picked up the megaphone, cleared his throat, and shouted in his characteristically lazy and irritating voice. "Everyone, listen to me." All eyes instantly focused. "First of all, thank you all for recognizing my skills. But," John Chen pointed to the limited capacity steamer and shrugged, "ingredients are limited. Today's premium snow frog and papaya are only enough for 50 servings. Boom! These words were like a bucket of water poured into a hot oil pan. 50 servings? Are you kidding me? There are hundreds of people here. You're only making 50 servings? Who do you think you are? Boss, are you short of money to buy more? I'll invest in you. I want to be a shareholder. Hurry up and make them." The crowd stirred again, even more frantically than before. Scarcity is always the most stimulating factor. Those who initially just wanted to try it out became ecstatic upon hearing the word limited. Getting one was a steal. It wasn't just a dessert, it was a status symbol, proof of good fortune. "There's nothing I can do, it's divine ingredients, something you can only come across by chance." John Chen shrugged, I'm helpless expression on his face. "To ensure quality, I can't compromise on quality. So, only the first 50 people can eat today. I've already handed out the numbers. Those with numbers, line up to pay. Those who didn't get one." He smiled, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "Come early tomorrow." A chorus of groans echoed through the air. The 50 lucky ones with numbers were ecstatic, waving their tickets like they'd won the lottery. Those who didn't get one were devastated, some even trying to buy their numbers at exorbitant prices. 1,000. I'll offer 1,000 for the account. 1,000? Are you kidding me? I'll offer 3,000. 5,000. Whoever gives me the account, I'll be their sworn sister. The small alleyway instantly transformed into a massive auction. Zhao Yufan finally managed to get up from the ground, dusted off his footprints, and looked at this frenzied scene, unable to help but exclaim, "Godfather, this isn't doing business, it's practically printing money. The profit from this bowl of stewed milk is more lucrative than selling stocks." Just as everyone was fiercely competing for those 50 spots, a deep, luxurious engine roar suddenly drowned out the commotion. Everyone turned to look. At the alley entrance, 3 luxury cars, each with a distinct style but exuding an aura of wealth, stopped almost simultaneously. On the left, a red Ferrari sports car, flamboyant and passionate. On the right, a black police SUV, though without siren, its license plate radiated power, authoritative and aloof. In the middle, a silver-gray Rolls-Royce Phantom, elegant and dignified. All 3 cars stopped simultaneously. The doors opened. 3 equally stunning figures, yet with completely different auras, stepped out. The one on the left wore a Chanel tuxedo suit, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, a pure yet alluring smile on her face, and carried an exquisite thermos. Chu Yaowei, the undisputed most beautiful campus belle of Jianhai University. The woman on the right, though dressed casually, still exudes a striking and capable air with her tall figure and neat short hair. She holds a file folder in her hand, her eyes sharp. Qin Ruoxiu, the queen of the Criminal Investigation Division. And the woman in the middle possesses the strongest aura. She has changed into a more sophisticated white business suit, her hair meticulously styled in a bun, wearing 10cm red-soled high heels, and in her hand, she's even carrying the takeout insulated box she hadn't had time to return yesterday. Li Wangkaiu, the Iron Lady of the business world worth hundreds of billions. These 3 can be considered the pinnacle of beauty in Jianhai City. Any one of them appearing on a normal day would cause a sensation. And now, they've all appeared together in this alleyway filled with the smell of cooking oil. Holy crap, what's going on? School beauty, policewoman, female CEO? How did these 3 end up together? Could it be, they're here for that breast-enhancing stewed milk too? The crowd automatically parted to make way. The 3 women walked straight to the stall without glancing at each other. They exchanged glances, their eyes meeting in mid-air, as if invisible sparks were crackling and exploding. The atmosphere was a million times more tense than when hundreds of people were fighting over food earlier. A battleground. A top-tier battleground. Zhang Chen's spoon froze in his hand. Looking at these 3 ladies who practically had "I'm here to cause trouble" written all over their faces, he felt a chill run down his spine. So Kinga instantly became alert, like a lioness protecting her food, taking a step forward with Tang Tang in her arms, blocking Zhang Chen's path. For women, 4 kinds of stunning beauties, surrounding a man selling goods at a street stall. This scene was something even TV dramas wouldn't dare to film. The air seemed to have been sucked out, leaving only the crackling of electrical wires swirling among the 4. The alley, once as bustling as a market, was now eerily quiet. All eyes, whether on the flat-chested girls still in line or onlookers glued to their phones, were fixed on the 3 goddesses who had suddenly appeared at the stall. The scene was incredibly striking. On the left, Chu Yaowei, dressed in a Chanel tweed suit, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, looked as pure as a freshly picked lily with dew on it. She was carrying a pink Hello Kitty thermos, and blinking her large eyes, she broke the silence first. Brother John Chen, I'm a regular customer, and I have that membership card. She spoke in a soft, sweet voice, even emphasizing the words regular customer, while her gaze drifted subtly to the two people beside her, carrying a hint of barely perceptible provocation. According to the rules, shouldn't you serve me first? I brought a thermos, in case it gets cold. Ha, a regular customer? Li Wankayu, in the middle, sneered, slamming her somewhat comical yellow delivery box on the ground with a loud crash that made Chu Yaowei's eyelids twitch. Although this powerful businesswoman had changed her attire today, her domineering CEO aura remained undiminished. With one hand on her hip, she slammed a gold card on the table with the other, her tone arrogantly unreasonable. Business is all about cash flow. Boss, I'll take all 50 portions. Swipe now, triple price. I'm not like some schoolgirls who just know how to whine and act cute. I have plenty of money. Ms. Li, even money doesn't excuse disturbing the peace, does it? Qin Ruoxiu on the right wasn't to be outdone. She tucked the file folder under her arm, though dressed in civilian clothes, the sharp edge of a criminal investigation captain was unmistakable. She took a step forward, standing between Li Wankayu and Chu Yaowei, and said with an air of righteous indignation, "There's a huge risk of stampede here due to the dense crowd. To avoid a riot, I suggest the police take over order. As captain, I have a duty to first check the safety of the food for the public." Without batting an eye, she handed her bowl to John Chen, her eyes darting around, avoiding his gaze. "Wow!" the surrounding crowd exclaimed in amazement. One was playing the emotional card, another was using money, and the third was directly invoking official authority. This wasn't someone buying desserts, this was clearly someone trying to steal a man. Is this what a high-level game is like? I feel like I'm just there to make up the numbers. Zhao Yufan, huddled in a corner, watched this battle of titans and couldn't help but swallow hard. My godfather's luck with women is probably going to turn into a disaster. John Chen, at the center of the storm, felt a chill run down his spine. Holding a large ladle, he looked at the three women in front of him, who seemed ready to devour each other alive, and then glanced at Sukinga, who was watching him intently, ready to protect her spoils at any moment. He felt like a lamb surrounded by wolves. Everyone. John Chen tried to smooth things over, pointing to the steamer with a helpless tone, "The food's right here, it can't run away. But could we please line up first? It's difficult for me to manage with you all blocking the way." Difficult? Then don't manage it. Li Wankaya raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping across Chu Yaowei's chest like a knife, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "Chu, school beauty, judging by your figure, you don't really need any supplements, do you? Young people are still developing, don't compete with us essential people for resources, okay?" Chu Yaowei, stung by this, blushed and immediately retorted, "Sister Li is joking. Pursuing perfection is every woman's right. But you, sister, worth billions, what kind of beauty products can't you buy? Why come to this roadside stall and fight us for a bite to eat? Could it be, your real intention isn't at the bar?" "You!" Li Wankayu was speechless. "Alright, enough talk." Qin Ruoxiu interrupted them, frowning, her sharp gaze sweeping over the two women. "This is a public place. What kind of behavior is this? Stand back. Keep a meter's distance." The three women were locked in a fierce standoff, their eyes clashing, sparks flying. The invisible tension, mingled with the sweet aroma of papaya stewed milk, created an extremely eerie and oppressive atmosphere. Standing beside John Chen, Sukinga was on edge. Looking at these three stunningly beautiful women who had suddenly appeared, her sense of crisis was overwhelming. One was a pure and innocent school beauty, one a wealthy and sophisticated woman, and the other a dashing policewoman. Each one, individually, could drive a man wild. And now these three were all here at the same time, with a clear target: her ex-husband? Sukinga glanced at John Chen, who was frantically stirring his food, trying to appear invisible, and her anger flared. "That bastard! His ability to attract attention has certainly improved. How come I never noticed how popular he was before?" "Ahem." Sukinga coughed twice forcefully, took a large step forward, and stood directly between John Chen and the three women. Although she was wearing a mask and hat, her aura as an empress instantly erupted, forcefully suppressing the arrogance of the three women. "Everyone." Sukinga's voice was cold, her eyes surveying her territory. "If you're going to buy something, buy it. Don't get physical or make personal attacks. This is a business, not a beauty pageant." She turned around, glared at John Chen, and said through gritted teeth in a low voice, "What are you all standing there for? Serve the rice. Do you want to see them fight and destroy your stall?" John Chen felt like he'd been granted a pardon and nodded frantically. "Serve. Serve right now." His spoon danced rapidly, not caring who went first, giving each person a bowl, just wanting to get rid of these big shots as quickly as possible. "Come on, everyone gets a share, don't grab it." John Chen shoved 3 steaming bowls of papaya and snow frog stew into the hands of 3 women, his movements as swift as tossing hot potatoes. "Eat quickly and leave, don't block the people behind you." Chu Yao held her bowl, smiling sweetly. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Li Wankaya snorted, though she didn't speak, her gaze softened noticeably as she looked at the food in her bowl. Qin Ruoxiu blushed slightly, muttered a soft thank you, and quickly turned away, as if afraid Zhang Chen would see through her thoughts. Seeing the three women finally quiet down, Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. However, just when he thought the crisis was over, a slender, fair hand suddenly reached out in front of him, the fingers slightly beckoning. Zhang Chen was startled and looked in the direction of the hand. He saw Sukinga staring intently at the backs of the three women enjoying their meal, then looking down at her own rather impressive curves, hidden by her oversized t-shirt, a hint of resentment and anxiety flashing in her eyes. I want some too. Sukinga bit her lip, her voice soft but carrying a strange sense of grievance and stubbornness. Leave me a bowl. I want some too. Seeing the three women holding their bowls with satisfied expressions, Sukinga felt the last thread of reason snap completely. All pretense of being a diva, all the reserve of an ex-wife had all vanished into thin air. At this moment, only one thought filled her mind: why? Why could those glamorous bitches eat it all, while she, the legitimate ex-wife and mother of her child, could only watch helplessly? Besides, that was the legendary papaya stewed with snow frog, a dish said to defy fate. Although she was confident in her figure, what woman would complain about being too perfect? Furthermore, it was made by Zhang Chen. Even a bowl of plain water, after being fought over like this by these women, had become nectar. Get out of my way. Sukinga abruptly pulled off her baseball cap, which was pulled down low, and her long, cascading hair poured down. Slipping through the throng of people in her sky-high heels, she was like a runaway tank, carving a bloody path through the dense crowd and reaching the steamer. Protect her! Protect her! Zhao Yufan, startled, dropped the garlic bowl he was holding, thinking someone was going to cause trouble. Sukinga, arms outstretched like a protective hen, stood firmly in front of the last few bowls of steamed milk. Her beautiful phoenix eyes widened, glaring fiercely at the restless socialites and wealthy women around her, finally fixing her gaze on Li Wankaya, who had just finished a sip and was about to give her acceptance speech. No one can take it. Sukinga's voice trembled slightly with excitement, but her queenly aura, a hallmark of the entertainment industry, was undeniable. I'm the boss. I have priority. The rest is all mine. The entire room erupted in an uproar. Boss lady? Who's this masked beauty? So arrogant. That voice sounds familiar. Holy crap, could it really be Queen Su? Faced with Sukinga's forceful declaration, Li Wankaya didn't back down. Instead, she elegantly wiped her lips and let out a cold, mocking laugh. Boss lady? Li Wankaya, in her red-soled high heels, took a half-step forward, instantly releasing the oppressive aura of a powerful businesswoman. She sized up Sukinga, who was bundled up tightly, her eyes full of disdain. Miss Su, if I remember correctly, you've been divorced for 5 years, haven't you? Legally speaking, an ex-wife is like water spilled on the ground, not even a stranger. What's with the airs of a legitimate wife? Exactly. Chu Yao, holding a pink thermos, blinked her innocent eyes and added in a soft, sweet voice. Sister Su, this is a market economy, everyone competes fairly. Brother Zhang Chen said that scanning a code to pay is the only way. Isn't cutting in line and hogging resources a bit unseemly? Even the usually upright Qin Ruoxiu silently joined the united front. Although she didn't speak, her sharp eyes clearly said, "Stop messing around, get in line." The three top beauties had surprisingly reached a consensus, joining forces against this washed-up boss lady. You guys. Sukinga's chest heaved with rage, her finger trembling as she pointed at the group of women. This was outrageous. It was a classic case of everyone kicking someone when they're down. She turned to Zhang Chen, her eyes filled with anger, resentment, and above all, a resolute "if you don't help me, I'll kill myself" attitude. Zhang Chen. Say something. Sukinga screamed, her voice trembling with tears. You're just going to watch them bully me like this? I'm Tang Tang's mother. Zhang Chen, who was wiping the stove, sighed helplessly upon hearing the outburst. This wasn't a street stall, it was a scene from a palace drama. All right, say less. Zhang Chen raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the tense women before finally settling on Sukinga. Looking at her pitiful yet stubbornly refusing to back down, he finally softened. After all, she was a woman he'd lived with for 3 years, this state was indeed a bit unbearable. Get her a bowl. Zhang Chen pointed to the last few portions in the steamer and gestured to Zhao Yufan, it's on me, no charge. Yay! Godfather is awesome. Zhao Yufan felt like he'd been granted a pardon and quickly and deftly brought out a steaming bowl of milk pudding, respectfully handing it to Sukinga, master's wife. Oh no, Sister Su, please enjoy. Sukinga looked like a general who had won a battle. She gave a haughty snort, took the bowl of stewed milk, and even raised her eyebrows at Li Wankaya and Chu Yao, her eyes seeming to say, see? This is the treatment of the empress. At least you still have some conscience. Sukinga muttered, lifting the lid. A rich aroma of milk mixed with the sweet scent of papaya wafted out, making her skin feel like it was breathing. She eagerly picked up a spoon, ready to savor this offering of love in front of her rivals. Wait! Just as the spoon was about to enter her mouth, a large hand suddenly appeared, firmly gripping her wrist. Sukinga was startled, looking up to meet Jiang Chen's deep and complex eyes. "What's wrong?" she asked, somewhat bewildered. "You changed your mind? You don't want me to eat?" Jiang Chen didn't speak. He maintained his grip on her wrist, leaning slightly forward, his gaze beginning to move downwards with extreme impoliteness and blatant disregard. His gaze slid from her face, mostly hidden by a mask, across her long neck, finally settling on her loose men's t-shirt, or more precisely, on her chest, which was stretched taut by the shirt. Despite the loose clothing, some natural beauty couldn't be hidden. The sheer size, the breathtaking curves, even in the dim light, possessed a powerful visual impact. The entire room fell silent instantly. Everyone followed Jiang Chen's gaze, then swallowed hard in unison. Sukinga felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze, her cheeks instantly burning. She instinctively wanted to cover her chest, but Jiang Chen stopped her with his hand. "You, where are you looking?" Sukinga was filled with shame and indignation, her voice trembling. "You pervert." Jiang Chen, however, remained completely calm, his eyes as clear as if he were looking at a medical report. He withdrew his gaze and looked back into Sukinga's eyes, his expression becoming extremely strange, carrying 3 parts mockery, 3 parts helplessness, and 4 parts sincere. "I'm doing this for your own good. Queen Su." Jiang Chen released her hand, pointed to the papaya and snow frog stew in her bowl, and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure you want to drink this stuff?" "Confirm what?" Sukinga felt a chill run down her spine under Jiang Chen's gaze. She instinctively tightened her collar, even though the oversized men's t-shirt couldn't conceal her impressive figure. She felt like she was standing in front of an X-ray machine, completely exposed to this man. "This stuff is expensive." Jiang Chen slowly and deliberately pulled the bowl of papaya and snow frog stew back from Sukinga's hands, recovering it with the lid, his movements as decisive as if confiscating contraband. 3,880. Every bite is budget. In business, we're all about precise targeting, using our resources wisely. "What do you mean?" Sukinga was completely bewildered, utterly unable to follow his train of thought. "I have money. I don't lack budget. Didn't you just say you'd give me the meal for free?" "It's not about the money." Jiang Chen sighed, his face a picture of utter exasperation, as if saying, "Why don't you understand science?" He held up a finger, tracing a parabola in the air, and solemnly explained, "The effects of this steamed milk, as I just explained, are to replenish qi and blood, and promote secondary development. It's a supplementary package for those with weaknesses." As he spoke, his gaze swept meaningfully over Li Wankaio and Chu Yawei beside him, who, although tall, were indeed only soft-chested. The 2 goddesses instantly felt as if they had been shot in the chest, instinctively straightening their backs in an attempt to save face, but their expressions were clearly not pleasant. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at Sukinga again, his eyes becoming incredibly sincere, even carrying a hint of rigorous academic attitude. "And you, Ms. Su, forgive my bluntness. Your current indicators are already severely excessive. Further supplementation wouldn't be icing on the cake, it would be superfluous. Do you know the consequences of an unstable center of gravity?" Jiang Chen gestured dramatically as he spoke. "If you continue to develop like this, you'll easily fall forward when you walk. If you break your face, I can't afford to pay for it. For the sake of your spinal health, and to avoid wasting this scarce strategic resource." He pushed the bowl of stewed milk aside, towards Li Wankaio, who had been eagerly waiting, his tone righteous and resolute. "This bowl of medicine should be left for those who need it more." Silence. Dead silence. The entire alley, with its hundreds of people, was now completely silent, not even a breath could be heard. Everyone gaped, staring blankly at the man spouting nonsense with a straight face. What the hell? Losing his balance. What the hell? Strategic resource. Is this really refusing a beautiful woman's request? This is clearly dancing at the pinnacle of Versailles literature. Li Wankaio looked at the bowl of steamed milk she had just regained, her face a tapestry of expressions. Happy? Indeed happy, after all, she had snagged the last divine dessert. But why did she feel so choked up? Is this charity? This is definitely charity. That bastard is implying that she, Li Wankaio, is impoverished and in dire need of poverty alleviation. Puffed. Finally, someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and let out a suppressed laugh. Then, it was like a canister of nitrous oxide exploding. "Ha ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Boss John understands science. What the hell? Spinal health. That's an amazing reason. Has Queen Su been officially certified as overweight? Poor President Li. He got the food, but lost face. This isn't a straight man, this is Iron Man. He can say something so refreshingly unconventional." Ting Ting was laughing so hard her phone was shaking, and the live stream chat was a sea of laughter. So Kinga, thank you so much. John Chen, I'm faceblind, I can't tell who has big breasts and who has small breasts, but for the sake of science, I have to tell the truth. This time, President Lee suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points. So Kinga, at the center of the storm, was completely blushing. Her stunningly beautiful face turned red from her neck to her hairline at a visible speed, even her earlobes turned pink, like freshly steamed shrimp. Shame! How humiliating! In front of hundreds of people, her ex-husband commented on her figure, even calling her seriously overweight. How could she ever continue in the entertainment industry? How could she maintain her aloof diva persona? John Chen. You pervert. So Kinga stomped her foot in exasperation, clutching her chest tightly, glaring at him with utter shame and indignation. Shut up. Don't say another word. I'm just stating the facts. John Chen looked completely innocent, even taking a sip of goji berry water from his thermos. What? I can't even compliment your figure. Women are so hard to please. You still dare to say that. So Kinga wanted nothing more than to sew his mouth shut. But, amidst this overwhelming shame and indignation, in the deepest, most hidden corner of her heart, tiny pink bubbles inexplicably began to form. Even if she didn't want to admit it, that man's words were indeed a compliment. And it was a very high-class, very Versailles compliment. What does this mean? It means that this bastard who keeps saying he only cares about money, not people, has actually been paying attention to her all along. He even noticed this kind of detail. He still cares about me. So Kinga bit her lower lip. Although her face was still etched with anger, a hint of barely concealed laughter and smugness flickered in her watery phoenix eyes. Humph, you have good taste. Since you put it that way. So Kinga took a deep breath, trying to calm her wildly beating heart, and gave a haughty snort, casually pushing the bowl of steamed milk towards Li Wankaio's arms. Then I'll be generous. President Lee, this bowl of poverty alleviation milk is yours. After all, Boss Zhang is right, resources should be used wisely. Someone with my extraordinary talent really doesn't need it. Li Wankaio. Looking at the fragrant bowl of steamed milk in her arms, she suddenly didn't find it appealing anymore. This is infuriating. These two are a perfect double whammy. So Kinga, don't be so smug. Li Wankaio gritted her teeth, but her body betrayed her by clutching the bowl tightly, as if afraid it would be snatched away. So what if my breasts, they're a little big? What's the big deal? After I finish this bowl, I can change my fate too. Exactly. Chu Yawei, standing beside him, puffed out her chest defiantly. Although her figure was indeed rather lackluster, she wouldn't lose face. Brother Zhang is just worried you'll get fat. I'm still developing, I have a lot of potential. Three women make a drama, and with Qin Ruoxiu watching the spectacle with amusement, the scene was more entertaining than a spring festival gala skit. John Chen looked at the chaotic scene and shook his head helplessly. He cleaned up the stove, threw the last bit of trash into the bin, then bent down and picked up Tang Tang, who had been secretly eating sweet potato chips nearby. Alright, enough of the show? Let's go home. John Chen patted his daughter's bottom and waved to the group of women still vying for attention. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all for today. Those who didn't get anything, come early tomorrow. Those who did, hurry home and eat it. Don't blame me if it gets cold and the effect is diminished. And he glanced at Sukinga, whose face was flushed, and a barely perceptible smile played on his lips. Go home and wash your face, your makeup's all ruined, you look like a cat with a smudged face. With that, he ignored the reactions of the people behind him, carrying his child in one arm and pushing the tricycle with the other, effortlessly squeezing through the crowd. Hey, wait for me. So Kinga finally reacted and instinctively tried to chase after him. However, just then, a deep, luxurious, and extremely oppressive engine roar suddenly came from the alley entrance. The sound was like a beast's growl, sending shivers down one's spine. Immediately afterward, a custom-made, all-pink Bentley Mulsanne, its design somewhat extravagant, resembled a Land Cruiser and rudely blocked the alley's exit. The car door opened. 8 bodyguards wearing sunglasses and black suits filed out, quickly spreading a red carpet all the way to the wheels of John Chen's tricycle. Then, a high heel studded with Swarovski crystals landed on the red carpet. A young woman in an extravagant Rococo-style evening gown, with a string of pearls the size of quail eggs around her neck, climbed out of the car. She was carrying a silver briefcase. Seeing John Chen about to leave, her eyes lit up, and she tossed the briefcase onto the tricycle. Clang! The briefcase popped open, revealing a bulging stack of bright red banknotes. Mr. Zhang, right. The woman removed her sunglasses, revealing a face that, while not stunningly beautiful, radiated an air of I'm rich. Her tone was as arrogant as if she were buying cabbages. I'm Chien Duo. 5 million for your time tonight. Come with me. The burst of laughter, seemingly about to lift the roof off, was like a wave of heat, instantly steaming Sukinga. Never before, under the spotlight, she was a noble and aloof national diva, unfazed even by a collapsing mountain. But now, in this alleyway filled with the smell of cooking oil and hormones, she felt like a peeled, boiled shrimp, her entire body flushed with an awkward pink. What does seriously exceeding the limit mean? What does unsteady mean? This bastard, in front of so many people, especially in front of these competitors, actually dared to openly comment on her figure. Although it sounded like a compliment, this kind of compliment was practically public humiliation. John Chen. You pervert. So Kinga stomped her foot angrily, her sky-high heels crunching on the concrete. She clutched her chest tightly, glaring at Zhang Chen like a thief, her large, watery eyes overflowing with shame and indignation. Who asked you to judge me? What I look like is none of your business. It's none of my business, I'm just worried about wasting national resources. Zhang Chen spread his hands innocently, casually wiping away the spilled soup with a rag. Besides, I'm doing this for President Li's own good. Look at President Li's eyes, she's practically starving. Li Wangkaiu, can you please not drag me into this? I'm craving it. Not starving. So Kinga felt her cheeks burning hot enough to fry an egg. The teasing, envious, and scrutinizing gazes around her made her unable to stay a second longer. Here, it's all yours. She forcefully shoved the still warm bowl of papaya and snow frog stew into Li Wangkaiu's arms like a hot potato. This queen is naturally beautiful, I don't need this. Take it and drink it. Drink yourself to death. With that, she arrogantly tossed her hair, but the movement looked more like a pathetic escape. Li Wangkaiu instinctively caught the scalding hot paper bowl. In that instant, this iron lady who dominated the business world felt an extreme mix of emotions. Was she happy? Of course she was happy, this was the last divine dessert of the night, a one-way ticket to a C-cup. But this was something she had disdained, something superfluous, a handout. It was like two beggars fighting over a steamed bun, and the winner discovering that the bun was deliberately thrown away by a wealthy landlady trying to lose weight. This kind of devastating blow from someone gifted was even more painful than being slapped twice. So Kinga, you just wait. Li Wangkaiu gritted her teeth, clutching the bowl tightly, as if she were holding not a dessert, but her shattered dignity. Though she cursed inwardly, her body betrayed her. Ignoring the fact that it was still burning hot, she lifted the lid and, in front of everyone, gulped it down in a few mouthfuls, even licking the broth clean. After finishing, she defiantly puffed out her still relatively flat but hopeful chest, and sneered at Sukinga's retreating figure. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't underestimate a young girl's flat chest. We'll see. Puffed, ha 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 ha. The onlookers couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Is this the unpretentious simplicity of a top-tier high-stakes game? Poor Mr. Li. He won face, by getting the food, but lost substance, by being mocked. Mr. Jiang's move was like Qin Shi Huang touching an electric shock gate. He won to the point of exhaustion. Zhang Chen looked at the mess and shook his head helplessly. He bent down and picked up Tang Tang, who had been sitting beside him watching the show with a flushed face, and gently flicked her nose. Have you seen enough, you little gossip? Hee, daddy, that Aunt Li is so pitiful. Tang Tang hugged Zhang Chen's neck and whispered in his ear, she drank so fast, didn't she burn her tongue? That's not daddy's problem. Zhang Chen smiled and turned to clean up the mess of pots and pans. Today's sales were already off the charts, the cash in the system space was piled up like a small mountain. Although the process was a bit convoluted, filled with all sorts of dramatic twists and turns, it finally ended successfully. All right, everyone disperse. Zhang Chen waved to the lingering crowd while untying his apron. We're completely out of ingredients today, even the scallions. Those who want some, come early tomorrow. Those who want to see the show, come early tomorrow too. Although the crowd was still eager for more, they knew Zhang Chen's temper. He was a man of his word. As they discussed the day's exciting events, they began to disperse in twos and threes. The alley, congested all day, finally regained a rare tranquility at dusk. So Kinga stood not far away, her back to Zhang Chen, touching up her makeup with a small mirror. Actually, she hadn't left at all, she was just pretending. She was joking, she'd finally seen her daughter, and hadn't even had a proper chat yet. How could she really leave? She stole glances at the man packing up his stall through the reflection in the small mirror. The setting sun cast long shadows of him and Tang Tang, one large and one small, a heartwarming sight that brought tears to her eyes. At least you have some conscience. So Kinga put away the mirror, took a deep breath, and was about to turn around, adopting a haughty "I'm angry, but I'll reluctantly forgive you" attitude, to invite Zhang Chen and his daughter to a nice meal. However, just then, a deep, heavy, and extremely oppressive engine roar suddenly came from the direction of the alley entrance. The sound wasn't the sharp, explosive roar of a sports car, but rather a low growl like a deep-sea monster, sending shivers down one's spine. Immediately afterwards, a blinding pink light, like a sharp sword, pierced through the twilight. What's going on? The diners who were about to leave stopped in their tracks, turning back curiously. A bright pink, extravagantly long Bentley Mulsanne, resembling a Land Cruiser, stood arrogantly blocking the alley's exit. This car was too eye-catching. The pink paint shimmered like the glow of money in the setting sun, and the golden B emblem on the hood exuded an overwhelming sense of luxury. Holy crap! A pink Bentley? And a custom-made extended version? Who is this guy? When did Jianhai City get a luxury car like this? Before anyone could react, the car door opened. The first to step out weren't the driver, but 8 burly men in black suits, sunglasses, and headsets. They moved in perfect unison, quickly forming 2 rows in front of the car. Then, one of the bodyguards pulled a roll of red carpet from the trunk. Whoosh! The red carpet rolled down the floor, all the way to the wheels of John Chen's beat-up tricycle. Next, a high heel studded with Swarovski crystals, dazzlingly bright, gracefully landed on the carpet. A young woman emerged from the car. She wore an extremely extravagant Rococo-style evening gown, the skirt so wide it could fit 2 people, a string of pearls the size of quail eggs around her neck, and carried a silver briefcase. This outfit, while perfectly appropriate for Versailles, was a disaster in this alleyway selling roasted sweet potatoes. Mr. John, right. The woman removed her sunglasses, which were larger than her face, revealing a face that, while not stunningly beautiful, radiated an aura of "I'm rich, I'm extremely rich." Ignoring the stares of everyone around her, she stepped onto the red carpet and walked up to John Chen. Then, she tossed the silver briefcase she was carrying onto the tricycle. Bang! A loud crash shook the tricycle. The briefcase's lock popped open, revealing neatly arranged, glaringly red banknotes. The entire room gasped. The woman raised her chin and, in a tone as arrogant as if she were buying cabbages at a market, said to John Chen, "I'm Chien Duo. 5 million, cash. For your time tonight. Come with me." The entire suitcase overflowing with pink banknotes gleamed with a dazzling, captivating luster in the afterglow of the setting sun. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard, followed by a chorus of gulps echoing throughout the alley. 5 million in cash, what did that even mean? The visual impact was 10 times more explosive than that pink Bentley from before. Chien Duo removed her sunglasses, her meticulously made-up eyes gleaming with an air of unwavering determination. She looked at John Chen as if he were a limited edition figurine she absolutely had to buy, her tone arrogant and matter-of-fact. "Don't get me wrong, I don't lack chefs. I have 3 Michelin 3-star chefs at home, one specializing in French cuisine, one in Japanese, and one who makes my own low-fat meals." As she spoke, she strode over to John Chen, extending her slender fingers to lightly tap the silver briefcase. "But I watched your live stream. You're cooking, and you yourself, you're just my type. This 5 million is just a deposit. As long as you come with me tonight, be my private chef, cook me a meal, and by the way." Chien Duo's eyes flickered, her body leaning slightly forward, the rich scent of her perfume instantly enveloping John Chen, her voice becoming ambiguous. "And by the way, keep me company, help me relieve my boredom. You know, rich people like me always feel empty, lonely, and cold at night." Boom! The moment those words, practically blatantly admitting to a hidden rule, were uttered, the entire room erupted. Holy crap! 1 night? 5 million? Zhao Yufan, clutching his garlic bowl, stared wide-eyed, his face contorted with utter despair. Is this supposed to be chatting? This is clearly lusting after my godfather. This kind of good deal, no, this kind of shameless request, why doesn't it come to me? I'm empty too, I'm lonely too. Ting Ting, standing nearby, was even more excited, nearly throwing her phone away, screaming wildly at the camera. Family! Big news! Shocking news! Chien Duo, the richest heiress in the provincial capital, spent 5 million in the street just to buy Boss John for 1 night. What kind of domineering female CEO falls for a street vendor's charming husband plot is this? Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to portray this. Isn't this going a bit too fast? Even Sukinga, standing not far away, instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. She stared intently at the nouveau riche woman who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, her knuckles cracking from her clenched fists. 5 million? Did Sukinga lack that kind of money? If she could buy it, she would have already taken John Chen, pot and all, and wouldn't have a chance with this pink-clad vixen. Faced with the overwhelming murmurs and the dazzling suitcase of banknotes, John Chen's reaction was infuriatingly calm. He didn't even lift an eyelid, simply reaching out and slamming the suitcase lid shut with a resounding smack. The crisp sound was like a resounding slap across Chien Duo's confident face, instantly silencing the surrounding crowd. "Miss Chien, is it?" John Chen wiped his hands with the towel around his neck, his tone languid, his eyes clear and untainted. "I think you might have misunderstood 2 things. First, I sell sweet potatoes, fried rice, and phone screen protectors on the side. It's a legitimate small business. I don't offer companionship services, and certainly not any special services." John Chen pointed to his oil-stained apron, a self-deprecating smirk playing on his lips. "Second, while I love money, I only earn it honestly. If you're hungry, come early tomorrow and line up. 2,000 yuan a plate of fried rice, no cheating, but if you want to buy my body. He paused, his gaze fixed on Chien Duo, his eyes radiating an arrogant air that made it hard to look him in the eye. Sorry, I don't sell my body, nor do I offer overnight stays. You should take this 5 million and hire male models at a club. They're more professional than me, and they're better at chatting than I am. You! Chien Duo's smile instantly froze on her face. In her entire life, money was everything, there was nothing she couldn't buy with her abundant wealth. But this street vendor hadn't even glanced at the 5 million, rejecting it so decisively? Is it too little? Chien Duo gritted her teeth, her stubborn, pampered nature surging. Fine, I have plenty of money. 10 million. 10 million for one night, is that all right? 10 million? The surrounding crowd gasped. Many looked at Zhang Chen with newfound respect, wishing they could rush forward and agree on his behalf. 10 million. Enough for an ordinary person to work for several lifetimes. Zhang Chen simply sighed helplessly, bent down to pick up Tang Tang, who was watching the scene unfold, and turned to leave. Madam, this isn't about money. I'm a father of principle. I need to go home and tell my daughter a bedtime story. Please move aside, don't block our way home. Watching Zhang Chen's retreating figure, showing no sign of looking back, Chien Duo was completely stunned. Looking at the heavy suitcase in her hands, she began to seriously doubt her own money power for the first time. Could there really be men in this world who didn't love money? No, absolutely not. She must not have enough leverage, or she was going in the wrong direction. Chien Duo's gaze swept over Zhang Chen, finally settling on Tang Tang, who was perched on his shoulder, blinking her big, curious eyes. The adorable little dumpling was staring intently at the silver suitcase in her hand, her eyes seemingly carrying a glimmer of light. I've got it. Chien Duo's eyes lit up, as if she had grasped at a last straw. If she couldn't handle the big one, she'd handle the little one. These days, there's no child you can't handle. She picked up the suitcase, her high heels clicking as she hurried after the tricycle, blocking its path. Oh, little one. Chien Duo's expression instantly changed, replacing it with what she thought was her most friendly and amiable smile. She bent down, her gaze level with Tang Tang's, and gently patted the silver briefcase, making an alluring sound. Your name is Tang Tang, right? You're so cute, like a little princess. As she spoke, Chien Duo reopened the briefcase, revealing stacks of pink banknotes inside, like a witch tempting Snow White with a poisoned apple. Look what this is. These red papers can buy lots and lots of pretty dresses, lots and lots of lollipops, and even a big castle. Tang Tang blinked, looking at the box of money, her little mouth slightly agape. If you can help your sister persuade your father to have dinner with her tonight, that is all you need to do. Chien Duo coaxed, her voice sickeningly sweet, as she pushed the box towards Tang Tang. All this money is yours. How about it? Little one, do you want it? The silver suitcase was wide open, its neatly arranged pink banknotes gleaming with a deadly allure in the setting sun. At that moment, Tang Tang's usually bright black and white eyes seemed to be instantly filled with two enormous golden yen symbols. Her little mouth gaped slightly into an O shape, and she even held her breath, afraid of blowing away those adorable little pieces of paper. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. The little girl stretched out her chubby fingers, pointing them earnestly in the air, trying to calculate the sheer amount of money in the suitcase. But as she counted, her 10 fingers weren't enough. The processor in her little brain instantly overloaded, emitting a buzzing overheating alarm. But this didn't stop her from instinctively concluding, this is a lot of money. Super much. Enough to buy a real candy castle, enough to buy those Lamborghinis and Ferraris for daddy to drive as bumper cars. Little sister, how about it? Chien Duo's smile deepened as she looked at Tang Tang's innocent, naive expression. She confidently waved the box in her hand, tempting her. Just nod your head, and have your dad come with me tonight. With this money, even if you want the moon, I can get you a model of it. Tang Tang swallowed hard, struggling to tear her gaze away from the banknotes, then slowly and solemnly turned to look at her father. His eyes held a complex mix that made Zhang Chen's heart skip a beat. It contained a deep longing for family, a yearning for the fortune, and a poignant sense of I have to sacrifice you for this family. Dad! Tang Tang reached out her little hand and tugged at Zhang Chen's trouser leg, her voice soft and sweet yet carrying a resolute determination. How about, you just bear with it for a bit? Zhang Chen. He thought he'd misheard, pointing incredulously at himself. What did you say? You want me to bear with it for a bit? Yes. Tang Tang nodded confidently, pointing to the box of money, and began to do the math for Zhang Chen. Dad, look, we sell sweet potatoes, only 666 each. It'll take us a long time to earn that much. And you have to pedal the tricycle and juggle the walk every day. Your arms are all so strong, it's so hard. The little girl spoke while tenderly patting Zhang Chen's arm, then her tone shifted, becoming earnest. But this pretty lady gave so much. 5 million. Enough for us to eat chicken legs for a lifetime. And Tang Tang tiptoed, gesturing for Jiang Chen to squat down. Jiang Chen squatted down, his face dark, wanting to hear what else this defiant little brat could say. Tang Tang whispered in his ear, in a voice she thought was very soft but which everyone could hear, mysteriously. And Daddy, you're not losing out either. The lady may not be as pretty as Mommy, but she's quite rich. Just chat with her, anyway, the night will pass quickly. If you're afraid of getting tired, just lie down and sleep. One blink and 5 million is yours. It's like a windfall. Boom! The entire audience burst into laughter. Zhao Yufan laughed so hard she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Ha ha! One blink and I'm making money while lying down. Godfather, your daughter has really planned everything perfectly for you. Ting Ting laughed so hard she could barely hold her phone. The live stream chat was filled with comments like, so filial, and, father's love, son's laughter. Only Jiang Chen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Looking at his own daughter, still smug about her clever scheme, he felt like he was holding back a mouthful of blood, unable to spit it out or swallow it down. Is this the little darling he'd raised with such care? It's not just leaky, it's completely emptied of cotton, leaving only 2 straps around her neck. Jiang Tang Tang. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, forcing out these 3 words. Hey! Tang Tang responded happily, blinking her big eyes. Daddy, you agreed? Then hurry up and collect the money. Collect the money, my foot. Jiang Chen finally lost his temper, raised his hand, and without any hesitation, gave Tang Tang a sharp rap on the forehead. Thump! The sound was crisp and clear, a pleasant sound meant a good start. Ouch! Tang Tang covered her forehead, looking at Jiang Chen with a pitiful expression. Daddy, why did you hit me? I'm helping you make money. Make money my ass. Jiang Chen was so angry he cursed, grabbing his daughter and tucking her under his arm. Pointing at the box of money, he lectured her. Do you think I'm that kind of person? I sell my art, not my body. What do you mean by blindly opening and closing your eyes? What kind of nonsense is going on in your little head all day? Selling your own father for 5 million? Where are your principles? Where are your bottom line? Tang Tang shrank back, muttering softly, but that's 5 million. With money, Daddy won't have to work so hard. Her words were soft and pitiful, but they softened Jiang Chen's heart. Looking into his daughter's pure eyes, he knew she genuinely cared for him, but the way she did it was just too surprising. Silly girl. Jiang Chen sighed, his tone softening as he rubbed her forehead. Dad isn't afraid of hardship. Remember, even though we're poor, we must have backbone. Some money can be earned, but some money, even a mountain of gold, we wouldn't take. Having said that, he straightened up and coldly looked at Chien Duo, who was standing to the side watching the show with great interest. Miss Chien, have you had enough of the show? Jiang Chen pointed to the alley entrance. Take the money, and take her with you. I said, I don't sell myself, and I don't entertain. If you don't leave, I'll have to lock the door and unleash the dogs. Oh no, I mean, unleash the Yaksha. The Yaksha, who was wiping her knife nearby, obediently looked up and gave Chien Duo a chilling smile. Chien Duo got goosebumps from that smile. Looking at Jiang Chen's unyielding demeanor, and then at the incredibly powerful female assassin beside her, she knew that this forced sale wouldn't work today. But the prey that Chien Duo sets her sights on never gets away. If a hard approach doesn't work, try a softer one. If a direct approach doesn't work, try a different packaging. Alright, Mr. Jiang has principles, I admire that. Chien Duo dropped her nouveau riche attitude, her eyes darting around before she adopted a sincere yet slightly anxious expression. Then let's change the subject. I won't buy your person, I'll hire your cooking skills, okay? She pointed to the silver briefcase. To be honest, today is my father's 80th birthday. He's a picky eater, tired of all the delicacies, and has been on a hunger strike for the past few days. Seeing how well you were cooking just now, I felt only you could save the day. This 5 million isn't for the night, it's an appearance fee. Chien Duo held up one finger, her tone sincere. As long as you cook a few dishes at my family's banquet and make my father happy and eat, this money is yours, and it's charged by the minute. Finish and leave, no lingering. Really just cooking? Jiang Chen looked at her suspiciously. More real than pearls. Chien Duo raised her hand to swear, my house is so big, with hundreds of guests, would I eat you up in public? Besides, you can bring this little cutie along. She pointed to Tang Tang, who was being held under Jiang Chen's arm, and tempted her with a smile. My house has a world-class dessert table tonight, a chocolate fountain, a macaron tower, and even a Disney-exclusive ice cream truck. Kids can eat as much as they want. Hearing the words dessert table, Tang Tang, who was still feeling wrong because of being hit, instantly perked up her ears. Daddy! The little girl tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve, swallowed hard, and her eyes gleamed with longing. Actually, I think this lady is just being filial. Why don't we go help that poor old man? Besides, Tang Tang has never seen a chocolate fountain before. Jiang Chen looked at his daughter's greedy expression, then glanced at Qian Duoduo's "I'm not leaving until you go" look, and finally his gaze fell on the heavy box of cash. Although he wasn't short of money, withdrawing money from the system required going through procedures. Cash was much more tangible. Besides, taking his daughter to see the world and eat something nice seemed like a good idea, didn't it? By the minute? Jiang Chen relented and confirmed. Yes. From the moment you get on the bus. Qian Duoduo nodded vigorously, hearing there was hope. Okay. Jiang Chen put Tang Tang down, untied his apron and tossed it onto the tricycle, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Then I'll reluctantly go and show off my skills to your old man. But let me make this clear, I cook only when I'm in the mood. If anyone makes me unhappy, I'm out of there. No problem. You're the boss, you decide. Qian Duoduo was overjoyed and quickly told the bodyguards to open the car door. Please, 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 get in. Jiang Chen picked up the cheering Tang Tang, not even glancing at the pink Bentley, but turning to point to his tricycle. I don't like that one, it's too soft. I'll ride this one, you guys lead the way. Qian Duoduo, a Rolls-Royce and a Bentley leading the way for a tricycle selling roasted sweet potatoes? The thought of this scene is exciting. All right. As per Boss Jiang. Qian Duoduo gritted her teeth and agreed. As long as she got there, it was fine. And so, during the evening rush hour in Jianhai City, an extremely bizarre yet flamboyant convoy appeared. At the very front was a police car escort, thanks to Qin Ruoxiu. In the middle was a pink extended Bentley, and behind it followed a black Rolls-Royce Phantom. Li Wankaio had also gone to join the fun. And right in the center of these top-of-the-line luxury cars, a dilapidated electric tricycle bearing a family roasted sweet potatoes sign was chugging along, billowing black smoke, and charging headlong towards the estate of the province's richest man with an air of utter indifference. The Qian family's estate was ridiculously large. The dilapidated electric tricycle, emblazoned with a sign that read "Family-style roasted sweet potatoes," sputtered and belched black smoke as it drove along, escorted by police cars, Bentleys, and Rolls-Royces, exuding an air of imposing grandeur reminiscent of a military parade. After entering the gates, navigating around a fountain, and navigating through manicured gardens that resembled a maze, the convoy finally stopped in front of a magnificent, opulent European-style villa. The banquet hall doors were wide open, its interior brightly lit and filled with the elegant atmosphere of people in fine clothes. Men and women in haute couture, holding champagne glasses, conversed gracefully, the air thick with the scent of expensive perfume and the soft strains of violin music. Screech, screech. A piercing screech of brakes abruptly shattered the refined tranquility. Jiang Chen, bracing himself with one foot, effortlessly parked the car beside the outdoor pool next to the villa. The spot was perfect, overlooking the banquet hall's floor-to-ceiling windows, offering both a view and excellent ventilation. We're here, get off. Jiang Chen lifted Tang Tang out of the back of the tricycle. The little girl's eyes were immediately drawn to the huge chocolate fountain in the banquet hall. Wow, Daddy, look. That fountain is sweet. Tang Tang jumped up and down excitedly, pointing inside. And that tower, it's made of macarons. Sister Qian wasn't lying. Go ahead, don't be shy, eat as much as you want. Jiang Chen ruffled her hair and tied his apron on her. Remember to bring Daddy a couple to try. Tang Tang cheered and dashed inside with her short legs. Qian Duoduo quickly followed, holding her hand like a little princess, afraid her heroine would get hurt. Jiang Chen stayed behind and began unloading things from the tricycle. An iron rack, a charcoal box, a large basin of marinated lamb skewers, and the weathered barbecue grill. Clang! The grill hit the ground, kicking up a fine cloud of dust. This series of noises naturally attracted the attention of some guests outside the banquet hall. Several young, wealthy heirs in tuxedos, swirling wine glasses, walked over with furrowed brows. Most of them had come with their elders to broaden their horizons and were finding the banquet rather boring. Seeing a ragpicker sneak in, they immediately perked up. Hey, who's this? What's the security guard doing? A young man with slicked back hair covered his nose, waving his hand dismissively. Why did they let a scrap collector in? The smell is awful, so cheap and shabby. I think he's here to fix the sewers? His female companion chimed in with a coquettish laugh, her eyes sweeping contemptuously over Jiang Chen's cheap clothes. Look at that car, it's rusted to the point of falling apart. The Qian family is so wealthy, how come they let someone like this in? Hey, you, the stall owner. To impress his companion, the slick-haired youth stepped forward, kicked the charcoal box on the ground with his toe, and arrogantly shouted, "Get out of here! This isn't a place for you. Can you afford to pay for the floor you've dirted? This is imported marble." Jiang Chen was starting a fire. He held a tattered palm leaf fan, fanning himself slowly, without even lifting an eyelid. "Excuse me, I'm blocking the wind." His voice was lazy and dismissive, completely ignoring the rich kids in front of him. "Are you fucking deaf?" Feeling ignored, the slick-haired youth's temper flared instantly. Just as he was about to explode, he suddenly saw a stunningly beautiful figure emerge from the banquet hall. Su Kinga. Today, she wore a black backless evening gown, her long hair styled in an updo, revealing her slender swan neck. She was beautiful, noble, and aloof. She had come as a special guest to celebrate old Master Qian's birthday, and while she was inside socializing, she heard the commotion outside and, as if possessed, came out. At a glance, she saw the man squatting by the pool, starting a fire. Smoke and fire, an incongruous sight. But for some reason, looking at that familiar back, she felt a strange sense of security. Miss Su. Seeing his goddess emerge, the slick-haired youth immediately changed his tune, wanting to strike up a conversation. So Kinga didn't even glance at him, walking straight behind Zhang Chen. Looking at the leaping flames, she spoke with a complicated tone. You actually came? How much did the Qian family give you? Zhang Chen tossed in the last piece of charcoal, dusted his hands off, and grinned at her. Not much, just enough to buy Tang Tang a few hundred chocolate fountains. Want some? 20% off for acquaintances. Who wants to eat this stuff? So Kinga glared at him, but the unique smoky aroma of the burning charcoal made her throat involuntarily move. You smell like oil, it's awful. You don't know how to appreciate things. Zhang Chen shrugged, ignoring her, and turned to grab handfuls of marbled lamb skewers from the basin. This lamb was top-grade grassland black-headed sheep provided by the system. The meat was tender, with clear marbling, and marinated in a secret sauce, already emitting an enticing aroma even before grilling. Sizzle! The lamb skewers sizzled as they touched the scorching hot grill. The lamb fat, rendered by the intense heat, dripped onto the glowing charcoal, sending up plumes of white smoke. Zhang Chen's wrists moved with lightning speed, his movements as practiced as acrobats. Salt, cumin, chili powder. These simple three essential ingredients, catalyzed by the flames, instantly underwent a wondrous chemical reaction. Boom! A domineering, intense, and penetrating aroma of barbecue, like a wild beast unleashed, swept through the entire garden in an instant. The aroma was incredibly aggressive. It relentlessly penetrated everyone's nostrils, forcefully overpowering the expensive perfumes in the air, even drowning out the scents of fine wines and foie gras wafting from the banquet hall. This was the most primal craving for fat and carbohydrates. Gulp! The slick-haired young man who had just been mocking Zhang Chen suddenly swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the sizzling meat skewers on the shelf. His earlier arrogance had vanished completely. This smells so good. He had just eaten half a plate of bland cold food, but now, stimulated by this smoky aroma, his stomach was rumbling. And not just him. Even Su Kinga, standing beside him, couldn't help but take a deep breath. She gazed at Zhang Chen's focused profile, watching the firelight dance in his eyes, and a strange feeling welled up inside her. This man, it seemed, could become the center of attention no matter where he was or what he was doing. Ready! Zhang Chen flipped the skewers of lamb in his hand, the golden, crispy skin still oozing oil, the sprinkled sesame seeds distinct. He casually picked up a skewer, sniffed it, and said with a look of pure enjoyment, "This is what human food should be like." At that moment, the evening breeze blew towards the banquet hall. The rich aroma of cumin and lamb wafted boldly into the opulent hall through the open French windows. The tycoons, who had been raising their glasses and discussing multi-million-dollar deals, suddenly twitched their noses in unison. What's that smell? It smells so good, like barbecue? Strange, why would the Qian family have something like this at their banquet? But, it smells damn good. One by one, these usually stern business tycoons began to involuntarily glance out the window, their ongoing business negotiations instantly disrupted. That smoky aroma was like a bikini-clad stunner bursting into an opera house, inappropriate, yet undeniably alluring. Inside the banquet hall, the elegant strains of The Blue Danube still flowed, but the atmosphere had completely changed. The business tycoons, who had been composedly swirling their wine glasses and discussing the Nasdaq index and global economic trends, now seemed to have collectively fallen ill. Their noses twitched incessantly, their eyes darted around, constantly glancing at the garden outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. The cumin and lamb aroma that wafted in on the evening breeze was simply unbearable. It was like a country girl in a brightly colored floral coat, waving a red handkerchief, barging into this elegant masquerade ball, shattering all pretense of style and composure. Glug! Finally, someone broke down. A real estate mogul, known for his discerning taste and preference for five-star hotels, now acted like a thief, discreetly placing his expensive wineglass onto a passing waiter's tray when no one was looking. Then, he straightened his tie, pretending to go out for some fresh air, and strode confidently towards the garden. As soon as he stepped outside, the rich aroma of meat wafted over him even more intensely. The crocodile took a deep breath, his pace quickening instantly, eventually turning into a jog, heading straight for the dilapidated tricycle by the pool. Boss? The crocodile stood in front of the stall, looking at the sizzling, oily skewers on the shelf, swallowed hard, and tentatively asked, "How much are these lamb skewers?" Jiang Chen was brushing oil onto the skewers, not looking up. 500 a skewer, no bargaining. 500? The crocodile was stunned. Not that he thought it was expensive, but that it was too cheap. In this estate, a bottle of wine casually costs tens of thousands. 500? That's practically giving it away for free. 10 skewers, please. A perfect mix of lean and fatty. The tycoon pulled out his phone, scanning the code with the speed of someone snatching a multi-million-dollar contract. Okay, here you go, be careful, it's hot. Jiang Chen handed him a bunch of skewers. The tycoon didn't care about his image anymore, or whether the oil would splatter onto his hundreds of thousands dollars custom suit, and took a bite. Sizzle. The lamb's skin was crispy, the inside tender and juicy, the aroma of cumin and chili exploding in his mouth. That raw, robust meaty flavor directly pierced his taste buds, long numbed by refined cuisine. The tycoon's eyes widened, 2 lines of tears of emotion almost streaming down his face. This is real meat. The foie gras and caviar he'd just eaten were utterly bland compared to this lamb skewer. He stood beside the tricycle, skewer after skewer in his left and right hands, eating with gusto, his mouth dripping with oil, completely disregarding his image. This scene was witnessed by the bigwigs in the banquet hall who were still observing. Holy crap! Old Wang is eating so heartily? Doesn't he have gout? How can he dare to eat red meat? I can't take it anymore, I need to get some fresh air. As if the first domino had been toppled, the banquet hall doors were instantly bursting open. Just moments before, the poised ladies and socialites, their long evening gowns billowing in high heels, rushed out in a frenzy. Even the usually serious and austere CEOs abandoned all pretense of decorum, unbuttoning their suits and joining the scramble for food. Don't push. I want 10 skewers too. Leave some for me. I'll pay extra. I'll offer 1,000 per skewer. Give me that kidney. Don't anyone try to take it from me. I'm feeling weak lately. What was once an elegant and luxurious banquet had, in just 5 minutes, completely transformed into a noisy open-air food stall. A long line formed in front of Jiang Chen's tricycle. Watching these tycoons, whose combined wealth could buy half of Jianhai City, now red-faced and scrambling for a few skewers of lamb, Zhao Yufan stood by, dumbfounded. Godfather, you've ruined the atmosphere of high society. That's called a dimensional reduction attack. Jiang Chen said calmly, skillfully flipping the grilled meat. What's high society or low society? Everyone has to eat when they're hungry. In the face of good food, there are only diners, no status. Just then, a hearty laugh came from the back of the crowd. Ha ha ha. Good. Well said. The crowd parted automatically, and a sprightly old man in a tang suit walked in. It was the birthday celebrant of the day, Old Master Chien. Behind him followed a helpless-looking Chien Duo, and several core members of the Chien family. Grandpa, slow down, the doctor said you can't eat too much oily food. Chien Duo tried to dissuade him. Go away. It's my birthday today, I'm the boss. Grandpa Chien shoved his granddaughter aside, strode over to Jiang Chen, sniffed the air, and his cloudy old eyes instantly lit up. So fragrant. This smell, it tastes just like the one I had in the Northwest 30 years ago. Looking at Jiang Chen, he didn't put on airs, cheerfully saying, Young man, give me 20 skewers, and 2 skewers of those kidneys, too, and a whole bottle of beer. Grandpa, Chien Duo exclaimed, you can't drink. I know my limits. Grandpa Chien glared at his granddaughter, then turned to Jiang Chen, rubbing his hands together like a mischievous old man waiting for candy. How about it? Young man, can I cut in line? I'm the birthday boy, a little privilege isn't too much to ask, is it? The surrounding guests, though also tempted, all understood, and prepared to make way for Grandpa Chien. However, Jiang Chen's hands didn't stop moving. He sprinkled some chopped scallions, glanced up at Old Master Chien, and gave a slightly apologetic smile. Old Master, I wish you boundless happiness and longevity. However, Jiang Chen pointed to the long queue behind him, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. My rules here are that even the King of Heaven has to queue. You are indeed the birthday celebrant, but those hungry people behind you are also my gods. Want to eat? Get in line. The entire room fell silent instantly. Chien Duo turned pale with fright. This Jiang Chen was too audacious. This was Chien family territory, and Old Master Chien was here. Unexpectedly, Old Master Chien paused for a moment, but instead of being angry, he burst into laughter. Good. You have principles. These days, there aren't many young people with such backbone. After saying this, the old man, who had dominated the business world for decades, actually turned around, put his hands behind his back, and cheerfully walked to the back of the line to join the queue. I'm impressed. Zhao Yufan gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Godfather, you're my god. With Old Master Chien joining in, the atmosphere became even more lively. Everyone chatted while queuing, the previously restrained social atmosphere vanishing, replaced by a rare sense of ease and comfort. The charcoal fire in the grill burned brightly, the sizzling sound of dripping oil becoming the most beautiful melody of the night. However, just as this harmonious scene unfolded, an extremely incongruous figure suddenly intruded into this peaceful moment. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in black training clothes, with a sinister face and bulging temples, clearly a martial arts expert. He stood by the pool, hands behind his back, coldly observing the queue, his eyes filled with disdain and disgust. A smoky mess. The middle-aged man snorted, his voice not loud, but it seemed to carry a hidden force, making everyone's eardrums ring. He strode over, glanced at a portly businessman in front of him, eating with gusto, his brow furrowing, and suddenly raised his foot. Thump! A muffled sound. The businessman, weighing at least 200 pounds, was kicked like a ball, flying through the air and crashing heavily into the nearby bushes, scattering his lamb skewers everywhere. Ah! A gasp rippled through the crowd, and they retreated in alarm. The middle-aged man didn't even glance at the unfortunate man, walking straight to the tricycle. He pointed a finger at the grill where Zhang Chen was grilling meat, his eyes sharp as knives, his tone arrogant and overbearing. Who gave you permission to light a fire here? The stench of this cheap smoke is ruining the feng shui of this place. Can you afford to take responsibility for that? Put out the fire right now. Take your beat-up car and get out. The poor, portly businessman was still groaning in the bushes, unable to get up for a long time. The force of that kick was clearly not something an ordinary person could generate. The once bustling barbecue stall instantly emptied into a large vacuum. Those wealthy tycoons, though usually powerful figures in the business world, when faced with a violent individual who would resort to violence at the slightest provocation, their bodies honestly chose to follow their hearts. They shrank back. The middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, his black martial arts uniform fluttering in the evening wind. His temples bulged, his eyes surveying the entire scene with an air of "I am a master, keep away from me" arrogance. He was Lei Lahu, a retainer of the Ye family, a grandmaster of internal energy. Normally, he was fawned over by the wealthy and powerful, a VIP wherever he went. He had come to the banquet with the Ye family today intending to enjoy tea, discuss philosophy, and maintain his air of superiority. And the result? A perfectly fine high-end banquet was completely ruined by that cumin smell. Watching those wealthy people who were usually so respectful to him now drooling over a roadside stall like a pack of hungry wolves, Lei Lahu felt his class had been severely insulted. Are you deaf? Seeing Zhang Chen still engrossed in flipping the meat skewers, Lei Lahu frowned, took a step forward, and an invisible aura instantly pressed down. I told you to put out the fire. This kind of vulgar stuff doesn't deserve to appear at old Master Qian's birthday banquet. His voice wasn't loud, but to everyone's ears, it was like a gong pounding in their heads, making their temples throb. Oh no, isn't that the Ye family's retainer? I heard he practices iron palm, capable of shattering a millstone with a single strike. This stall vendor is in trouble. Of all people to mess with, he had to pick on someone like that. The surrounding guests whispered amongst themselves, their eyes filled with sympathy. In their eyes, while Zhang Chen might be a good cook and perhaps even have some connections, facing a true martial arts master like this was like a scholar encountering a soldier, a hopeless situation. However, Zhang Chen, at the center of the storm, seemed completely oblivious to the murderous aura emanating from him. He leisurely sprinkled a handful of chili powder, watching the bright red powder dance on the oil, before lazily lifting his eyelids and glancing at Lei Lahu. Vulgar? Zhang Chen scoffed, his tone laced with undisguised sarcasm. The road is wide, let's each go our own way. I'll grill my skewers, you can show off yours, we'll keep to ourselves. What are you barking about here for? Going through menopause? You! Lei Lahu's face darkened, a fierce glint in his eyes. Sharp-tongued brat. Do you know who you're talking to? I don't care who you are. Zhang Chen fanned himself vigorously, a thick cloud of smoke billowing towards Lei Lahu's gloomy face. If you want to eat, go to the back of the line. If you don't, get lost. Don't block my airflow, you'll ruin my meat. I couldn't afford to pay for it even if I sold you. Insolence! Lei Lahu was utterly enraged. As a grandmaster-level expert, he was always treated with deference. When had he ever been humiliated like this by a street vendor with blonde hair? You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. Since your family never taught you manners, I'll teach you a lesson today, about respect and hierarchy. Before he finished speaking, Lei Lahu's aura suddenly changed. The previously calm air seemed to thicken. The grass beneath his feet trembled without wind, and his loose training clothes billowed as if inflated. Daddy! Although Tang Tang didn't know what was happening, her animalistic instincts told her there was danger. She dropped the chocolate she was holding, shrank behind Zhang Chen, and clutched his trouser leg tightly with her little hands, her voice trembling with tears. Zhang Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. Touching him was one thing, but scaring his daughter? That crossed his line. Teach me manners? Zhang Chen put down his palm leaf fan, shielding Tang Tang behind him. The languid look in his deep eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling calm. Are you worthy? You're courting death. Leilahu roared, no longer able to contain his rage. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground. Bang! The hard marble floor tiles cracked under his stomp. Using the recoil, Leilahu pounced like a black eagle, instantly closing in. His right hand formed a palm, a faint blackish red sheen emanating from it, carrying a stench, as he aimed straight for Jiang Chen's chest. Iron sand palm. If this palm struck, it could leave a handprint even on a steel plate, let alone flesh and blood. The surrounding tables and chairs were tossed about by the force of the palm strike, and wine glasses shattered on the floor. Ah! Run! Murder! Guests screamed and scattered in all directions. Sukinga, her face deathly pale, instinctively tried to rush forward, but Lin Xiaoa held her back tightly. Jiang Chen, get out of the way! Sukinga cried out desperately. This was a master of ancient martial arts. The kind of monster from legends who could scale walls and kill without a trace. Even if Jiang Chen was a great cook, he was still just an ordinary person. How could he possibly withstand such a blow? Zhao Yufan was so frightened that he closed his eyes, unable to bear seeing his newly recognized adoptive father die on the spot. However, faced with this powerful palm strike, strong enough to shatter stone tablets, Jiang Chen didn't even flinch. He didn't even lift his head, maintaining the protective posture he'd adopted for the child, as if the person rushing towards him wasn't a deadly grandmaster, but rather an annoying fly. Just as Leilahu's palm was less than 10 centimeters from his chest, the sharp wind of his palm already ruffling the stray hairs on his forehead, Jiang Chen moved. His right hand didn't block, nor did it throw a punch. Instead, extremely casually, as if it were an afterthought, he picked up a bamboo skewer that wasn't yet pierced with meat from the iron plate beside him. It was the most ordinary kind of bamboo skewer, pointed at both ends, used for skewering lamb. Thin, soft, easily broken with a little force. But in Jiang Chen's hands, this bamboo skewer seemed to have transformed into some kind of peerless divine weapon. Too noisy. Jiang Chen muttered, his voice flat and devoid of any emotion. Then, he bent his middle finger and lightly flicked the end of the bamboo skewer. Buzz. A faint yet extremely sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out. Go. Whoosh. The sound was actually very soft as the buzzing of a mosquito's wings on a summer night. But to Leilahu's ears, it was like the Grim Reaper's scythe slicing through the air, carrying a chilling shriek that exploded instantly on the top of his head. His iron sand palm, imbued with the power of his entire life, was only 3 inches away from Jiang Chen's chest. He could even clearly see the fine down on Jiang Chen's clothes, and the calm and indifference deep in the man's eyes, a calmness that seemed to look at someone with an idiot. However, those 3 inches became an insurmountable chasm for him. Poof! An extremely subtle yet extremely sharp muffled sound abruptly interrupted all of Leilahu's attacks. For a moment, time seemed to distort itself. Leilahu felt a slight chill on his shoulder. Then, the protective aura he had painstakingly cultivated for 40 years, supposedly impervious to blades and spears, crumbled like a piece of parchment pierced by a red-hot iron. A laughable fragility. Crack! That was the sound of his true energy shattering. Immediately afterward, an indescribable, terrifying force erupted from the thin bamboo skewer. Leilahu felt as if he had been hit head-on by a heavy truck traveling at 180 kilometers per hour. His 200-plus pound body instantly lost control. Ah! With a piercing scream, this once arrogant grandmaster was sent flying backward. He traced a pathetic parabola through the air, flying a full 5 or 6 meters. Humph! Another sharp, teeth-grinding crack echoed. Leilahu's body slammed heavily against the massive Roman column at the banquet hall entrance. That ordinary bamboo skewer, even slightly stained with mutton fat, had pierced his right shoulder blade, its momentum carrying it deep into the hard marble pillar. He was thus forcibly hanging from the pillar, his feet off the ground, like a dead frog carelessly nailed to a wall. Blood dripped slowly from the end of the bamboo skewer. Drip, drip. The sound was particularly jarring in the deathly silence of the grand banquet, each drop like a hammer blow to the heart of everyone present. Silence. Dead silence. In the entire garden, hundreds of people were now completely silent, not even a breath could be heard. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, necks stiffly twisted towards the Roman column, their faces a tapestry of expressions, as if they were witnessing a group of aliens performing a public square dance. Zhao Yufan slammed the garlic bowl in his hand onto his foot again with a loud thud, but this time he didn't even jump. He just stared blankly, muttering to himself. My God, this is a lamb skewer? This is an armor-piercing bullet. Sukinga covered her mouth tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with horror. She knew Jiang Chen was a formidable fighter, she had seen him take down a few thugs before. But who was this person before her? He was the Yef family's retainer. A martial arts master capable of splitting stone tablets. Just like that, defeated in an instant by a bamboo skewer? Cough, cough, cough. Leilahu, hanging on the column, coughed violently, each cough accompanied by a gush of bloody foam. He struggled to lift his head, his once sinister and arrogant face now drained of all color, replaced by boundless fear and disbelief. He trembled as he tried to pull the bamboo skewer from his shoulder, only to find it surrounded by a strange aura. Even the slightest touch caused excruciating pain. Flying flowers, plucked leaves. Layla Hu's voice was hoarse and broken, a groan of shattered worldview. Can all injure? He stared intently at the young man still standing before the oven, his posture unchanged, his pupils contracting sharply in awe of absolute power. Internal energy released, condensing energy into weapons. You are a grandmaster of internal strength. No, not just a grandmaster of internal strength. To pierce his protective aura with a fragile bamboo skewer, even embedding it in marble, what terrifying level of control over power must this have reached? Even the family's ancestor, who had been in seclusion for many years, probably couldn't achieve such effortless power. Grandmaster? Jiang Chen clapped his hands, as if brushing off imaginary dust. He turned and picked up a clean rag, slowly wiping the stove that had been messed up by his palm strike, his tone as calm as if discussing the moonlight. Don't flatter me. I'm just a street vendor selling kebabs, I'm just skilled. And another thing. Jiang Chen looked up, his eyes still calm, yet everyone who met his gaze instinctively shivered. I told you, don't scare my daughter. Not only did you scare her, you also knocked over my spice box. That jar of cumin powder was imported from the western regions, it's very expensive. The entire room. Dude, isn't your focus a little off? That's a living, breathing person. A master. You've nailed him to the wall. And now you're only concerned with your cumin powder? But no one dared laugh, no one dared speak. A feeling called awe spread wildly through everyone's hearts. If before they respected him because his food was delicious, because he had character, then now, this awe had escalated to fear of the powerful. This isn't a cook, this is clearly a peerless master in an apron. Daddy's so awesome. Tang Tang was the only carefree person in the room. The little girl peeked out from behind Jiang Chen, clapping her hands excitedly at the picture of the bad uncle hanging on the wall, her eyes sparkling. Daddy, is this the skewered food you were talking about? Skewering the bad uncle and grilling him? Jiang Chen helplessly ruffled his daughter's hair and said gently, don't talk nonsense. That meat is too tough, it's not tasty, and it'll be hard to chew. Layla Hu puffed. He couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Too tough meat? Not tasty? This was practically a cruel insult. He, a grandmaster, was ultimately given the evaluation of unqualified ingredients? Jiang Chen ignored Layla Hu's grief and indignation. He slowly walked to the Roman column, looked at the still bleeding wound, then at the bamboo skewer that was only half exposed, shook his head, and looked heartbroken. What a pity. Jiang Chen sighed and held out a hand. This bamboo skewer is made of moso bamboo, it's tough and doesn't absorb oil. I spent a long time choosing it. Now that it's stained with blood, it's definitely unusable. He raised his eyelids, looking at Layla Hu's pale face, his tone earnest and sincere. Cheng Wei, the bamboo skewer is 5 cents each, and compensation for emotional distress is separate. Remember to pay me. 5 cents? Layla Hu, hanging from the pillar, his face, deathly pale from blood loss, was now strangely flushed red. He, a dignified grandmaster of internal energy, was already pinned to the wall in one move, but now this person was actually haggling over a bamboo skewer? This was humiliation. This was a blatant trampling of his dignity. What? Too expensive? Jiang Chen frowned slightly, slamming his cumin jar on the table with some impatience. This is made of bamboo, mold-proof and insect-proof. Wholesale it would cost 6 cents, and I've already factored in the depreciation. A deathly silence fell over the room. No one found it funny. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. That flying skewer attack had completely shattered their worldview. Master! Master Jiang! An aged yet powerful shout broke the silence. Grandpa Qian pushed aside Qian Duo, who was helping him, and strode to the stall. This old titan, whose mere stomp could send the entire Jianghai business world trembling, now resembled a devoted fanboy meeting his idol, his beard shaking with excitement. He himself was a martial artist, though only at the peak of Ming Jin, but his insight and understanding far surpassed that of ordinary people. While others saw only the spectacle of that move, he saw the essence. Internal energy projected outwards, plucking leaves and sending flowers flying. This was the legendary skill of a terrestrial immortal. Thump! To everyone's astonishment, Grandpa Qian actually bent both knees and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen, the bow even more pronounced than the arc in which Layla Hu had been sent flying. This old man was blind and didn't recognize a true master. I didn't even know a god had descended. Old Master Qian's voice trembled, his tone extremely respectful. Master Jiang's divine skills are unparalleled. It was my Qian family's poor hospitality that allowed this ignorant scoundrel to offend you. This skewer, I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it on his behalf. 50 cents a skewer, right? I'll offer 100 million. Boom, 100 million for a skewer? What kind of unit of measurement is that? The surrounding tycoons, still holding wine glasses and lamb skewers, were now completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. The skewers in their hands suddenly felt unbearably hot. What were they doing just now? They were having a peerless master who could effortlessly kill a grandmaster grill skewers for them? Some were even urging them to place their orders? My goodness! A real estate tycoon wiped the cold sweat from his brow, staring at the half-eaten skewer of kidneys in his hand. Suddenly, he realized this wasn't kidneys, it was a life-saving charm. This isn't a chef. This is a hermit monk in disguise. I actually complained he was grilling too slowly? Did I have a death wish? After a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd erupted in chaos. This time, it wasn't about food, but about winning someone over. In this dog-eat-dog business world, who doesn't know what a grandmaster of internal energy means? It's a nuclear weapon capable of suppressing a family's fortune and striking fear into the hearts of rivals. Master Zhang, I'm the chairman of the Li Group. An annual salary of 50 million. I beg you to take this job. 50 million? You're throwing money away. Master Zhang, I'll marry my daughter to you. My entire company as dowry. Master. Taking apprentices? My son may be a bit slow, but his family is rich, you can do whatever you want with him. Countless gold-embossed business cards flew towards the tricycle like snowflakes. The celebrities who were just moments before were now scrambling forward, afraid of missing out on the chance to curry favor. Some even knelt down, crying and begging to become his disciples. The scene was 10 times more frenzied than the earlier sweet potato frenzy. Zhao Yufan was pushed to the very edge, clutching his garlic pot, watching Zhang Chen engulfed by the crowd, a look of pride and smugness on his face. See that? Did everyone see that? That's my godfather. My real godfather. Zhang Chen's head was throbbing from the noise. He grabbed a handful of business cards, didn't even glance at them, and used them as a table leg. Shut up, all of you. Zhang Chen waved the tongs impatiently, the oil droplets clinging to them causing everyone to take a step back in alarm. I'm just a kebab vendor. I don't take apprentices, I'm not a bodyguard, and I'm not short of money. Those who want kebabs, line up. Those who don't, get lost and don't delay my business. Arrogant. Proud. But at this moment, no one thought he was just showing off. In the face of absolute power, this is called personality, this is called the demeanor of a master. Old Master Qian was about to try to persuade him further when suddenly, a huge, heart-stopping roar came from overhead. Buzzing. The sound was so loud, like dozens of heavy road rollers simultaneously crushing the sky, making the wine glasses on the table jump wildly, and the charcoal fire in the grill flickering in the wind pressure. A strong wind arose. The lawn outside the banquet hall was whipped about, ladies' skirts billowed wildly, and tablecloths flew everywhere. What's going on? An earthquake? Look up! Everyone looked up in alarm. Several blinding beams of searchlight shone down from the once dark night sky, illuminating the entire estate as if it were daytime. 3 armed helicopters, painted in dark gray camouflage and laden with heavy weaponry, hovered in a triangular formation above the estate. Their massive rotors whipped up violent gusts of air, making it almost impossible to lift one's head. These are military helicopters. Armed helicopters. Those are the real deal. The wealthy tycoons present had never seen anything like this before. They turned deathly pale, some even cowering under the tables. Vroom vroom vroom. Before anyone could react, several thick black ropes were thrown down from the helicopter doors. Immediately afterward, fully armed figures in Special Forces camouflage, wielding black assault rifles, slid down the ropes at lightning speed, like divine intervention. Their movements were swift and decisive, exuding a chilling, ruthless killing intent. Team 1, seal off the exit. Team 2, take control of the high ground. Team 3, follow me. In just over 10 seconds, dozens of Special Forces soldiers had completely surrounded the banquet venue. The dark muzzles of their guns gleamed coldly under the lights. Without any unnecessary words, they took control of the entire area. The oppressive atmosphere was 1,000 times more terrifying than Lei Lahu's iron palm. This was the power of the state apparatus. Don't move. Hands behind your head. Crouch. A furious shout rang out. Those once arrogant business tycoons and socialites, regardless of their net worth, were now all obediently crouching on the ground, trembling and barely daring to breathe. Su Kinga tightly hugged Tang Tang, her face deathly pale, and instinctively tried to move closer to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, who is he after? Her voice trembled, countless terrifying thoughts flashing through her mind. Had Zhang Chen injured someone earlier, alerting the military? Zhang Chen, however, remained standing in front of the grill. He looked up at the helicopter in the sky, then at the Special Forces soldiers around him, who appeared to be on high alert. He sighed helplessly and reached out to turn off the gas cylinder valve. Well, tonight's business is completely ruined. Just then, the Special Forces soldiers directly in front suddenly parted to the sides, clearing a path. A burly, middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform, bearing the rank of a general on his shoulders, strode over. Each step he took carried an imposing, mountain-like steadiness, his eyes were sharp as knives, and a single glance from him made everyone present feel breathless. This was Xiao Feng, leader of the Dragon Group. Codename, Dragon King. He ignored the bigwigs crouching on the ground, ignored Leilahu hanging from the pillar, and walked straight to the dilapidated tricycle. Then, to everyone's astonishment, this general on his shoulders abruptly stopped, feet together, back ramrod straight, and snapped to attention a perfectly crisp military salute at the apron-wearing, greasy-handed kebab vendor. His voice boomed, echoing through the heavens. Report! Dragon Group leader Xiao Feng, with all members, reporting to the old captain. Please give instructions. The helicopter rotors roared overhead, the immense wind pressure sending the manor's precious flowers and plants swaying wildly. Those tycoons, usually so powerful in the business world, were now crouching on the ground, trembling, their hands covering their heads. All the arrogance they displayed while grabbing the kebabs had vanished, replaced by utter terror and disarray. Don't kill me. I have money. I'll give you as much as you want. A rich second-generation heir who had just tried to throw money at people was now so terrified that tears and snot streamed down his face, his head buried in his crotch, wishing he could become an ostrich. Under the dark muzzle of a gun, billions in assets, powerful family backgrounds, all were worthless. So Kinga clung tightly to Tang Tang, her face ashen. She instinctively glanced at the man standing behind the tricycle, only to find him still standing straight, even holding the oily brush in his hand, his expression eerily calm. Tap, tap, tap. The steady, powerful footsteps pierced the roar of the propellers, striking clearly into everyone's hearts. The encirclement automatically cracked open. A middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform, with the stars on his shoulders, strode in. He was as imposing as an iron tower, his skin a bronze hue. The faint scar on his face, running from his brow bone to his chin, didn't detract from his imposing presence. Instead, it added a chilling, menacing aura. With each step, his aura intensified. That steely, blood-soaked aura, truly forged in the crucible of war, was 100 times stronger than that of Leilahu, who had only been good at empty talk. Leilahu, nailed to the pillar, convulsed in pain, gritted his teeth, daring not to utter a sound. His eyes widened in terror, fixed on the gold star on the shoulder insignia. General, how could a big shot of this caliber be here? Could this barbecue stall be hiding some kind of nuclear weapon that threatens national security? Xiao Feng kept his eyes straight ahead. He ignored the wealthy and powerful figures scattered around, ignored the luxurious manors and villas. His sharp, hawk-like eyes were now locked on only one target. The young man standing in front of the dilapidated tricycle, helplessly untying his apron. Closer. Even closer. When Xiao Feng was about 3 meters away from Zhang Chen, he abruptly stopped. The entire place fell silent, save for the howling wind. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the thunderous rage of this iron-blooded general. In their eyes, Zhang Chen, this arrogant street vendor, had absolutely messed things up. He'd be lucky to escape with his life. However, the next second, what happened made everyone's minds freeze instantly. Snap! A crisp thud of footsteps rang out. The imposing Dragon Group leader, whose aura could overwhelm the entire scene, suddenly straightened his back, raised his right hand, and gave a flawless military salute to the smoky, greasy kebab vendor. His eyes were no longer cold and stern, but filled with fervent admiration, even slightly reddening. Then, a booming voice, like a resounding bell, boomed through the night. Report! The current leader of the Chinese Dragon Group, codenamed Dragon King Xiao Feng, along with all Special Forces members, reports to the old captain. Please give instructions. Boom! This wasn't just a thunderclap, it was a nuclear bombing. Old Master Qian, squatting on the ground, trembled, nearly knocking out his dentures. Zhao Yufan plopped down on the ground, his mouth agape, eyes unfocused, muttering to himself. Old captain? My godfather is the leader of the Dragon Group. What kind of godfather did I get? So Kinga tightened her grip on Tang Tang, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the familiar figure. The Dragon Group? That legendary, top-secret national organization, specializing in handling supernatural events and extreme crises? That guardian deity of China, feared by countless foreign powers? Zhang Chen, he's actually their old captain. How could this be? He's clearly just an ordinary person who can cook, has a few talents, and is even a bit lazy. What has he been through in the past 5 years? Faced with this shocking scene, Zhang Chen simply sighed deeply. He tossed the oil brush into the metal pan, rubbed his temples, and looked like he'd been cornered by a debt collector at his doorstep. Xiao Feng, are you bored? Zhang Chen looked at the trembling, agile man before him, his tone full of disdain. Why make such a big fuss? Showing off your plane? You scared my daughter, can you afford to pay for it? Xiao Feng paused, then grinned, revealing a simple, almost foolish smile. He looked nothing like a general, but rather like a fanboy meeting his idol. Captain, I had no choice. Xiao Feng scratched his head, explaining with a pitiful expression. You've been missing for 5 years. The brothers are going crazy looking for you. We finally managed to get your signal back, and if I don't bring men to keep things under control, what if you run away again? Besides," he glanced at the powerful figure squatting on the ground, his eyes instantly turning sharp. "I heard someone's got no guts and dared to wreck your place. Does he want to die?" His final roar was filled with murderous intent. The big shots on the ground shuddered, lowering their heads even further, terrified of being singled out by this ruthless star. Zhang Chen waved his hand, looking impatient. All right, stop with your scare tactics. I retired a long time ago, now I'm just a law-abiding citizen selling kebabs at a street stall. You guys with helicopters and special forces are seriously affecting my business, you know that? You have to make up for today's lost revenue." Xiao Feng immediately stood at attention and answered loudly. "Yes, sir. I'll make up for whatever it takes. As long as you're willing to rejoin the team, you can spend the Dragon Group's funds as you please. Who wants to rejoin the team?" Zhang Chen rolled his eyes, turned around to push his tricycle. "I already said, I want a peaceful life. You guys all have too much menacing aura, don't come near me, you might corrupt my daughter." "Captain!" Xiao Feng panicked and stepped forward to stop him. "The country needs you. The Dragon Group can't do without you. That S-rank mission." "Stop!" Zhang Chen stopped him, his tone resolute. "The world keeps turning regardless of who's gone. My only task right now is to raise my daughter and earn some money for baby formula. As for that lofty task of saving the world, you can figure that out yourselves." With that, he didn't even glance at Xiao Feng, bent down to pick up Tang Tang, and waved to Sukinga. "Let's go home. This place is too noisy, we can't stay here." Sukinga was still in a daze, mechanically standing up and following behind Zhang Chen. Looking at the man pushing the rickety tricycle, his back slightly desolate yet incredibly tall, she suddenly felt that in the past 5 years, she had never truly understood him. Just as Zhang Chen was preparing to force his way out with his wife and child, the helicopter overhead roared again. "Trying to leave? Did you ask me?" A seductive, yet slightly manic female voice boomed from above through a loudspeaker. Zhang Chen froze, his expression more unpleasant than if he'd swallowed a fly. "No way, that crazy woman's here too?" He sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead. "I've retired and started a stall, why are you still haunting me? Do you have to force me to smash this stall before you're satisfied?" Before he finished speaking, a red helicopter's door swung open. A fiery red figure, without a safety harness, leaped directly from dozens of meters in the air. Whoosh! A red trench coat fluttered in the air, like a ball of fire falling from the sky. Bang! A loud crash. The red figure landed steadily, creating 2 deep craters in the ground. The smoke cleared. A woman with an explosively hot figure, dressed in a red, tight-fitting combat suit, was revealed. Her long hair was like fire, her lips like blood, and her eyes burned with an almost morbid fervor and love. The deputy leader of the Dragon Group, codenamed Phoenix. She completely ignored everyone around her, not even bothering to glance at Xiao Feng. The moment she landed, her gaze locked onto Zhang Chen. The next second, "Captain, I missed you so much." Phoenix let out a shriek, her entire body like a human missile, charging straight at Zhang Chen with unstoppable momentum. The way she moved wasn't like an embrace, but more like a predator. Holy crap! Zhang Chen's pupils dilated, and he instinctively tried to dodge. But this woman was too fast, and she knew him too well, anticipating all his escape routes. Splat! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the fiery phoenix, feared by countless enemies, clung to Zhang Chen like a giant octopus. Legs wrapped around his waist, arms around his neck. The captain smells so good." The phoenix buried her face in Zhang Chen's neck, took a deep breath, and let out a satisfied sigh, completely ignoring the hundreds of eyes staring wide-eyed around them. The entire audience froze. The impact of this scene was even greater than Xiao Feng's salute earlier. This was the deputy leader of the Dragon Group, in public, forcibly hugging a married man. "Let go of me." 3 voices rang out almost simultaneously, filled with the same anger and murderous intent. Tang Tang peeked out from Zhang Chen's arms, pushing Phoenix's face forcefully with her little hands. "Bad auntie. This is my daddy. You're not allowed to hug him." Sukinga trembled with rage, her dignity as the legitimate wife severely challenged. She rushed forward, grabbed Phoenix's left arm, and pulled him forcefully. "In public, have you no shame? This is my ex-husband. Get down." Beside her, Chu Yaowei wasn't to be outdone. Although she didn't dare to directly attack, she stood aside and shouted, "That's right. Let go. You'll strangle Zhonggag." 3 women, a drama unfolded. Zhang Chen was caught in the middle, feeling like Tang Santang being torn apart by 5 horses. He looked at Xiao Feng, who was standing aside watching the show, with a look of utter despair, and cried out in despair, "Xiao Feng, control your soldiers, my back is about to break." Boom! A deafening roar, dust billowing everywhere. The fiery red figure crashed to the ground like a meteorite, leaving two spiderweb-like cracks in the concrete. As the dust settled, a woman with an outrageously hot figure was revealed. She wore a dark red Special Operations uniform that clung to her skin, outlining a breathtaking S-curve. Her long, wine-red hair danced wildly in the wind, like a burning flame. Especially striking were her alluring, seductive eyes, now fixed intently on Zhang Chen not far away, a near-morbid fervor flickering within them. The deputy leader of the Dragon Group, codenamed Phoenix, and the only woman in the entire Dragon Group who dared to act so arrogantly towards Zhang Chen. Captain! Phoenix gave no one time to react. With a light step, she charged towards Zhang Chen like a cruise missile just launched from its barrel, leaving a trail of fragrance and killing intent. Holy crap! Don't come any closer. Zhang Chen's pupils dilated in shock. He instinctively tried to use his divine speed transformation to escape, but he was fast, and Phoenix was even faster. As his partner who had followed him through thick and thin for years, Phoenix knew his every dodge perfectly. The moment Zhang Chen shifted to the left, Phoenix anticipated his move, her body twisting mysteriously in midair, like a pre-laid net, slamming down upon him. Smack! A muffled thud of flesh colliding. Under the stunned gazes of hundreds of people, this female assassin, feared by foreign powers, now clung to Zhang Chen like a giant koala, using both hands and feet. Two long, strong legs wrapped tightly around Zhang Chen's waist, her arms clamping around his neck like iron clamps, as if she wanted to meld into his body. Wah! Captain! You deadbeat captain! I missed you so much. Phoenix buried her face in the crook of Zhang Chen's neck. The previously murderous female demon instantly transformed into a pitiful little wife, wiping tears and snot all over Zhang Chen's 1000 yuan t-shirt. You heartless bastard. You've been gone for 5 years. Do you know how I've lived these past 5 years? I searched the whole world. I raided penguin nests in Antarctica. I crawled into lion dens in Africa. I thought you were dead. I almost blew up the king of hell's palace to be buried with you. She sobbed, tightening her arms even more, making Zhang Chen's eyes roll back. Cough cough. Let go. Zhang Chen's face flushed red, his hands raised in midair, unsure whether to let go or hold on. It's going to break. My back is going to break. Get down here in public. I won't. Phoenix raised her head, her tear-streaked face filled with stubbornness. She sniffed, pouted her red lips, and actually planted a smack of a kiss on Zhang Chen's cheek in front of everyone. I won't get down. I'll never get down. Unless you agree to come back to the base with me and marry me. Boom! The entire room erupted instantly. What kind of outrageous words are these? Marriage? The deputy leader of the Dragon Group is forcing a roadside stall owner into marriage in the street? Is this a sure thing? Zhao Yufan, clutching the garlic basin, stared wide-eyed, muttering to himself, Godfather, he's a god. This luck with women, he must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Xiao Feng stood to the side, awkwardly touching his nose, looking up at the sky, pretending not to see anything. Even he, the deputy group leader, was afraid of this woman's madness. Anyone who stepped in now would be doomed. However, someone objected. And not just one. So Kinga stood rooted to the spot, staring at the woman clinging to her ex-husband like an octopus, feeling a surge of rage rising to her head, burning away all her reason. If Su Jiao and Lin Lulu had only made her laugh, this phoenix before her was a genuine threat. A woman who not only possessed beauty but also had shared life and death with Zhang Chen, possessing a past she knew nothing about. She was practically her nemesis. Let go of me. So Kinga no longer cared about her diva image. She threw her limited edition handbag on the ground, rushed forward in her high heels, grabbed Phoenix's left arm, and pulled her forcefully away. Who do you think you are? Have you no shame? Hugging and kissing in public, what kind of behavior is this? Who am I? Phoenix turned her head, her eyes instantly turning sharp as knives, all traces of the weakness she had shown in front of Zhang Chen gone. I'm his comrade in arms, his brother who would die for him, and his future wife. Who do you think you are? I'm his ex-wife. So Kinga didn't back down, her phoenix eyes widening, her aura fully unleashed. The kind of legally recognized. As long as we don't remarry, he's still the father of my child. Who do you think you are? Ex-wife? That's in the past, then? Phoenix sneered, not only not letting go, but also taking advantage of the situation by resting her head on Zhang Chen's shoulder, looking at Sukinga provocatively. Expired meat can't be eaten, and an expired wife is worse than a chicken. You! Sukinga trembled with rage, her nails digging almost into Phoenix's flesh. Get down here. Do you believe I'll call the police and have you arrested for indecent assault? Call the police? I'm the police's ancestor. Two equally powerful and stunningly beautiful women engaged in a fierce, earth-shattering tug-of-war, separated by Zhang Chen's body. One grabbed his arm, the other his neck. Zhang Chen, caught in the middle, felt like a noodle about to be torn apart, utterly hopeless. Me too. Me too. Just then, Shu Yawei, who had been silent until now, couldn't hold back any longer. Although she didn't dare to act as directly as Sukinga, she squeezed to the front, her face flushed, and cried out, "Sister, this isn't right. Brother John can barely breathe. You're murdering your husband, no, murdering your boss. Get out of the way. What does a little brat like you know?" Phoenix glared at her, making Chu Yawei shrink back in fear. Chaos ensued. Complete chaos ensued. The return of the esteemed former captain of the Dragon Group had been transformed into a massive, melodramatic family soap opera. The surrounding onlookers were thoroughly engrossed, practically begging to grab a stool and some sunflower seeds. This plot was a million times more exciting than any TV drama. Dad! Tang Tang, who had been ignored all along, stood alone beside the tricycle. She looked at her father, who was being clung to like a koala by that mean ant, then at her mother, who was on the verge of tears, and her little mouth slowly pursed. That was her father. The father who only roasted sweet potatoes for her, only lifted her high in the air. How could he be taken away by another woman? An unprecedented sense of crisis caused the little girl to completely erupt. Wah! Tang Tang slammed her milk bottle to the ground, letting out a roar laced with tears. She charged into the fray on her short legs, her little hands tightly gripping Zhang Chen's leg, her head tilted back, her tear-streaked face filled with anger and possessiveness. She pointed at the phoenix hanging there, then at Sukinga pulling at her, and with all her might, shouted the words that shook the entire scene. "Let go of me! My daddy is mine! Daddy's mine!" Tang Tang's tearful roar was like a signal flare, instantly igniting the already tense and chaotic situation. Sukinga, who had been maintaining the last shred of dignity, completely snapped her reason. She no longer cared about her diva image or the media spotlight. At this moment, she was a lioness whose territory had been invaded. "Let go!" Sukinga lunged forward, her expensive high heels even sparking from the floor. She gripped Phoenix's left wrist, which was wrapped around Zhang Chen's neck, tightly. Her meticulously manicured French nails became the sharpest weapon, mercilessly piercing Phoenix's red combat uniform. "In public, have you no shame? This is my ex-husband, the father of my child. Get down here!" Almost simultaneously, Shu Yawei, her eyes red with tears, also rushed forward. This school beauty, who usually blushed even when speaking loudly, suddenly unleashed astonishing fighting power. While she didn't dare to tear it open like Sukinga, she cleverly chose to flank, grabbing the hem of Zhang Chen's t-shirt tightly with both hands, as if trying to pull the shirt and Zhang Chen back together. "Sister! You've gone too far! Brother Jiang's face is turning red." Shu Yawei cried out, her voice soft and sweet, but her grip was anything but weak. "This is murder. Let go. I'm calling the police if you don't." As for Tang Tang, the little one launched a full-scale attack. She clung tightly to Zhang Chen's thigh with both hands, hanging precariously from it, pulling down with all her might, kicking his legs with her little leather shoes as she did so. "Bad auntie. Stinky auntie. Get down. This is my daddy." 3 women, 3 directions, 3 different forces. Zhang Chen, at the center of the storm, felt as if his body was about to be torn to pieces. Zhang Chen's neck was being choked by Phoenix, making it hard to breathe. His left hand was being pulled painfully by Sukinga, his clothes were being stretched distorted by Chu Yawei, and his daughter, weighing several dozen kilograms, was hanging on his thigh. Ugh, cough cough cough. Zhang Chen rolled his eyes, his tongue almost sticking out. It was real pain. Let go of me. My clothes are going to rip." However, at this moment, no one listened to him. Phoenix remained clinging to him like an octopus, unmoved by Sukinga's pulling or Tang Tang's kicking. As a top fighter in the Dragon Group, her stance was rooted to the spot, her legs were wrapped around Zhang Chen's waist, and she even had the leisure to free one hand to provocatively toss Sukinga's hair. So what if he's an ex-husband? He's a thing of the past. Phoenix looked down at the furious Sukinga, a victorious smirk playing on her lips, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Right now, I'm the one clinging to him. You try clinging to him yourself, then. I bet you, this pampered superstar, can't even climb onto this beat-up tricycle. You!" Sukinga trembled with rage, tears welling in her eyes, but she clenched her teeth and refused to let go. "You barbarian! How could Zhang Chen possibly want you? Get down here! I won't! Naya Naya Naya!" Phoenix childishly stuck her tongue out at Sukinga, then buried her face in Zhang Chen's neck, took a deep breath, and let out a satisfied sigh. Even the smell of cooking oil on the captain smells so good, so fragrant. This provocation was practically a nuclear bomb. The scene completely spiraled out of control. 3 women surrounded a man, pulling and tugging, cries, curses, and gasps from the onlookers all mingled together. Zhao Yufan, crouching in a corner with a garlic pot in his arms, watched with his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets, his mouth agape. "My goodness!" he muttered to himself, his eyes filled with awe and reverence for his godfather. "This is too exciting. 3 top beauties fighting over someone in the street? Isn't this much more thrilling than watching empresses in the palace?" Godfather's back, can it take it? Jiang Chen was indeed about to reach his limit. He felt his spine groaning under the strain. If this continued, he might not even be able to walk upright tomorrow. Xiao Feng, are you dead? Jiang Chen turned his head with difficulty, looking at the Dragon King standing to the side like a wooden stake, and roared in despair. Control your soldiers. I'm being strangled to death. Get this crazy woman off the stage. Xiao Feng stood not far away, his crisp military uniform looking particularly awkward at that moment. He glanced at the deputy team leader clinging to the old captain, then at the charismatic national diva, and finally at the adorably fierce little princess. Cold sweat instantly poured down his forehead. Is this a battlefield? This is more terrifying than facing 10 terrorists. Phoenix, that's enough. Xiao Feng stepped forward, forcing a smile, and tentatively advised, so many people are watching, be mindful of the situation, give the old captain some face. No! Phoenix didn't even turn her head, answering confidently, I'm on a close protection mission. Who knows if these people are assassins? What if they hurt the captain? Xiao Feng, what the hell is this close protection? Are you trying to strangle your protectee? Phoenix looked at the group of red-faced, visibly confused. She released her grip on Jiang Chen's neck, instead putting her arm around his shoulder, and asked with a puzzled expression, Captain, I don't quite understand. This celebrity is your ex-wife, this little one is your daughter, and who's that student? And that female CEO who was just washing dishes over there. She glanced around, counting the women eyeing her intently, her tone filled with shock and disbelief. Our Dragon Group has a rule that retired soldiers can't use their special skills to commit crimes. Captain, tell me honestly, in the 5 years since you retired, haven't you been doing anything but building a harem? Build my ass. Jiang Chen was so angry he almost fainted. Taking advantage of Phoenix's momentary lapse in attention, he feigned an over-the-shoulder throw, trying to throw her off. But this woman seemed glued to him. Instead of shaking him off, she clung to him even tighter. Someone save me. Jiang Chen sighed to the heavens, his face filled with utter despair. I just wanted to set up a stall and sell sweet potatoes, what did I do wrong? Just as the situation reached a stalemate, and everyone was at a loss, Jiang Chen felt he was about to become the first man in history to be strangled by his romantic luck. Ding! A crisp, melodious electronic notification sound, like heavenly music, suddenly exploded deep within his mind. Although the voice was emotionless, at this moment, it sounded more comforting to Jiang Chen than the call of a loved one. System. At a time like this, only the system could save him. Host detected to be caught in an extreme power struggle, current environmental danger level SSSS. The host is at the center of a multiple women vying for his attention vortex, his position in the family is precarious, and his fatherly authority is about to be shattered. Hidden emergency mission triggered, the authority of a stay-at-home dad. Mission requirements, within 1 minute, quell the anger of all the women, make them obedient, and stop arguing. Mission reward, God-level skill absolute soothing, whether it's a grumpy toddler, a jealous wife, or even a crazed female agent, a single sentence can stabilize their emotions, making them as docile as a cat. Failure penalty, your romantic troubles will worsen, these 3 women will move into your house and live with you for a month. The moment Jiang Chen saw the failure penalty, the hairs on his body stood on end. Live with you for a month? That's worse than death. 3 women make a drama. If these 3 women moved into that tiny 40 square meter room, would he even be able to keep his house? Would he even survive the next day? No, we absolutely cannot fail. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly changed. The previous despair vanished, replaced by a resolute determination, a commanding presence that emanated from his very bones, the authority of the head of the family. He took a deep breath, focusing his energy. Then, under everyone's gaze, he abruptly straightened his back, his eyes sweeping like lightning over the phoenix on his back, Sukinga beside him, and Tang Tang at his feet. All of you shut up. This roar, though delivered without internal force, carried a soul-shaking pressure. It wasn't murderous intent, nor anger. It was a pure, absolute pressure belonging to a man, to a father and husband. The noisy alley fell completely silent in that instant. Sukinga was startled by the shout, her hand instinctively loosening its grip. Tang Tang shrank back in fright, tears welling in her eyes, afraid to fall. Even the unruly phoenix froze at the shout, her grip on Jiang Chen loosening involuntarily. Jiang Chen, his face dark, ripped Phoenix off his body like a leech and laid her on the ground. He then straightened his disheveled collar, his gaze coldly fixed on the 3 women who were giving him a headache. Have you had enough? His voice was deep, yet carried an undeniable force. Pulling and tugging at each other in front of so many people, what kind of behavior is this? Tang Tang, stand still. Sukinga, wipe your tears. And you, Phoenix, put away your knife. Jiang Chen pointed to the large iron pot on the tricycle, his tone chilling. Anyone who dares to utter another word will have their dinner cancelled tonight. No one will ever eat a single grain of rice cooked by me again. Now, everyone, turn around. Face the wall and reflect on your actions. The last rays of the setting sun were shattered by the helicopter's rotor blades. In the alley, a row of figures stood ramrod straight. The scene was 100 times more surreal than the earlier spectacle of gods clashing. On the left was Lee Won-kyu, a billionaire female CEO in a haute couture suit, though smeared with garlic peel. In the middle was Sukinga, the nation's queen of pop, whose arrogant silhouette was still instantly recognizable even without a mask. On the right was Phoenix, the deputy leader of the Dragon Group, with a stunning figure, even dressed in combat gear. Even Chu Yawei, the school beauty, stood obediently against the wall, clutching her pink thermos tightly. And then there was Tang Tang, secretly glancing back, drool dripping from her mouth. This row represented half of Jianhai City's most beautiful women. At this moment, however, they looked like guilty schoolchildren, facing the mottled wall, listening to the man behind them reprimanding them. Reflect on your actions. John Chen, holding a gleaming spatula, paced behind them like a disapproving headmaster. I'm here to set up a stall, not to build a harem, and certainly not to host a martial arts contest for marriage. He pointed to the still lingering helicopter overhead, then to the mess of rose petals on the ground. Look at the mess you've made. Planes, sports cars, throwing money around, stabbing with knives. Anyone who knew would think I'm selling sweet potatoes. Anyone who didn't would think this is a live broadcast of the Syrian war. Puffed. Chu Yawei, easily frightened, couldn't help but laugh out loud, her shoulders shaking. What are you laughing at? Be serious. John Chen slammed a spatula against the iron railing beside him, making a crisp clang. You're not getting away either. That so-called Blue Ribbon Award winner, did you recruit him? Next time you bring that kind of weirdo, you'll be standing in the corner. Chu Yawei immediately stopped smiling, huddling against the wall with a wronged expression. Phoenix, with her back to John Chen, not only showed no remorse but also took a deep breath with a look of ecstasy, lowering her voice to say, "The captain's voice is still so magnetic when he scolds, it makes my bones melt." Shut up. Sukinga stomped hard on Phoenix's military boot, gritting her teeth and whispering, "Pervert. That was a reprimand. Can't you have any shame? You have shame? If you had shame, why would you steal your ex-husband in the street?" Phoenix retorted without hesitation, elbowing her back. "All of you, behave yourselves. Don't think I can't see your little tricks just because you have your backs to me." John Chen was exasperated. This wasn't just a silent respite, it was a new battlefield for the fight. Xiao Feng stood to the side, watching his old captain's utterly dejected expression, wanting to laugh but holding it in, his scars trembling. He forced himself to step forward and saluted. Captain, it's getting late. How about we call it a day? Look around here." He pointed to the perimeter. Although the SWAT team had set up a cordon, the lingering onlookers and internet celebrities craned their necks, their phone flashlights blaring like a disco. Today's trending topics had exploded. Hashtag Jianhaideveinstall hashtag National Queen steals husband in the street hashtag Dragon Group descends hashtag. Every hashtag was followed by the bright red explosive button. This little alley has become a veritable Shangri-La attracting nationwide attention. John Chen rubbed his temples and sighed deeply. Get out of here, it's annoying." He pointed overhead, "Get rid of those big flies first, they're giving me a headache. Also, have your men clear the way, I need to go home." "Yes, sir." Xiao Feng, feeling like he'd been granted a pardon, quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie and yelled, "Everyone, withdraw, clear the roadblocks, make way for the old captain." The roar of the helicopter gradually faded into the distance, and it finally flew away. John Chen threw the spatula into the bucket, turned around, and picked up Tang Tang, who was still peeking at the chicken wings in the pot. "All right, everyone turn around." The women all turned around in unison. Those pairs of eyes, some resentful, some fervent, some affectionate, were all focused on him like searchlights. "That's it for today. Everyone go home, everyone find your mothers." John Chen put Tang Tang into the back of his tricycle, his tone resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "Don't follow me, or I'll get angry with anyone who does." With that, he hopped on the tricycle, pushed off, and sputtered out of the alley. John Chen. Sukinga instinctively tried to chase after him, but Lee Won-kyu tripped her. An ex-wife should act like an ex-wife. "Don't be so clingy." Lee Won-kyu sneered, tidied her disheveled hair, and turned to get into her Rolls-Royce. "You!" Sukinga was furious, but she knew she had gone too far today. She watched the departing figure, bit her lip, and got into the van. "Sister Lin, follow him. Don't get too close, don't let him see us." Meanwhile, Phoenix darted about like a nimble black cat, leaping onto the roof of a roadside truck, its eyes fixed on the tricycle. "Wherever the captain goes, I'll go." And so, an extremely eerie scene unfolded on the evening rush hour streets of Jianhai City. A dilapidated electric tricycle sped ahead. Not far behind, a van, a Rolls-Royce, and even a shadowy figure occasionally flashed across the rooftops. John Chen rode his tricycle, feeling the faint, yet persistent, gazes behind him, and shook his head helplessly. This life is unbearable. Back at his old apartment building, John Chen locked his tricycle, picked up Tang Tang, who was already asleep in his arms, and rushed into the building like a thief. Only after closing the security door and locking it 3 times did he let out a long sigh of relief. The world was finally quiet. He gently placed Tang Tang on the bed and helped her take off her little shoes and coat. Daddy, chicken wings. The little girl smacked her lips, rolled over, and was still talking in her sleep. John Chen smiled, his eyes gentle. He picked up Tang Tang's backpack with the little yellow duck printed on it, preparing to take out her dirty clothes to wash. He unzipped it. Whoosh! A bunch of snack wrappers fell out, mixed with a few sheets of drawing paper. John Chen helplessly tidied up, when suddenly his hand stopped. In the deepest compartment of the backpack, a hard, almost glaringly red corner was visible. He pulled it out and looked. It was a gold-embossed, extremely elaborate envelope, printed with an intricate school emblem, exuding an aura of money and power. John Chen frowned slightly as he opened the envelope. A beautifully crafted invitation slipped into his hand. Dear parent of John Tang Tang, after comprehensive evaluation by the school board, we cordially invite your child to participate in our school's entrance interview this year. Signature, Jianhai City's #1 elite elementary school, St. Deli Academy. John Chen stared at the notification, his eyes wide. St. Deli Academy? That was Jianhai City's top elite school, with tuition fees of hundreds of thousands a year, requiring verification of funds and background, a place even the wealthiest nouveau riche couldn't get into. When had he, a single father who ran a street stall, enrolled Tang Tang in this school? Who did this? John Chen's mind flashed instantly to Sukinga's arrogant face, or perhaps the Chien Duo who always threw money around. Just then, Tang Tang groggily woke up. She rubbed her eyes, saw the red envelope in John Chen's hand, and suddenly remembered something. She sat up abruptly, her eyes darting around. Daddy, where did this come from? John Chen waved the notification slip in his hand, his tone serious. Tang Tang shrank back, her little hands twisting together, her voice barely a whisper. It was given to me today at the kindergarten gate by a really pretty auntie. She said that if I go to school there, Daddy won't have to work so hard selling things at the stall. A pretty auntie? John Chen's heart skipped a beat. Who on earth has set her sights on his daughter this time? The next morning, a surreal luxury car show unfolded outside the prestigious St. Deli Noble Elementary School in Jianhai City. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Maybachs lined up like free cabbages, drivers in bespoke suits and white gloves respectfully opening the doors for their young masters and princesses. The air was thick with the scent of expensive perfume and the stench of money. Even the security guards at the school gate looked down on everyone. Amidst this overwhelming display of wealth, a sudden, rhythmic noise blatantly shattered the elegance. Put. A badly painted electric tricycle, its cargo bed still smoldering with the ash from roasted sweet potatoes, swaggered into the line of luxury cars, exuding a down-to-earth, street-smart vibe. With a graceful drift, it came to a stop less than 5 centimeters from an Aston Martin's expensive paint job. We're here, get out. John Chen braced himself on one foot, took off his helmet, and his wind-blown, tousled hair looked particularly unruly in the sunlight. He casually patted the handlebars in front of him and said to Tang Tang in the back, Honey, this is that so-called elite elementary school. It looks so-so, the walls aren't even as high as ours. The surrounding parents were dumbfounded. They covered their noses, as if they had seen an alien invasion, their eyes filled with disgust and shock. Who's that? A delivery guy's got the wrong door. Where's security? Why are they letting just any car in? If they scratch my paint, I couldn't afford to pay for it even if I sold myself. The security captain at the school gate, seeing this, was so frightened his hat was askew. He rushed over, brandishing his baton, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. What are you doing? What are you doing? This is a private school. Delivery guys go through the back gate. Move this lousy car right now, it's blocking the VIP's way. John Chen was about to explain when Tang Tang in the truck bed couldn't take it anymore. The little girl was wearing a pink princess dress that Sukinga had bought her today, carrying a backpack with a little yellow duck on it. She looked soft and cute, but the light shining in her big eyes revealed a street bastard aura. She jumped down from the back of the tricycle, toddled up to the 1.8-meter tall security captain, put her hands on her hips, raised her little head, and shouted in a childish voice, Uncle, your eyesight is bad. Want my dad to put a screen protector on you, to bless you? The security captain was taken aback, looking down at the little one who wasn't even as tall as his knee. Go away, go away. Where did this wild child come from? Don't cause trouble. You're the wild child. Tang Tang didn't back down. Instead, she took a step forward, pointed her chubby little finger at John Chen, then at the tricycle behind her, and proudly announced loudly, This is my exclusive ride, a limited edition convertible panoramic. That's my dad, the best cook in all of Jianhai City. We're here for an interview, we have red invitations. Are you trying to keep the future top student out? Her words were logically clear and her momentum was overwhelming, leaving the security captain speechless. He'd worked here for years, seen people flaunting their wealth in luxury cars, seen people showing off with bodyguards, but he'd never seen someone arrive for an interview on a tricycle with such confidence. An invitation? The security captain suspiciously took the gold-embossed envelope Jiang Chen handed him. He opened it, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. It really was real. And it was a special invitation personally signed by the school board. Ahem, well, please come in. The security captain's back instantly bent low. Although he was still wondering, these days rich people have many quirks. Maybe this was some hidden tycoon experiencing life? Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen, holding Tang Tang's hand, swaggered into the castle-like campus. The interview room was on the third floor of the administration building. Pushing open the heavy mahogany door, a blast of cold air hit him. The room was extremely spacious, with only a table in the center, behind which sat a woman. The woman wore a well-tailored black business suit, her white shirt buttoned to the top, and gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Her hair was meticulously styled in a bun. She was beautiful, exceptionally beautiful. But that beauty carried an aloofness and rigidity, like a precise scalpel, gleaming with a cold, sharp light. Ayn Rand, a Harvard PhD in education, was the youngest and strictest headmistress at St. Delhi Elementary School, nicknamed the Extinction Master. She adjusted her glasses, her gaze sharply sweeping over Jiang Chen's casual attire before finally settling on the resume in his hand. Her brow furrowed instantly. Mr. Jiang Chen? Ayn Rand's voice was cold and emotionless. Your resume says your occupation is self-employed? Specifically, mobile catering and mobile phone accessories maintenance? In plain terms, I sell fried rice and apply screen protectors at a street stall. Jiang Chen pulled out a chair and sat down, casually placing Tang Tang on his lap. His expression was nonchalant. What, does your school discriminate based on occupation? There's no such thing as a noble or lowly job, is there? Of course, the school respects every profession. Ayn Rand put down the resume, crossed her hands on the table, and her gaze became somewhat aggressive. However, St. Delhi is an elite school. We not only consider a child's aptitude but also value the family's educational environment. Forgive my bluntness, but with your current financial situation and living environment, you don't have the conditions to cultivate an elite talent. She pointed to Tang Tang, a hint of regret in her voice. The child is a promising talent, with bright, intelligent eyes. But following a father who spends all day shouting on the street, reeking of cooking oil, will only bury her talent and might even expose her to the bad habits of the streets. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. Tang Tang's little hand slammed hard on the table, not with much force, but with great force. Don't talk about my dad. The little girl glared at Ayn Rand, like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. My dad is the most amazing dad in the world. He can cook food that glows, fix difficult refrigerators, and chase away bad guys. He's a million times better than you people who just sit indoors enjoying the air conditioning. And you're just bragging. Ayn Rand scoffed, clearly not taking the child's innocent words to heart. Little friend, being able to cook and fix a refrigerator won't get you into an Ivy League school. Education requires systematic planning, rigorous logic, and refined aesthetic cultivation. Then, teacherin, what do you think education is? Jiang Chen suddenly spoke up. He abandoned his lazy demeanor, leaning forward slightly, his deep eyes fixed on Ayn Rand, a glint of wisdom flashing in them. Ding! Detected that the host is engaged in an educational debate, temporarily activating the master-level educational theory experience card. The system's voice rang in his mind, and a confident smile curved Jiang Chen's lips. The essence of education is not filling baskets, but lighting lamps. Jiang Chen's voice was deep and magnetic, immediately commanding attention. Your so-called elite education is nothing more than using expensive resources to create sophisticated egoists. But what I teach Tang Tang is the wisdom of survival, the courage to face difficulties, and the love for life contained in that bowl of fried rice. You teach her piano and horseback riding, I teach her about the realities of life. You teach her rules and regulations, I teach her to break the mold. Jiang Chen pointed at Tang Tang, his eyes filled with pride. My daughter can eat steak at a 5-star hotel, or she can eat sweet potatoes at a roadside stall, she can wear princess dresses, or she can defend her father with a brick. What is that called? That's called malleability, that's called vitality. Doctrine, have you been in your ivory tower for too long? Have you forgotten that truly towering trees grow in the wind and rain, not in a greenhouse? These words, like a resounding bell, made Ayn Rand's head buzz. She stared at the man before her, dressed in cheap clothes yet seemingly radiating light, her beautiful eyes, hidden behind his glasses, growing increasingly shocked. This was truly something a street vendor could say. His insight into the essence of education was even deeper and more profound than hers, a Harvard PhD. Turn on the light. Ayn Rand murmured to herself, repeating the phrase, a crack appearing in her previously hardened expression. She looked at Jiang Chen, her initial disdain gradually transforming into inquiry, even a hint of fervent interest. This man was no ordinary man. Interesting. And Ran suddenly removed her glasses, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Without the glasses, her scholarly air instantly transformed into an intellectual allure. She picked up a pen, quickly signed her name on the acceptance letter, then looked up, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Mr. Jiang, your theories are novel, but also very bold. I'd like to know how you implement these theories in practice. Jiang Chen felt uneasy under her gaze and instinctively hugged Tang Tang tighter. What are you trying to do? We're leaving now that we've accepted you. Don't rush. And Ran stood up, straightened her skirt, and walked to Jiang Chen in her high heels. The faint scent of ink mixed with expensive perfume wafted into Jiang Chen's nostrils. Mr. Jiang, to be responsible for Tang Tang, and also to verify whether your educational philosophy is truly feasible. She adjusted her glasses, which she wasn't wearing, a glint of light flashing in her eyes, her tone leaving no room for argument. I've decided to make a home visit tonight. We need to have a thorough and comprehensive discussion. Under the dim yellow light, a surreal drama titled The Virtuous Wife and Loving Mother was unfolding in that tiny, 40-square-meter-old apartment. Sukinga, wearing Jiang Chen's oversized apron with the Laoganma logo printed on the front, was diligently scrubbing the small tile floor of the living room with a mop in hand. Her movements were clumsy and her posture awkward, but her expression was as focused as someone walking the Grammy red carpet. Mopping needs rhythm. Sukinga brainwashed herself while stealing glances at the back of the figure chopping vegetables in the kitchen. As long as I act virtuous enough, I don't believe I can't win over this rascal. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. The sound echoed in the cramped room, startling Sukinga so much that she almost dropped the mop. Coming. Her eyes lit up, thinking it must be the delivery man, a perfect opportunity to showcase her mistress of the house demeanor. So, she brushed aside her slightly disheveled hair, struck what she considered her most gentle and charming smile, and flung open the security door. Who is it? Is it? Before she could finish, Sukinga's smile froze on her face. Standing at the door wasn't a delivery man, but a woman. A tall, slender, highly educated beauty in a business suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and exuding a strong scholarly air. And Ran, holding a folder, was about to ring the doorbell a second time when she saw whoever opened the door. Her beautiful eyes, hidden behind her glasses, widened instantly. Their eyes met. Sparks seemed to fly through the air, crackling and exploding. Sukinga's radar went off instantly. The aura of a kindred spirit, and a top-tier rival of extremely high caliber, possessing not only beauty but also brains. Who are you? Sukinga's gentle demeanor vanished instantly. Her chin lifted slightly, and her innate diva aura erupted. She blocked the doorway, refusing to budge. Who are you looking for? And Ran adjusted her glasses, her sharp gaze sweeping over the ill-fitting men's apron Sukinga was wearing. She glanced at Sukinga's bare feet on the floor, a flicker of surprise in her eyes quickly turning into a playful smile. National diva Sukinga? And Ran's tone was calm, even professionally scrutinizing. I didn't expect that the rumored superstar who never lifts a finger would actually enjoy wearing a man's apron to mop the floor in private? Is this some kind of peculiar cosplay? You! Sukinga choked, her cheeks instantly flushing red. This woman has such a sharp tongue. I'm just experiencing life. Sukinga gritted her teeth, gripping the mop handle tightly. Who are you? What are you doing at someone else's house so late at night? Don't you know trespassing is illegal? I'm Tang Tang's homeroom teacher, and Ran. And Ran pulled a business card from her bag, not handing it over, but simply flashing it. I'm here for a home visit. What, is this Miss Sue's way of treating guests? Blocking the teacher at the door? A home visit. Sukinga's heart skipped a beat. This is the female PhD who supposedly has Jiang Chen completely infatuated? Who's here? From the kitchen, Jiang Chen, holding a spatula, leaned halfway out. Seeing and Ran at the door, he paused for a moment, then sighed helplessly. Teacherin, coming in so late? Come in, no need to change your shoes. And Ran nodded, stepped aside past Sukinga, who stood like a doorman, and gracefully entered the room in her high heels. Excuse me. She glanced around the small single room, her gaze lingering for a second on Tang Tang, who was peeking through the crack in the balcony door, before walking straight to the only folding table and sitting down, slamming her folder on it. She took over, exuding an aura of dominance. Sukinga was furious. She slammed the door shut, threw the mop against the wall, then strode to the water dispenser, filled a glass, and slammed it down in front of Ran. Have some tea. The words were squeezed out through clenched teeth. And Ran didn't even glance at the glass of water, but looked up at Jiang Chen, who was carrying out the dishes. Her eyes instantly softened and became fervent. Mr. Jiang, regarding the theory from earlier today, I did some in-depth modeling and derivation after I got back. I think we need to. Oh dear, Professorin. So Kinga suddenly plopped down next to Zhang Chen, almost pressing herself against him, and even reached out to casually wipe non-existent sweat from his forehead. Her voice was sweet and coquettish, with a touch of possessive cloying affection. Why talk about theories? It's too much of a headache. The baby's father was too tired last night, he didn't sleep well all night, just let him rest. Cough cough cough. Phoenix, who was eavesdropping on the balcony, couldn't help but spray a mouthful of cola onto the glass. Zhang Chen's hand trembled, almost knocking the freshly cooked scrambled eggs and tomatoes onto the table. He looked at Sukinga in horror. What nonsense are you talking about? Last night You were moving around down there the whole time last night. Sukinga blinked her big eyes, looking completely innocent. The floor was so hard, you must have had a sore back, right? While it was true, she slept on the floor, saying it in this context was incredibly lewd. And Ran adjusted her glasses, a cold glint in her eyes. She ignored Sukinga's performance, not even raising an eyebrow. As a Harvard psychology PhD, this kind of low-level vying for attention was like kindergarten children fighting over candy in her eyes. Ms. Su, please watch your words. There are minors here. And Ran replied coldly, then turned directly to Zhang Chen, pulling out a stack of densely packed tables and charts from her folder. Her tone became extremely professional and serious. Mr. Zhang, let's not discuss personal matters. I'm here because I discovered anomalies in Tang Tang's IQ test data. Her logical thinking and spatial imagination abilities far exceed those of her peers by 300 percentage points. This is definitely not just talent, it indicates that you have provided her with some kind of high-level, implicit guidance in your daily life. Speaking of her professional field, and Ran radiated confidence. Pointing to a complex chart, she leaned forward, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhang Chen, as if trying to see through his mind. I want to know, how did you do that? Do you have a unique educational system? Or, are you a hidden educational genius? Zhang Chen looked at the data, feeling a little uneasy. That was the system's achievement. What could he say? That he had a cheat code? Well, it's nothing, just some random stuff, Zhang Chen chuckled. Impossible. And Ran suddenly stood up, grabbing Zhang Chen's wrist with astonishing strength. This kind of data couldn't have been produced randomly. Mr. Zhang, please be honest with me. This concerns the future of education. Hey! What are you doing? Let go. So Kinga was furious. Why was this woman physically abusing him? She was about to rush forward to separate them when Ran suddenly made a surprising move. She grabbed Zhang Chen with one hand and picked up the documents on the table with the other, pointing with fervent eyes to the small study separated by a curtain, actually just a converted storage room. It's too noisy here, too many distractions. And Ran glanced at the boisterous Sukinga, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Mr. Zhang, let's talk inside. I need an absolutely quiet, private environment to discuss with you in depth, your depth. Ha! Before Zhang Chen could react, the seemingly frail but incredibly strong female PhD student dragged him towards the small study. Wait, I want to go too. So Kinga panicked, trying to rush in after her. Bang! And Ran slammed the rickety wooden door shut with a swift, decisive motion, even expertly locking the bolt. From the crack in the door came her cold, rational voice. I'm sorry, Ms. Su. This is top secret in academia. Family members, please leave. Especially those family members who only know how to mop the floor and blow up the kitchen. Outside the door. So Kinga stared blankly at the tightly closed door, listening to the sound of the lock clicking shut. She felt a chill run down her spine. Family members leaving? Did they think she was stupid? And dragged her husband into a dark room for in-depth discussion right in front of her? This is outrageous. So Kinga trembled with rage. The mop handle, which she had used to project an image of domesticity, groaned under her tightening grip. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The sturdy wooden mop handle had actually been snapped in two by this seemingly fragile superstar. Ran! Open the door. If you dare do anything to my husband, I'll smash your damn glasses. In the cramped study converted from a storage room, the air seemed to freeze. A lone man and woman, alone in the room, the door locked. This setup looked more like something inappropriate for children was about to happen. However, the reality was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And Ran was more excited than if she were on drugs. She slammed the thick stack of test papers on the table, her beautiful eyes, hidden behind her gold-rimmed glasses, gleaming with an almost fanatical light. She stared intently at Zhang Chen, like Columbus discovering a new continent, or a hungry wolf spotting its prey. Mr. Zhang. No, Professor Zhang. How did you do that? And Ran was flushed with excitement, leaning forward almost to press against Zhang Chen. Tang Tang's logic test? Full marks. Spatial imagination? Full marks. Even the most difficult emotional intelligence game question, she gave a textbook-level perfect answer. This is definitely not a coincidence. This is systematic, high-dimensional, in-depth development. John Chen was startled by her murderous posture and leaned back, his back hitting the cold wall. Professor N, let's talk this out, don't hit me. He glanced at Rand's slender hand, which had somehow become tightly gripping his wrist, and felt a burning heat on the back of her hand. How come this female PhD's grip is stronger than that of a housewife who does housework all the time? I couldn't control myself. And Rand was completely unaware of her loss of composure. Her mind was currently filled with her overturned educational theories. She gripped Zhang Chen's hand, even unconsciously stroking it, her voice urgent and passionate. Do you know? I researched gifted children guidance at Harvard for 3 years, and all the theoretical models seem pale and powerless in the face of your daughter. Your methods are so unique. Brutal yet delicate, casual yet meticulous. How exactly do you penetrate into a child's heart? What methods do you use to stimulate her? Tell me, I want to know. I desperately want to know. Outside the door. So Kinga pressed herself against the door like a gecko, her ears perked up like antennas, even holding her breath. But this damn old, dilapidated apartment had mediocre soundproofing. The sounds coming from inside were intermittent, full of ambiguous implications. Fantastic, perfect. Your methods are so unique, brutal, delicate. How do you penetrate, stimulate? Tell me. I desperately want to know. Boom! So Kinga felt as if she'd been struck by lightning, her head was buzzing. Her hands gripped the doorframe so tightly her nails almost split, her beautiful face contorted with shock, anger, and a panic at the prospect of losing everything. Deep? Exciting? Rough? So Kinga's lips trembled, tears welling in her eyes. It's only been a few minutes. And they've already started? Is that woman a PhD or a slut? How could she utter such lewd words? Tang Tang squatted at her mother's feet, mimicking the adults by pressing her ear against the crack in the door. Although the little girl didn't understand concepts like logic or dimension, she understood that the auntie kept shouting great job, and amazing. Mommy. Tang Tang tugged at Su Kinga's trouser leg, tilted her little face up, and asked innocently, is the auntie inside praising daddy? Is daddy showing off how to fix the refrigerator? The uncles and aunties used to shout that when they saw daddy fix the refrigerator. So Kinga looked down at her daughter's pure, innocent eyes, and a wave of bitterness washed over her. Silly child. This isn't fixing a refrigerator. This is clearly fixing your dad. Tang Tang, be good, so Kinga sniffed, suppressing the urge to kick the door, and said in a trembling voice, they're talking about something very important, we can't disturb them. Although she said this, her hand was already on the doorknob, trying to forcefully break the damn latch. Meanwhile, on the balcony outside the window, a black figure hung upside down on the air conditioner unit, like a giant bat. Phoenix held a professional tactical stethoscope against the glass window, her brows furrowed into a deep frown. As the deputy leader of the Dragon Group, she had undergone the most rigorous anti-interference training, but at this moment, the sounds coming from her earpiece still threw her ruthless, murderous heart into disarray. Mr. Zhang, this part of your body is so strong, actually referring to the prefrontal cortex of her brain. I feel it, that surging power, actually referring to creativity. Deeper. I want to understand more thoroughly, actually referring to educational philosophy. Crack. Phoenix crushed the stethoscope probe in her hand. What a pair of despicable people. Phoenix gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. Captain, you've fallen. You actually let a defenseless female PhD student take you down? No, I can't just stand by and watch the captain go astray. She reached for her waist, where a specially made tactical window-breaking hammer hung. One blow would shatter the thin pane of glass instantly. Inside the study, the temperature was rising rapidly, not because of the ambiguous atmosphere, but simply because the small storage room was poorly ventilated, and Enran was overly agitated, making her feel feverish. Professor N, please let go. John Chen felt his wrist was about to turn blue from being squeezed. He helplessly tried to pull his hand away. Let's talk this out. Can you please stop with the physical contact? I'm a rather traditional person. Traditional. Enran pushed up her glasses, which had slipped down to the tip of her nose, her eyes unfocused yet determined. In the face of truth, there is no tradition. Zhang Chen, you are a treasure. A vast, untapped treasure. As she spoke, she felt unbearably hot. The excitement of meeting a kindred spirit, of encountering an academic pinnacle, sent her adrenaline soaring, raising her body temperature. So hot. Enran subconsciously tugged at her collar. The tightly buttoned white shirt now felt incredibly restrictive. Her fingers, long and slender from years of holding a pen, rested on the top button of her collar. Mr. John, it's too stuffy in here. I don't mind being a little more open. She meant to unbutton her shirt to let in some fresh air and, incidentally, to speak frankly. But to Zhang Chen, this was somewhat unsettling. A lone man and woman, a confined room, a sweltering heat, unbuttoning her shirt? This isn't going in the script. No. Big sister, calm down. Jiang Chen recoiled in fright, covering his chest with his hands, his face contorted with the terror of a chaste and virtuous man. You may not mind, but I do. I have a family. Oh no, I have an ex-wife. I'll scream for help if you do this. Oh, what are you afraid of? And Ran, irritated by the heat, quickened her pace. I'm just auntying one. Ugh, it's so hot, I'm sweating. If anyone saw this, they'd be in deep trouble. Outside the door. Sukinga pressed her ear against the door, hearing the words so hot, auntie, and sweating. In that instant, the string of reason in her mind snapped completely. You vixen! You dare take your clothes off! Sukinga roared, no longer caring about her image, and raised her foot to kick the door. However, someone was faster than her. Bang! A deafening crash. The already flimsy wooden door, struck by two forces, let out a dying groan before crashing open. But it wasn't Sukinga who kicked the door open. It was a tiny bundle of fluff, barely tall enough to reach, wearing pink pajamas. Tang Tang was in a perfect roundhouse kick stance, her short legs still suspended in midair, her big eyes burning with fury, like a little Nezha descending from the heavens. Hey, you little devil! The little girl pointed at Enran, who was about to unbutton her clothes inside, and roared deafeningly. Let go of my dad. What do you want to do to my dad? Do you want to eat him while he's hot? The loud crash of the wooden door slamming against the wall echoed through the narrow hallway, sending plaster flakes flying off the walls. The scene inside the room seemed to freeze for a moment. Enran's hand was still on the second button of her collarbone faintly visible, her cheeks flushed, her glasses perched crookedly on her nose. She looked every bit the part of someone who had failed in a crime. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, arms crossed, huddled in a corner, his face contorted with the terror of a good man being harassed. Seeing the two figures rush in, one big and one small, tears welled up in his eyes. My dear family, you've finally come. Sukinga followed closely behind, rushing into the room in her slippers. Her radar-like phoenix eyes instantly scanned the entire room like X-rays. First, she confirmed that Jiang Chen's clothes were intact and his belt was fastened properly, before her tense shoulders finally relaxed slightly. But then, her gaze locked onto Enran's hand, still unbuttoning her shirt. Oh, Teacher An. Sukinga crossed her arms, leaning against the doorframe, a chillingly sarcastic smile playing on her lips. Are educational philosophies this advanced now? Discussing parenting requires undressing? Is the air conditioning in this room not cool enough, and you want me to throw a bucket of cold water on you to cool you down? And Rand froze. She had read so many books and conducted so many experiments in her life, but she had never learned how to handle this kind of caught red-handed situation. Misunderstanding. This is absolutely a misunderstanding. And Ran recoiled as if electrocuted, frantically buttoning her clothes, her face flushed like a ripe tomato, even her ears burning. Miss Su, please let me explain. It was too stuffy in the room. I just wanted some fresh air. We were discussing a serious academic issue. It was about the development of the prefrontal cortex. Prefrontal cortex? Sukinga sneered, approaching step by step, her aura overwhelming. I think you wanted to study my husband's pectoral muscles, didn't you? A lone man and woman, locked in a room, and shouting things like it's so hot, deepening. Doctorin, isn't your academic research a bit too testosterone draining? And Ran was speechless, sweating profusely, looking to Jiang Chen for help. Jiang Chen quickly raised his hands to prove his innocence. Heaven and earth bear witness. I swore I would rather die than submit. I was hiding in the corner. She insisted on coming. I knew you wouldn't dare. Sukinga rolled her eyes at him. Although the sour feeling in her heart hadn't subsided, seeing Jiang Chen's cowardly appearance gave her a strange sense of satisfaction. Just then, Tang Tang, who had been standing at the door in a flying kick stance, finally retracted her short legs. The little girl dusted off her hands and strode confidently to the center of the room. She looked up at the two adults in front of her, whose combined age was nearly 60, her little face more stern than the headmaster's. Daddy! Tang Tang put her hands on her hips and called out loudly. Here! Jiang Chen instinctively stood at attention. Do you remember what you taught me? Tang Tang held up a finger, pointing to the kicked-open door, and recited the family rules in a childish but resolute voice. Boys need to protect themselves when they're out, especially when they encounter strange aunties like these who wear glasses and look like they're well-educated. And another thing. The little girl turned around, staring seriously at Enran, her eyes sharp as a little judge. When a man and a woman are alone together in a room, the door must be open. That's the rule. That's male virtue. Do you understand? A closed door means doing something bad. An open door means discussing serious matters. Puffed. On the balcony outside the window, the phoenix that had been eavesdropping hung upside down, almost falling off. What the hell is this male virtue? What strange knowledge has the captain been instilling in the child over the past 5 years? Inside the room, and Ran was stunned by the lecture. She, a Harvard PhD, was actually being lectured by a 5-year-old? And the logic was damnably tight, leaving her with no way to refute it. The little one is right. And Ran awkwardly pushed up her glasses, unable to stay any longer. The atmosphere in this room was too strange: a possessive ex-wife, a cunning daughter, and a man feigning innocence. She felt that if she didn't leave soon, the mother and daughter would strip her bare. Mr. John, that concludes today's home visit. And Ran quickly gathered the documents on the table, her movements so frantic it was as if she were fleeing a disaster, even holding the folder upside down. "I've finished collecting Tang Tang's data, the enrollment procedures are fine. Regarding the subsequent educational plans, I'll send them to you via WeChat." With that, she grabbed her bag, head down, and dashed out of the room in her high heels, her retreating figure exuding an air of panicked escape. "Hey, teacher-in!" Sukinga called out from behind, "Take care. Remember to wear more clothes next time, don't keep complaining about being hot, you'll catch a cold." And Ran stumbled, almost falling in the stairwell, and ran even faster. TCH, a piece of trash with a combat power of only 5. Sukinga snorted smugly, turned around, and looked at Zhang Chen, who was still pressed against the wall, her eyes instantly turning dangerous. "Well, Zhang Chen, your charm hasn't faded at all. Even a female PhD student is completely captivated by you?" "I'm innocent." Zhang Chen looked miserable, pointing to his face. "Is it my fault I'm handsome? It's a matter of genes. You should thank me for passing on these genes to our daughter." "Stop being so cheeky." Although Sukinga's words were fierce, she wasn't actually that angry anymore. She walked over and straightened Zhang Chen's slightly disheveled collar, her movements as natural as if they had never been apart for the past 5 years. "Stay away from women like that from now on, understand? She's obviously up to no good." "Yes, ma'am. My dear wife, oh no, my ex-wife." Zhang Chen seized the opportunity, grinning and giving a salute. Sukinga blushed and slapped his hand away. "Who's your wife? We haven't remarried yet. We're still on probation, understand?" "Understood, understood, understood." Zhang Chen picked up Tang Tang and gave her a big kiss on her rosy cheek. "My daughter is amazing, one kick decides the outcome. That spinning kick just now, it had the style of your father back in the day." "That's right." Tang Tang proudly raised her chin, hugging Zhang Chen's neck and acting coquettishly. "Daddy, I helped you so much, aren't you going to give me a reward?" "Yes, absolutely." Zhang Chen waved his hand. "Tomorrow Daddy will make something more cultured. Something that will make you look good at school." "What is it?" "You'll find out tomorrow." The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains onto the bedside table. Zhang Chen stretched and tiptoed out of bed. Sukinga and Tang Tang were still fast asleep, the two of them huddled together, their sleeping postures surprisingly synchronized. He smiled, turned, and went into the bathroom to wash up. System, check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Detected that the host's daughter is about to start school. To support the child's elite education and enhance the family's cultural atmosphere. Congratulations, host, on unlocking a new career branch, the 4 treasures of the study and artistic cultivation. Obtained exclusive career items: Divine Xian paper, brushstrokes create beauty, Divine Huizhu ink, fades for 1,000 years, purple hairbrush, strokes like dragons and snakes, Duan inkstone, grinds ink with fragrance. Bonus skill, master painter, beginner. Note, although you're just a street vendor, you should still display culture, style, and an artistic flair that would move even the most accomplished painter to tears. Zhang Chen looked at the set of antique-style 4 treasures of the study in his system space, faintly exuding the fragrance of ink, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Good heavens! The day before yesterday he was a cook, yesterday a screen protector installer, and today, a calligrapher? This leap, isn't it a bit too much? However, Zhang Chen's mind flashed back to Enran's aloof demeanor yesterday, and those so-called elite educations. All right. He brushed his teeth, glancing at his unshaven reflection in the mirror, a playful glint in his eyes. So what if you're an artist? Everyone's a cultured person, right? Today, we'll go to the CBD and teach those suit-wearing elites a lesson. In the early morning CBD, the sunlight, as usual, gilded the skyscrapers with a golden hue. The white-collar workers, accustomed to grabbing at divine fried rice for breakfast from Zhang Chen's stall, all stopped abruptly at the stand today. Their eyes widened, as if they'd seen aliens descend upon Earth. The familiar, battle-worn tricycle was still there, as were the steaming buckets of roasted sweet potatoes. But next to that pile of smoky sweet potatoes, incongruously stood a long table covered in black velvet. On the table, pen, ink, paper, and inkstone were laid out in a row. The inkstone was a deep purplish-black, faintly gleaming with a warm, lustrous sheen. The inkstick, though unground, already emitted a delicate, pine-smoky fragrance that subtly overpowered the aroma of the roasted sweet potatoes beside it. In the most prominent position, there was still that familiar cardboard sign, its handwriting wild and arrogant. New arrival today, Divine Grade Writing Set. Divine Grade Xian paper, brushstrokes create beauty, divine grade Huizhu ink, unfading for 1,000 years. Price, 50,000 yuan/set. No individual sales, no bargaining. 50,000? A bespectacled man, still holding a meat bun, nearly dropped his glasses in shock. Boss, you don't want to run a restaurant anymore, so you've switched to, oh no, to become an antique dealer. Isn't this a bit too much of a crossover? Roasting sweet potatoes with one hand and selling xian paper with the other? I can't accept this. And the price is outrageous. 50,000 yuan for a set of writing brushes and ink? Is the brush made of gold, or the paper made of jade? The crowd erupted in an uproar, the murmurs louder than frying eggs in a pan. While everyone was used to Zhang Chen's exorbitantly priced menus, those were, after all, divine items that could prolong life and improve complexion. But ink, paper, and inkstones, things that can't be eaten or drunk, were being sold at such high prices. Wasn't this just ripping people off? Zhang Chen sat on a small stool, holding the priceless purple-haired brush, drawing a little turtle on Tang Tang's hand. Hearing the crowd's doubts, he didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. This is good stuff. Anyone who knows their stuff would kneel down and call him daddy. Selling it for 50,000 is a charity price I'm giving you because you're regular customers. Charity? A disdainful snort suddenly came from the back of the crowd. This is utterly ridiculous. A cook reeking of cooking oil dares to talk about the 4 treasures of the study? It's a desecration of art. The crowd parted automatically, and an old man in a Tang suit, twirling 2 walnuts in his hand and sporting a goatee, walked in. He held his chin high, his eyes arrogant. He was clearly the kind of old master who frequented parks and calligraphy and painting associations. Lu Mo, the vice president of the Jianhai City Calligraphy and Painting Association, usually considered himself a refined scholar and couldn't stand this kind of pretentious nouveau riche behavior. He walked to the stall, scanning the items on the table with the same disdainful look he gave Zhang Chen, finally fixing his gaze on him, his tone sharp and sarcastic. Young man, are you crazy for money? You dare to price some cheap street vendor stuff at 50,000? Do you even know what xian paper is? Do you know what Huizhu ink is? This inkstone is obviously a fake made of resin. This ink is probably just charcoal powder mixed with water. This isn't just fraud, it's an insult to the intelligence of us scholars. As Lu Mo spoke, he grew increasingly angry. In his agitation, he even raised his foot, as if to kick the bottle of freshly ground ink on the corner of the table. This kind of garbage is an eyesore. Get it away. Ouch. Tang Tang was startled and quickly grabbed Zhang Chen's arm. Zhang Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. With a slight flick of his wrist, the brush he had been using to draw a turtle suddenly shot out like a serpent emerging from its hole. Snap! The soft tip of the brush touched the surface of Lu Mo's cloth shoes with perfect precision. Although it was just a light touch, Lu Mo felt as if his foot had been struck by a hammer. He cried out in pain and instinctively pulled his foot back, almost stumbling and falling flat on his face. Old man, talk to me, don't resort to violence. Zhang Chen slowly put away his pen, not a single stray hair on the tip was out of place, still perfectly sharp. He stood up, looking down at the enraged vice president, his tone calm, yet carrying a sharp edge that made it difficult to look him in the eye. You said this is garbage? You said I'm a fraud? What? Are you an appraisal expert? Or do you have a microscope in your eyes? Can you tell the difference between real and fake with just one look? You! Lu Mo was so angry his beard trembled, and his finger pointing at Zhang Chen shook. I've been immersed in calligraphy and painting for 50 years. What good stuff haven't I seen? This piece of junk of yours, I can smell the cheap industrial blue from 10 meters away. 50 years of immersion, indeed. Zhang Chen laughed, a laugh full of mockery. He casually picked up the Huizhu ink that Lu Mo had so utterly disparaged and lightly ground it a couple of times on the inkstone. A rich, heavy aroma, carrying the distinctive crispness of pine soot, exploded in the air. The scent was incredibly overpowering, completely suppressing the surrounding sweet potato and perfume smells, as if instantly transporting this bustling CBD street back to the tranquil study of 1,000 years ago. Lu Mo's nose twitched twice, his expression instantly freezing. This smell, ancient, mellow, yet without a trace of smokiness. This is the smell of top-grade, traditionally made pine soot ink. How could it possibly appear at a roadside stall? Whether something is good or not isn't determined by words, but by actions. Zhang Chen spread out a sheet of xian paper and weighed it down with a paperweight. The xian paper was as white as snow, its texture as delicate as skin, even faintly shimmering in the sunlight. Since you call me a pretentious cook, then today, I'll show you what true, masterful brushstrokes look like. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, his demeanor suddenly changing. The lazy stall owner from before was gone, replaced by a master immersed in the world of ink and brush. His grip on the brush was as steady as a rock, his eyes focused and profound. Watch closely, don't blink. Before the words were even finished, the purple-tipped brush in his hand had already fallen. without the slightest hesitation, without any unnecessary pause. The moment the brush touched the paper, the ink seemed to come alive, flowing and spreading freely across the surface. What was he drawing? Everyone around held their breath, craning their necks, afraid to even breathe. Was it a ferocious tiger, majestic and powerful? Or a misty, ethereal mountain? Or perhaps a delicate, vibrant peony? None of these. Jiang Chen's movements were swift. With a few strokes, he outlined, dotted, and textured. In less than half a minute, he finished and stood up. Finished? Someone asked blankly. That's it? I don't see anything special, just a black blob. Lu Mo let out a cold laugh, about to taunt, playing hard to get. I knew you. However, before he could finish, it was as if an invisible hand had grabbed his neck, cutting him abruptly. He took 2 steps closer, adjusted his reading glasses, and stared intently at the sheet of rice paper. The next second, clang! The pair of walnuts he had been playing with for over a decade flew from his hand, crashing heavily to the concrete floor and shattering into pieces. But Lu Mo didn't care about the heartbreak. He was completely stunned, staring at the still wet painting, his eyes nearly bulging, his lips trembling violently, uttering a gasp as if he'd seen a ghost. This artistic conception. Artistic conception? What artistic conception? The onlookers were bewildered by Lu Mo's startled reaction, crowding around to see what kind of masterpiece could have made this arrogant vice president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association smash his beloved walnuts. On the snow-white Xian paper, the ink was still wet. The image was extremely simple, even crudely simple. In the center of the picture was a round, fluffy chick, head down, pecking furiously at a pile of grains of rice on the ground. Beside the chick was a small, trembling insect. The composition, the subject matter, it was practically kindergarten art class level. Many who had seen the movie Flirting Scholar recognized it immediately. Holy crap! Isn't this Zhu Zixin's Phoenix and Divine Bird painting? Oh no, it's chicken eating rice. Is the boss paying homage to a classic? Or is he just joking? However, just as everyone was about to burst into laughter, a gentle breeze blew, and the rice paper trembled slightly. The next second, everyone's hair stood on end. The chick, sketched with bold strokes of ink and a few simple lines, seemed to come alive. Its downy feathers, in the sunlight, seemed to have a realistic texture, fluffy and soft. Its eyes, drawn with extremely fine brush strokes, exuded a lively and greedy light, fixed intently on the grains of rice on the ground. When you stared at it, you even had the illusion that it would jump off the paper at any moment and peck you in the face. Lifelike spirit, masterful brushwork. Lu Mo's hands trembled as he reached out to touch the paper, yet dared not, as if it were a fragile divine artifact. His old face, now devoid of any trace of the arrogance and disdain from moments before, was replaced by an almost manic fervor. This isn't just a chick pecking at rice. This is clearly the flourishing of all things, the rhythm of life. Lu Mo abruptly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Jiang Chen. With a thud, he actually knelt on one knee before the tricycle. Master! I've been blind. I'm a blind man. This painting, this divine chick pecking at rice, 100,000. I'll offer 100,000. Please sell it to me. Boom! The entire room erupted. 100,000. The bespectacled man who had just been mocking Jiang Chen now genuinely shattered his glasses. Just this piece of scrap paper, with a chick drawn on it, worth 100,000? Did this old man break his brain from cracking walnuts? You know nothing. Lu Mo whirled around, roaring at the bespectacled man, spittle flying. This is a masterpiece. A masterpiece worthy of being passed down through generations. The brushwork, the ink, the artistic conception, even a contemporary master of traditional Chinese painting would have to kneel before it. 100,000 would be an insult to it. He turned his head, gripping the corner of the table tightly, afraid Jiang Chen would change his mind. Master! Sell it to me. I'll transfer the money right now. This is my life savings. Jiang Chen held the brush, looking constipated. He'd only casually tested the quality of this divine ink, and, remembering a Stephen Chow movie, made a silly joke. Who knew the master painter's skill the system gave him would be so overpowered, instantly bringing a simple sketch to life? Sir, please get up. Jiang Chen rubbed his temples helplessly. This is my draft for testing. If you like it, I won't charge you for the sweet potatoes, you can take the painting. No way. I can't take it for free. Lu Mo was anxious. Art is priceless. Taking it for free is a desecration of art. 200,000. Just then, a deep, middle-aged male voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. A portly businessman in a custom-made suit, a Richard Mille watch on his wrist, squeezed in. He might not understand painting, but he understood Lu Mo. Even the vice president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association was impressed. This painting was definitely a treasure. Mr. Zhang, I'm in real estate. This painting has a wonderful meaning. Great fortune and prosperity, perfect for my office. I'll offer 200,000. Utterly vulgar. Lu Mo's beard trembled with anger. How can such a masterpiece hang in an office reeking of money? I'll offer 300,000. 500,000. Another voice rang out. This time it was Li Wangkaiu, who hadn't spoken until now. This female CEO, though not an art connoisseur, was a savvy investor. She stepped forward in her high heels, her eyes sharp. A work by Mr. Zhang is guaranteed to be a masterpiece. I'll take this painting, it'll hang in the company lobby, a talisman. 600,000. 800,000. 1 million. The small sweet potato stall instantly transformed into a Sotheby's auction scene. The price skyrocketed, leaving the surrounding onlookers breathless. A piece of paper, a few drops of ink, a few minutes, 1 million? That's faster than a printing press. Zhao Yufan, clutching the garlic bowl, huddled in a corner, staring blankly at the chicken drawing. Everyone was scrambling for it. Godfather, what other surprises do you have that I don't know about? Tang Tang's mouth gaped open, dropping her paintbrush. She looked at the little turtle her father had drawn on the back of her hand and suddenly wondered if her hand might be worth hundreds of thousands. Just as the price reached 1.2 million, and Lu Mo was already desperately preparing to mortgage his house. 5 million. An aged yet steady and powerful voice, exuding an undeniable authority, suddenly came from the outer edge of the crowd. The voice wasn't loud, nor was it a shout, but it was like a gavel striking finality, instantly silencing the noisy scene. 5 million. To buy a chicken drawn on paper? Are you crazy? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. An elderly man, dressed in a black tang suit, with his hair neatly combed and exuding a vigorous air, walked slowly towards them, his hands behind his back. Although he was advanced in years, his back was straight, his eyes sharp, and his every move carried the air of a butler from a prominent family of a bygone era. Behind him followed 2 bodyguards in black suits, each carrying a heavy briefcase. Who's this old man? Such a boastful attitude. Looks like a butler? Are butlers this rich these days? The old man ignored the surrounding whispers and walked straight to the stall. He glanced at the painting on the table, a flicker of surprise in his eyes before quickly regaining his composure. Then, he bowed slightly to Zhang Chen, his attitude respectful yet tinged with a hint of reserve. Mr. Zhang, my wife wants this painting. 5 million, cash or bank transfer? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow at the suddenly appearing old butler. This man's demeanor, it's familiar. He doesn't seem like an ordinary nouveau riche, but rather, someone from a deeply ingrained, established wealthy family. Your wife. Zhang Chen put down his brush, not rushing to agree. Does she also like this chicken? Whether my wife likes chickens or not is unimportant. The old butler smiled slightly, a knowing smile playing on his lips. What's important is that this painting is by Mr. Zhang. My wife said that anything belonging to Mr. Zhang is worth any price. That sounded a little ambiguous. The gossip radars around them instantly went off. Could it be another wealthy woman who'd taken a liking to Boss Jiang's good looks? Zhang Chen didn't think that way. He looked at the old butler and suddenly asked, "What's your wife's surname?" Mr. Zhang will know when he sees her. The old butler didn't answer directly, but turned to the side and gestured for him to come over. The money is ready, and the car is at the intersection. My wife would like to invite Mr. Zhang over for a chat. Zhang Chen followed his gaze. On the main road at the alley entrance, which was already jammed with luxury cars, stood a stretched black Lincoln. The car didn't have any flashy decorations, but the license plate made everyone in the know gasp. It was a Beijing license plate, and a special number that only truly powerful and influential families could use. At that moment, the Lincoln's rear window slowly rolled down halfway. A remarkably well-preserved face, though bearing the marks of time around its eyes, still hinted at its former youthful beauty, appeared in the shadows. It was a woman. She wore an elegant wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses, which obscured most of her face, but her tightly pursed thin lips and the cold, authoritative aura she exuded, even from dozens of meters away, made Zhang Chen's heart skip a beat. That feeling, it was too familiar. Just like 5 years ago, when the woman threw a check in his face and told him to get out of the Su family. It's her. Zhang Chen's pupils contracted slightly, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the fire tongs. Su Qingga's mother? The legendary Iron Lady with her iron-fisted rule, controlling the entire Su family. Wang Zifeng? The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a pair of eyes. Even through the sunglasses, Zhang Chen could feel that familiar, suffocating scrutiny. That gaze, haughty and superior, carried an innate sense of superiority, as if looking down at an ant trying to crawl onto a dining table. 5 years ago, it was the owner of those eyes who threw a 5 million yuan check in his face, coldly saying, "Take the money and get out of the Su family. You're not worthy." Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes, a playful smile curving his lips. Wang Zifeng. He silently repeated the name in his mind. The head of the Su family in Beijing, the infamous Iron Lady of the business world, and also his former mother-in-law, whose very word powerful seemed to be etched on her forehead. Unexpectedly, after 5 years of hiding, he finally bumped into her at this roadside stall. "What? You think the price is too low?" Seeing Jiang Chen remain silent, the old butler assumed he was being difficult. He frowned slightly, about to open the briefcase again. "Madam said that as long as you're willing to part with it, the price is no problem. It's not about the money." Jiang Chen slammed the fire tongs on the ground with a sharp clang. He stared directly at the stretched Lincoln, his voice not loud, but firm. "This painting, I'm not selling." "You!" The old butler was stunned. Just then, a screeching sound of brakes echoed at the alley entrance. A van almost skidded to a stop behind the Lincoln. Before the door had even fully closed, Sukinga stumbled out. Her mask had fallen off, her hair was disheveled by the wind, and her beautiful face was now filled with terror. "Mom!" Sukinga screamed, her voice trembling. Ignoring the fans frantically taking photos, she rushed to the Lincoln, spreading her arms to block the door as if trying to stop a raging beast. "Why are you here? You promised you wouldn't look for him." Silence fell over the car. After a few seconds, the door clicked open. A well-maintained hand gently pushed Sukinga aside. The movement wasn't rough, but it carried an undeniable force. "Get out of the way." Those two simple words made Sukinga stiffen, instinctively stepping back. Wang Zifeng got out of the car. She wore a well-tailored black Chanel suit, a string of lustrous pearls around her neck, and carried a delicate handbag. Although over 50, time seemed to have been exceptionally kind to her, it hadn't left many marks on her face, but rather had cultivated an aura of authority that made people afraid to look directly at her. That was power. Compared to her, the nouveau riche woman driving the Lamborghini looked like a complete clown. The surrounding crowd, who had been gossiping, fell silent instantly, like ducks being choked. Even the portly shopkeeper who had been clamoring to buy the painting shrank back into the crowd. This old lady was clearly not someone to mess with. Wang Zifeng ignored the stares around her, not even glancing at Sukinga, who had terrified her daughter. She walked unhurriedly to the stall, her 3-centimeter heels clicking on her shoes. Disdain. Undisguised disdain. She pulled out a snow-white handkerchief, covered her mouth and nose, her brows furrowing slightly, as if the air here itself polluted her respiratory tract. 5 years have passed, and your taste is still so. Wang Zifeng's gaze swept over the dilapidated tricycle, finally settling on Jiang Chen, who reeked of cooking oil. A mocking sneer curled at the corner of her lips. "So down to earth. You flatter me." Jiang Chen toyed with the calligraphy brush in his hand, his face composed. "Making a living with one's skills is nothing to be ashamed of. But you've come all the way from the capital just to smell this sweet potato?" Sharp-tongued. Wang Zifeng snorted coldly, her gaze finally settling on the painting, the divine rooster pecking rice, on the table. She extended her finger, adorned with a jade ring, and pointed at the lifelike chick in the air, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes, but her words remained sharp. "The painting is not bad, it has a touch of spirit. Unfortunately, like the person, the scope is too narrow. It can only paint trivial things on this small patch of land." "Mom!" Sukinga finally couldn't hold back any longer, rushing forward to grab Wang Zifeng's arm. "Stop talking. Jiang Chen, he's doing quite well now. Can you please stop mocking him every time you see him?" "Doing quite well?" Wang Zifeng turned her head, looking at her love-struck daughter, and poked her forehead with exasperation. "Giving up a perfectly good life as a wealthy young mistress, you insist on coming to this kind of place to eat at roadside stalls, and you call that doing well? I think you've been blinded by greed." Sukinga covered her forehead, her eyes red-rimmed, but stubbornly refused to bow her head. Jiang Chen watched this scene and sighed inwardly. This old lady was still so domineering. "All right, you've seen the painting, and you've scolded the person." Jiang Chen rolled up the painting and casually tossed it into the nearby wastebasket. "If there's nothing else, take your leave. My place is too small to accommodate someone as important as you. You dare throw it away." Wang Zifeng's eyes widened. That was something she had her eye on. "It's my painting. I can throw it away whenever I want." Jiang Chen shrugged. "If you're worried about it, why not buy it for 100 million and frame it?" "You!" Wang Zifeng was speechless with anger, her chest heaving violently. Just as the tension was about to explode, a soft, sweet voice, tinged with curiosity, suddenly rang out from behind the tricycle. "Daddy, who is this fierce old lady?" Tang Tang, clutching half a roasted sweet potato, her lips still smeared with caramel, peeked out with her little head, blinking her big eyes at Wang Zifeng. In that instant, Wang Zifeng's body stiffened abruptly. She slowly turned her head, her gaze fixed on the dirty yet exquisitely beautiful little bundle. Those eyebrows, those expressions, they were exactly like Sukinga when she was little. No, even more like the deceased Su family patriarch. That throbbing of blood ties made this heartless iron lady's fingers tremble slightly. "This." Wang Zifeng's voice became dry, her eyes instantly sharp as knives, pointing at Tang Tang, her voice shrill and piercing. "This is that child. Who are you calling a wild child?" Jiang Chen's gaze instantly darkened, his usual nonchalant laziness vanishing completely. He slammed the fire tongs on the table, making the precious Duan inkstone jump. With a long reach, like a lion protecting its cubs, he scooped Tang Tang, who was still munching on a sweet potato, behind him, using his broad back to shield her from Wang Zifeng's piercing gaze. Chairwoman Wang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Jiang Chen coldly stared at the elegant woman before him, his tone icy. This is my own daughter, Jiang Chen's own daughter, a legally registered citizen. If you dare insult her with those kinds of words again, don't blame me for being disrespectful to the elderly. Even if you were Kinga's mother, I'd still kick you out. You dare kick me out? Wang Zifeng laughed in exasperation, her well-maintained face filled with unbelievable absurdity. She had dominated the Beijing business world for decades, who wouldn't bow and scrape before her, calling her Iron Lady Wang. And today, in a greasy alley, she was being threatened by a poor boy she had kicked out years ago? Jiang Chen, 5 years have passed, and you haven't improved much in skill, but your temper has certainly grown. Wang Zifeng removed the sunglasses that covered half her face, revealing a pair of shrewd and sharp phoenix eyes. She completely disregarded Jiang Chen's threat, instead turning to the side and scanning Tang Tang, who was being protected by Jiang Chen, up and down with an extremely disdainful gaze. That look wasn't that of someone looking at their granddaughter, but rather like someone scrutinizing a soiled, defective item. Look at her now. Wang Zifeng pointed with her jade-ringed finger at Tang Tang's slightly pilling pink t-shirt, her voice shrill and grating. Her entire outfit costs less than 50 yuan a day. Her hair is a mess, like a bird's nest. Her mouth is covered in black sweet potato bits. This is a child with half our Su family blood flowing through her veins. And you've just been raising her in this garbage dump? She looked around at the dilapidated tricycle and the diners squatting on the ground eating noodles, her disgust almost overflowing. Even our dog wouldn't stay in this kind of environment. Letting her grow up in a place like this is practically a crime. Mom, stop talking. So Kinga couldn't take it anymore, her eyes red as she rushed over. Tang Tang is very well behaved, Jiang Chen takes good care of her. Good? What's so good about her? Wang Zifeng whirled around, sternly interrupting her daughter. Look at this child. So pale and thin, she has no bearing of a proper young lady at all. If your father knew his granddaughter was begging in a place like this, he'd be turning in his grave. I'm not begging. Tang Tang, who had been hiding behind Jiang Chen, suddenly peeked out. Although the little girl was a bit afraid of the fierce old woman, her protective instincts kicked in when she heard someone speak ill of her father. She wiped the sweet potato stains from her mouth, puffed out her little chest, and loudly retorted, "These clothes were bought for me with money my father worked so hard to earn. I love them." And Tang Tang pointed to the newly finished painting beside her, her face beaming with pride. Dad didn't raise me in a garbage dump. Dad's showing me life. Dad's a great artist, all the uncles and aunties here admire him. An artist? Wang Zifeng seemed to have heard the funniest joke, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Him? A cook who can only cook fried rice, dares to call himself an artist? She glanced disdainfully at the painting, the divine rooster pecking rice, on the table. The sarcastic words she had prepared were on the tip of her tongue, but suddenly stopped. As the head of the Su family, Wang Zifeng, though snobbish, had a sharp eye. She had grown up surrounded by various famous paintings and calligraphies, she could tell the real from the fake at a glance. She hadn't seen it clearly from a distance, but now, up close, although the ink on the rice paper was still wet, that little rooster was truly lifelike. With just a few strokes, he perfectly captured that gluttonous, adorably naive expression. The skill and artistry were far beyond what an ordinary charlatan could achieve. In fact, it possessed a more inexplicable charm than the few genuine masterpieces in her collection. Wang Zifeng's heart skipped a beat, her pupils contracting slightly. Could this kid really have some talent? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 5 years ago, he was a completely useless good-for-nothing. Besides being a bit handsome, he was utterly incompetent. Painting? He hadn't even touched a paintbrush back then. This must be an illusion. Or there's something wrong with the paper. A mere trifle. Wang Zifeng suppressed her shock and gave a defiant snort. It only fools these ignorant laymen. Do they really think painting a chicken will turn it into a phoenix? Whether it's a phoenix or not, I don't know, but it's definitely a chicken that lays golden eggs. Lu Mo, who hadn't dared to utter a word until now, couldn't help but interject. He was still kneeling on the ground admiring the painting, and hearing someone belittle this masterpiece, his professional instincts kicked in, and he subconsciously retorted, "Madam, if you don't like it, please move aside. Don't block my view of the master's brushstrokes. This is museum-worthy." Exactly. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. They just offered 5 million, and you're complaining? If you're so good, why don't you do it yourself? The surrounding diners also chimed in. After all, Jiang Chen was their idol now, and anyone trying to disrupt their business was going against them. Wang Zifeng's face turned extremely ugly. She hadn't expected these peasants to dare speak to her like that. Even more unexpected was Jiang Chen's popularity in this shabby alley. Fine, very well. Wang Zifeng took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure as a wealthy woman. She put her sunglasses back on, concealing the barely perceptible panic and anger in her eyes. She turned her head, no longer looking at the painting that had terrified her, and instead turned her attention back to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I don't care what tricks you're playing, nor do I care if you've actually learned any rudimentary skills. Wang Zifeng raised her chin, resuming her haughty demeanor, her tone cold and devoid of emotion. But you can't change one fact: you're still a lowly scoundrel, unable to give Tang Tang a future. The Su family bloodline must not be allowed to wander outside, much less suffer with someone like you. I've come here for only one thing. Jiang Chen looked at her, not angry at all, but amused. He crossed his arms, leaned back on the tricycle, and wore his signature roguish smile, as if watching a farce whose ending he already knew. Let me guess. Jiang Chen spoke slowly. You're not thinking of giving me money to get out of here and leaving the child behind, are you? Chairman Wan, what era are we living in? Can't you update your script? 5 years ago it was the same trick, and 5 years later it's still the same trick. I'm sick of it even if you're not. And another thing. Jiang Chen looked Wang Zifeng up and down, clicked his tongue twice, and asked with feigned concern. You're so irritable, are you going through delayed menopause? Would you like me to bake you a sweet potato to cool you down? I'll give you a 20% discount. Puffed. So Kinga couldn't help but almost burst out laughing, quickly covering her mouth. This bastard, that mouth of his is enough to drive anyone crazy. You, how dare you? Wang Zifeng trembled with rage, her delicate handbag crumpled in her hand. You ill-mannered wretch. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that? She hated nothing more than having her age mentioned, let alone menopause. It was like stabbing her in the back. Alright, enough nonsense. Knowing she couldn't win an argument with this rogue, Wang Zifeng decided to stop. Her face was cold, and with practiced ease, she opened her handbag and pulled out her checkbook, a symbol of money and power. Swish, swish, swish. The gold pen flew across the checks, the sound particularly grating. Rip. A check, already filled in, was torn off. Wang Zifeng held the thin piece of paper between two fingers, her eyes filled with contempt, as if giving alms to a beggar, and slammed the check onto the greasy folding table. 15 million. She stared into Jiang Chen's eyes, enunciating each word clearly. Take the money, sign the custody transfer agreement, and then disappear completely from my, Kinga's, and Tang Tang's world. This 50 million is enough for someone like you to squander for a lifetime. Be content, don't be greedy. The entire room fell silent instantly. All eyes were fixed on the flimsy check. 50 million. That's more money than many people could earn in several lifetimes. Zhao Yufan, crouching in the corner, stared at the check, swallowing hard. Godfather, this old lady is fierce, but she's incredibly generous. Maybe we should reconsider. Jiang Chen glanced at the check, then at the confident Wang Zifeng. He didn't speak, but slowly extended his hand. A triumphant, cold smile curled at the corner of Wang Zifeng's lips. Sure enough, the poor are the poor. No matter how high they pretend to be, they still have to bow down before absolute money. However, just as Jiang Chen's fingers were about to touch the check, a chubby little hand suddenly reached out from the side with lightning speed. Snap! Tang Tang pressed down on the check. The little girl's eyes widened as she stared at the string of zeros, her gaze brighter than the stars in the sky. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, so many zeros. Tang Tang exclaimed, turning sharply to look at Wang Zifeng. Her previously hostile face now beamed with a smile brighter than a sunflower. Wow! This fierce grandma, oh no, this maternal grandmother is actually the god of wealth in disguise. The thin check landed lightly on the greasy folding table. Though it was just a piece of paper, in the eyes of everyone present, it felt 1,000 times heavier than the pile of sweet potatoes they had just seen. 15 million. The long string of zeros that followed was so dense it made one's eyes dizzy. Wang Zifeng put away her gold pen, not even bothering to look at the check again. She elegantly took out a silk handkerchief from her bag and carefully wiped her fingertips, which had just touched the table, as if they were contaminated with some terrible germ. Not enough? She raised her eyelids, her gaze coldly sweeping over Jiang Chen's calm face, her tone carrying a condescending arrogance. Young man, you should be content. 50 million, enough to live comfortably for several lifetimes in a bank just from the interest. Take this money, go abroad, or find some secluded corner, and never appear before Kinga again. As for the child, Wang Zifeng's gaze shifted to Tang Tang, a fleeting, complex emotion flashing in her eyes before instantly hardening. The Su family's bloodline will naturally be raised by the Su family. We will give her the best education and the most comfortable life, not have her stuck in the shabby alley, learning from you how to apply screen protectors and roast sweet potatoes. The entire room erupted in an uproar. The diners, who had been caught up in the frenzy of bidding for the painting, were now stunned by this drama of a wealthy family feud. Goodness, is this the legendary "take the check and get out"? 50 million. If I had that much money, why would I need a stall? I'd be traveling the world. But this old lady's words are so rude. Isn't this just throwing money at someone's face? Zhao Yufan squatted in the corner, staring at the check, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Although he was a second-generation rich kid, 50 million in cash flow was still a significant sum for him. My godfather's family status is a bit precarious. Just then, an angry figure rushed over. So Kinga shoved aside the bodyguard who tried to stop her, and sprinted to the table in her high heels, her beautiful face now filled with shame, anger, and despair. Mom, what are you doing? Her voice trembled, her eyes red-rimmed, as she stared intently at the mother who had controlled her life from childhood. Are you crazy? Humiliating him with money? Do you think everyone is like you, only interested in money? I have money. The money I've earned over the years is enough to support Tang Tang, and enough to support Zhang Chen. We don't need the Su family's charity. As Su Kinga spoke, she reached for the check, wanting to tear it to shreds, as if that would salvage Zhang Chen's pitiful dignity. Slap! Wang Zifeng's handkerchief slapped heavily across Su Kinga's hand. You worthless brat! Wang Zifeng's sharp voice instantly suppressed her daughter's resistance. The money you earned? Every single penny you earned relied on the Su family's resources. Without the Su family, do you think you could have made it so smoothly in the entertainment industry? Now, for a man who has no ambition, you're going to break ties with your family? Is your brain filled with mush? So Kinga recoiled in pain, tears finally streaming down her face. It wasn't the money that bothered her, it was Zhang Chen's plight. 5 years ago, it was a check like this that drove him away. 5 years later, the same scene played out again, and she was still powerless. Enough! Zhang Chen, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. He reached out and gently pulled Su Kinga behind him, wiping away her tears with his sleeve, his movements as gentle as if he were comforting a child. Don't cry, you'll ruin your makeup and look less pretty. What's the big deal? Is it worth arguing with your elders? After speaking, he turned around, his deep eyes calmly looking at Wang Zifeng, a playful smile suddenly curving his lips. He held up 2 fingers and picked up the priceless check. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Zhang Chen held the check up to his eyes, waving it in the sunlight, examining it carefully as if appraising an antique, then let out a soft chuckle. 50 million. Chairman Wang, your generosity is certainly much greater than 5 years ago. 5 years ago, you tossed me 5 million. Only a few years have passed, and it's increased tenfold? He looked at Wang Zifeng, his eyes showing no anger, no humiliation, only a worldly-wise mockery. It seems inflation is indeed quite severe, even breakup fees have to rise with the CPI. Should I thank you for thinking so highly of my low-level hoodlum status? Wang Zifeng's face darkened, angered by Zhang Chen's nonchalant attitude. She thought Zhang Chen would be angry, would roar, or would turn and leave without a word like 5 years ago. But she never expected this man to dare to mock her in public? Enough nonsense. Wang Zifeng said coldly, not enough? I can add another 10 million, but on the condition that you sign and get out. No need for more money. Zhang Chen chuckled, his fingers tightening slightly as he gripped both ends of the check. Money is a good thing, nobody dislikes it. But I have a problem, I'm a bit too proud to bend down and pick up money from the ground. Besides, his gaze swept over Tang Tang and Su Kinga behind him, his eyes instantly softening and hardening. Some things, your pile of worthless paper can never buy. Like my daughter calling me dad, like the tears Kinga shed for me. So, you should take this check back. Zhang Chen said, about to tear the check in half, aiming for a cool, money-as-dirt moment. However, just at this critical moment, a chubby, pink little hand suddenly shot out from the side with a speed completely defying the laws of physics. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. The check in Zhang Chen's hand vanished instantly. He froze, still in a tearing motion, only to find his hand holding air. Everyone in the room was stunned. Tang Tang stood on a small stool, her 2 little hands clutching the 50 million check tightly, her big eyes wide and sparkling, reflecting 2 huge, golden yen symbols. The little girl stared at the long string of zeros on the check, her mouth practically watering, her face flushed with excitement, uttering a deep, soul-stirring exclamation. Wow! So many zeros! Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Daddy! We're rich! We're rich! Zhang Chen, Su Kinga, Wang Zifeng. This sudden turn of events completely blew everyone's minds. The tragic, resolute, and fearless atmosphere from just moments ago shattered instantly, leaving not a trace. Zhang Chen looked at his daughter, who was obsessed with money, and felt like he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. My dear daughter, I was just about to put on a grand show, tear up this 50 million, and slap your grandmother in the face, while also establishing my noble poverty cannot sway me persona. Your act of snatching it has put me on the hot seat. Tang tang. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, trying to pry the check out of his daughter's hand. Let go. We can't take this money. This is what that fierce grandma used to buy off our father-daughter relationship. Buy off? Tang Tang blinked her big eyes, tilted her head, thought for a moment, then clutched the check tightly to her chest, looking at Jiang Chen warily. Why buy off? Daddy, didn't you say you're priceless? Yes. So we can't take this money. Jiang Chen coaxed gently. But, Tang Tang glanced down at the string of zeros, then looked up at her grandmother, who, though fierce, could casually hand out 50 million. The little girl suddenly flashed a smile brighter than a sunflower. She stuffed the check into her pocket, then jumped off the stool, her short, cheerful legs carrying her straight to Wang Zifeng. Grandma! Tang Tang called out sweetly, her voice crisp and clear, so sweet it melted your heart. Dad is priceless, but if Grandma really likes Dad so much. She turned around, pointed at the bewildered Jiang Chen, and waved her hand with an air of grandeur. Then I'll give you a discount. I'll take the 15 million. Dad's yours. From today onwards, he's yours. Remember to make him roast sweet potatoes for you every day. The air seemed to freeze. Grandma, Grandma. Wang Zifeng's face, usually icy and ruthless in the business world, froze instantly, as if struck by some unknown magic, like it had been injected with an overdose of hyaluronic acid. She stared blankly at the exquisitely beautiful little girl before her, at those crescent-shaped eyes, and at that sickeningly sweet address. Was this the same child who had just glared at her angrily, protecting her father like a little tiger? What? Doesn't Grandma like that title? Tang Tang blinked her big eyes, her little hand clutching the 50 million yuan check tightening, as if afraid this money grubber would change her mind. She tilted her head, looking at Wang Zifeng with an innocent expression, then surprisingly reached out her other hand and grasped Wang Zifeng's hand, which was adorned with a jade ring. Grandma, your hands are so cold. Does nobody warm them for you? It's okay, you have my daddy now. Wang Zifeng felt a jolt of electricity run from her fingertips to the top of her head. That little hand was soft, warm, and smelled wonderfully of milk. She had held the hands of countless important figures and signed countless multi-million-dollar contracts in her life, but never before had she felt her heart tremble like this. You! Wang Zifeng opened her mouth, but her usually sharp words were now stuck in her throat. She couldn't utter a single harsh word. All right, cash on delivery. Seeing that Grandma had no intention of backing out, Tang Tang immediately displayed astonishing business acumen. She released Wang Zifeng's hand, turned and ran behind Jiang Chen, who was still in a daze, pushing his bottom hard towards Wang Zifeng. Daddy, hurry up. Don't keep Grandma waiting. Jiang Chen. He stumbled a couple of steps, almost bumping into Wang Zifeng. Wait, honey, what are you doing? Jiang Chen steadied himself, looking at his little darling, whose eyes were practically sparkling with excitement as she counted money. Why did you push me? To sell it to you. Tang Tang confidently waved the check in her hand. The thin piece of paper rustled in her fingers, a sound that sounded like heartbreak to Jiang Chen. 50 million. Dad, didn't you always say that business is about integrity? The little girl ran between the two, like a matchmaker or a sales manager about to close a big deal, pointing at Jiang Chen and saying to Wang Zifeng, Grandma, although my dad is a bit lazy, loves to sleep in, and likes to brag, his cooking is really delicious. Especially the roasted sweet potatoes, you have to add lots of sugar, that's how you get the best flavor. Now that the deal is done, this dad is yours. From now on, you'll be responsible for cooking for him, making him do chores, wash clothes, cook, take care of the kids, taking you for walks, anything. A deathly silence fell over the room. Then, a burst of laughter erupted, loud enough to lift the roof off. Ha 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 ha, I can't take it anymore. This little darling isn't just leaky, it's made of shoddy cotton. Selling her own father for 50 million? Even capitalists would weep at this deal. Boss Zhang was wise all his life, but in the end, he was ruined by his own daughter. Zhao Yufan laughed so hard she rolled on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Godfather, congratulations on marrying into a wealthy family. From now on, you're the Su family's son-in-law. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. Jiang Chen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Looking at his daughter's "I've sacrificed so much for you" expression, he felt like he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. His lofty image of treating money like dirt completely collapsed. Tang tang. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, reaching out to grab the little traitor. Give the check back. We're not selling. Not for any amount of money. He. Tang Tang, as nimble as an eel, ducked behind Sukinga. She carefully folded the 50 million check, stuffed it into her little pocket with the little yellow duck printed on it, and even patted it solemnly to make sure it was safe. Then, she peeked out and made a face at Jiang Chen. Daddy, you're such a fool. It's stupid not to make money when you can. Grandma's so rich, she definitely won't mistreat you. Just go and enjoy your life, Tang Tang will miss you. After saying that, she ignored her soon-to-be son-in-law father and grabbed the still-stunned Sukinga's hand. Sukinga was completely bewildered. She looked at her ex-husband, who looked like he was constipated, then at her mother, whose expression was complicated but who hadn't immediately exploded, and finally looked down at the little money grubber holding her hand. Isn't this plot a bit too surreal? Mommy, let's go, let's go. Tang Tang tugged at Sukinga, her little face beaming with the joy of sudden wealth, her big eyes shining brightly. We're rich now. Super rich. Don't worry about daddy anymore, he's taken care of now. Let's go eat KFC. I want a family bucket. And 2 egg tarts. No, 10 egg tarts. Sukinga stumbled as she was pulled along, instinctively taking a few steps. Tang Tang, are we just going to leave like this? Leave your dad, here. Sukinga glanced back at John Chen. The man stood bewildered in the wind, behind him the dilapidated tricycle, in front of him the imposing Wang Zifeng, looking weak, pitiful, and helpless. Oh, Mom, don't worry. Tang Tang waved her little hand, her tone as nonchalant as a heartless man. Grandma may look fierce, but she's so generous, she must be a good person. Dad won't suffer if he goes with her. Besides, that's 15 million. Enough for Dad to roast sweet potatoes for a lifetime. Where else can you find such a good deal? The little girl pulled Sukinga, walking faster and faster, as if afraid the check would fly away if she was a step too late, or that her father would chase after her demanding the money. Come on, come on. Tang Tang's treating today. Eat whatever you want. Dad. Just before leaving the alley, Tang Tang suddenly stopped, turned back, waved at John Chen, and shouted, You can go and be Grandma's son-in-law in peace. I'll come back to see you often. Remember to be good. Stop right there. John Chen finally reacted, abandoning all pretense of being a reclusive master. He leaped forward like a gust of wind, grabbing Tang Tang by the back of her collar as she prepared to take the large sum of money to KFC with her mother. Ouch! Let go of me. My family bucket. Tang Tang's short legs kicked wildly in the air, her hands clutching tightly to her little yellow duck backpack containing the checks, like a kitten being strangled by the scruff of its neck. Family bucket? I think you're the family bucket. John Chen laughed out loud, pulling his daughter, who was like a leaky jacket, in front of him and poking her forehead with his finger without any politeness. John Tang Tang, you're something else. You sold your own father for 50 million? Is that all your father is worth? Don't you understand inflation? 50 million can't even buy a decent courtyard house now, and you're just selling me off wholesale. But, Tang Tang shrank her neck, blinking her big, aggrieved eyes, and retorted righteously, but that's 50 million. And that grandma looks very rich, Dad, you'll be enjoying yourself there. I'm doing this for your own good. For my own good? John Chen clutched his chest, feeling like he needed a nitroglycerin pill. You're ruining your father. You're ruining him to death. Do you know what marrying into the wife means? It means becoming a laborer. Becoming a doormat. Washing your grandma's feet every day. Ha! Tang Tang was stunned, clearly not expecting that. She bit her finger, hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked. Then, how about grandma adds some money? Up to 100 million, would you be willing to wash my feet? Get lost. John Chen almost spat out blood. No amount of money will get me washed. This is a matter of principle. Sukinga stood aside, watching this lively father and daughter, her tear-streaked face unable to suppress a smile. She stepped forward, rescuing Tang Tang from John Chen's clutches and holding her in her arms, a hint of mockery in her eyes as she looked at him. All right, stop acting. Mom's gone, why are you still arguing with the child? What am I acting? I'm genuinely angry. John Chen snorted, reaching for Tang Tang's school bag. Take the check out and give it back to her. We may be poor, but we're not without ambition. No! Tang Tang clutched her school bag tightly, hiding in Sukinga's arms. Grandma said this is a gift for us. A gift is mine. While the three of them were arguing, in the stretch Lincoln that hadn't gone far, Wang Zifeng was watching the scene at the alley entrance through the rearview mirror. She saw John Chen angrily scolding the child, saw Sukinga protecting her daughter and laughing heartily, and saw Tang Tang's miserly little face. For some reason, her heart, hardened by half a lifetime in the business world, suddenly softened. Heh! Wang Zifeng leaned back in her leather chair, letting out an extremely soft, cold snort. The old butler beside her cautiously observed her expression and tentatively asked, Madam, that John Chen is too ungrateful. Should I have someone? Have someone for what? Break his legs? Wang Zifeng glanced at the steward, her tone still cold and hard, but the murderous intent had lessened considerably. Didn't you see? That kid may have a sharp tongue, but he's got guts. 50 million right in front of him, he didn't even blink. Much better than those spineless cowards in our circle who can't resist money. The steward was stunned. Was Madame praising her son-in-law? And Wang Zifeng's mind flashed back to Tang Tang's bright, intelligent eyes, and her boastful words, 50 million, deal. A rare, uncontrollable smile curved her lips. That little girl, she's interesting, greedy, shrewd, bold, and knows how to take advantage. That personality, she's like me. She's got business talent, much better than Kinga, that love-struck fool. The steward was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. How many years? How many years had it been since he'd seen the Iron Lady smile? Then, this check. Keep it for her, as pocket money. Wang Zifeng waved her hand, put her sunglasses back on, and resumed her aloof and stern demeanor. As the car window slowly rolled up, she coldly tossed out a sentence to Zhang Chen, who still looked defiant outside. This weekend is a family dinner. Her voice wasn't loud, but it reached Zhang Chen and Su Kinga's ears precisely. Wash yourself up and get back here with the child. If you dare to be late, I'll have your mess torn down. With that, the Lincoln started, leaving a trail of imposing exhaust fumes as it sped away. The entire room fell silent again. Su Kinga, holding Tang Tang, froze completely. She mechanically turned her head to look at Zhang Chen, her phoenix eyes filled with incredulous surprise. You heard me. Yes. Zhang Chen picked at his ear, looking impatient. Let me go back. This old lady, even when asking for favors, she's so rude. It's not that. Su Kinga excitedly grabbed Zhang Chen's arm. It's the family banquet. The family banquet. Do you know what this means? It means she's given in. It means she acknowledges you. 5 years ago, Zhang Chen couldn't even get into the Su family's house. 5 years later, Wang Zifeng actually personally invited him to a family banquet? This is like the sun rising in the west. Acknowledges me. Zhang Chen watched the car disappear into the distance, then curled his lip. I think she's trying to trick me into going back, then trap me like a turtle in a jar, right? Can't you think of something better? Su Kinga rolled her eyes at him. Anyway, you have to go this Sunday. You have to look your best. You can't embarrass me. Okay, I'll go. Zhang Chen waved dismissively, but in his mind, he was already calculating how to squeeze more gifts out of the old lady. After all, he'd already sold his daughter once, he had to recoup his investment, right? Just as he was racking his brains over the future battles within the wealthy family, the long-dormant system notification suddenly rang out in his mind without warning. Ding! Detected that the host has suffered a backstab from his own daughter and was forcibly conscripted by his mother-in-law, resulting in severe mental trauma. System compensation mechanism triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special skill reward, God-level disguise technique. Skill description: not just changing appearance, but also disguising the soul. Shrinking bones, voice changer, perfect level, temperament simulation, you can become anyone you want. It's an essential skill for evading creditors, infiltrating enemy camps, and role-playing. Zhang Chen was stunned. Disguise? He looked at the messy stall in front of him, then at the fans and internet celebrities frantically taking pictures of him. An extremely bold and wicked idea suddenly popped into his mind. Since the entire internet is looking for Boss Zhang, since that assassin organization and the wealthy rival are all eyeing this face, what if tomorrow's Boss Zhang has a different face? Heh. Zhang Chen stroked his chin, a strange smile playing on his lips. System, I really like this reward. Since everyone enjoys watching a show so much, tomorrow I'll put on a big one for you. Watching the stretch Lincoln disappear around the street corner, trailing plumes of exhaust fumes, Zhang Chen felt like he'd just fought a fierce battle. His bones felt like they were about to shatter. His mother-in-law's aura was harder than an atomic bomb. Only someone like him, who had mastered the art of thick-skinnedness, could withstand it. Daddy, is Grandma gone? Tang Tang peeked her little head out from behind the tricycle, clutching her small backpack full of checks tightly, as wary as a squirrel guarding its pine cones. She's gone. She's gone back to Beijing to save up for your dowry. Zhang Chen ruffled his daughter's hair with a hint of annoyance, then, on a whim, he opened the system panel in his mind, a panel only he could see. That crisp notification sound from earlier had been something he'd been eagerly anticipating for a long time. God-level disguise technique. The name alone sounded intriguing. Zhang Chen's mind stirred, and a warm current instantly flowed through his limbs. Countless pieces of knowledge about bone shifting, muscle restructuring, and vocal cord adjustment appeared out of thin air in his mind, as if he were a born actor with 1,000 faces. This thing, is it really that amazing? Zhang Chen stroked his chin, his gaze falling on the rearview mirror next to him. He took a deep breath, and the image of Aunt Wu next door, the kind-hearted, loud-voiced woman who always wandered around in her floral pajamas, appeared in his mind. Transform! With a thought, Zhang Chen felt a tingling, slightly itchy sensation in his facial muscles, and his bones made extremely faint clicking sounds. In just 3 seconds, the handsome young man in the rearview mirror was gone. In his place was a middle-aged woman with droopy eyes, a mole on her lip, and a face that screamed, "I'm going to gossip at the village entrance." Oh my. Tang Tang, where did your deadbeat dad go? Jiang Chen opened his mouth, and the voice that came out was a pure, thick Jianhai City accent, practically identical to Aunt Wu's. Clatter. The sweet potato Tang Tang had just picked up fell to the ground. The little girl's eyes widened, her mouth formed an O, and she froze on the spot for a full 5 seconds, as if struck by lightning. Wah! A piercing scream tore through the air. Tang Tang was so frightened that she backed away, plopped down on the rice bag, pointed at Jiang Chen, and cried out in a tearful voice. Monster! You disappeared! Give me back my handsome dad! I don't want Grandma Wu as my dad! Jiang Chen looked at his daughter's ghost-like expression and was secretly delighted. The thrill of this prank was even better than winning 5 million. Alright, stop wailing, it's your daddy. He snapped his fingers, his facial muscles twitched again, and in the blink of an eye, he was back to the lazy Jiang Chen. This is daddy's new magic trick, isn't it amazing? Tang Tang, still shaken, crawled over and pinched Jiang Chen's face repeatedly with her little hands. After confirming it wasn't real skin, she let out a sigh of relief, her eyes then shining like little light bulbs. Wow, daddy's so amazing. Can you turn into Ultraman? I want to ride Ultraman. That's a bit difficult, it's a cross-species thing. Jiang Chen wiped away his cold sweat and quickly changed the subject. However, the appearance of this skill had indeed opened the door to a new world for him. His face has been in the spotlight too much these past few days. He gets mobbed everywhere he goes, even having to evade paparazzi when he goes to the restroom. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a different face and start a street stall? Besides, Jiang Chen looked at the few packets of forget-me-not tea left over from the previous lottery in his system space, and then thought of the strange customers he'd encountered these past few days, people troubled by love and burdened by money. A brilliant business plan took shape in his mind. Since everyone's mentally ill, I'll sell medicine. It wasn't real medicine, it was medicine for the heart. The next day, a strange stall appeared in a corner of Jianhai City's busiest pedestrian street. Gone was the iconic dilapidated tricycle, in its place stood a small square table covered with a dark blue tablecloth, upon which rested an antique tea set and a very old-fashioned kerosene lamp. The stall owner was a middle-aged man wearing a gray long robe, round sunglasses, and a goatee. He held a tattered palm leaf fan in his hand, meditating with his eyes closed, exuding an air of, believe it or not, superiority. Beside him stood an even more outrageous wooden sign. Regret Medicine Specialty Store. Specializes in unrequited love, lost love, failed investments, bad relationships, and midnight emojis. Price, 10,000 yuan/person, includes a cup of forget-me-not tea plus 1 psychological counseling session. Note, drink my tea and forget him/her. Money back guarantee if ineffective. Honest and fair dealing. This stall, once set up, left passers-by dumbfounded. Are scammers this brazen these days? A regret medicine? Why don't you sell elixirs of immortality? 10,000 yuan per person? This old man must be crazy for money. Even robbing a bank wouldn't make him rich faster. With that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to top up my card at a foot massage parlor? Why come here drinking tea? Ignoring the pointing fingers and whispers around him, Jiang Chen, now known as Master Jiang, didn't even raise an eyebrow. He sat there as steady as a mountain, his fingers lightly tapping the table, silently reciting. Like Zhang Taigong fishing, those who are willing will take the bait. These days, the more outrageous something is, the more people believe it. Especially those wealthy people with guilty consciences or wounded hearts. Tang Tang was sent to kindergarten today, mainly to prevent her from revealing her secrets, giving Jiang Chen some peace and quiet, allowing him to focus on his fraud, oh no, psychological counseling business. The sun was high in the sky. Just as Jiang Chen was about to fall asleep, a shadow blocked the sunlight. A strong smell of tobacco, mixed with the musty smell of not having showered for days, wafted towards him. Jiang Chen's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. A man stood before the stall, completely bundled up. In the sweltering summer heat, he wore a heavy black trench coat, collar turned up high, a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap even more heavily armed than Sukinga had been yesterday. But the man's demeanor was utterly off. He was trembling violently, his hands gripping the hem of his coat tightly, his knuckles white. Even through the sunglasses, Jiang Chen could sense the fear, despair, and a hint of near-collapse madness in his eyes. This was a man with a story. Or rather, a man experiencing a devastating ordeal. Sit. Jiang Chen pointed to the small stool opposite him, his voice, amplified by the system's voice changer, becoming aged and hoarse, carrying a sense of world-weariness. Sir, are you here to buy a regret-reversing pill? The man didn't sit down immediately. Like a startled rabbit, he cautiously looked around, making sure no one was watching, before shakily pulling a thick wad of cash from his pocket and slamming it heavily on the table. Money! I have money! His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like sandpaper scraping against a table, carrying a suppressed sob. As long as you can save me, as long as this medicine really works, I'll pay any price. I don't ask for anything else, I only ask for. The man abruptly removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of bloodshot, sunken eyes. He stared intently at Jiang Chen, tears welling up instantly, his voice trembling so much he could barely speak. I just want to get a good night's sleep. Just one night. I just want one good night's sleep. Please. The man trembled as he removed the sunglasses that had covered half his face, then slowly pulled down his mask. A face that frequently graced the covers of financial magazines, now gaunt and emaciated, was exposed to the air. Several passers-by who had been watching the commotion instantly widened their eyes in disbelief. Holy crap! Isn't that guy? Lu Qiang? The chairman of the billion-dollar Qiangsheng Group. My god! This is a business tycoon. How did he end up looking like this? Lu Qiang paid no heed to the surrounding whispers. His hands gripped the table, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, like a drowning man grasping at a last straw. Master, I regret it. A long sigh, filled with endless desolation. 20 years ago, I was just a poor kid. For the sake of starting a business, for the sake of getting ahead, I cruelly abandoned my first love, the one who ate instant noodles and lived in a basement with me. Lu Qiang's voice choked, tears streaming down his stubble-covered face. I told her I was going to make it in the big city, and asked her to wait for me. But when I returned, she was already married. I'm rich now, richer than I could ever spend in several lifetimes. But every night when I close my eyes, I see that look in her eyes, crying and begging me not to leave. I can't sleep at night. Sleeping pills don't work. Master, my heart is breaking. What's the use of this money? I want to use half of my fortune to bring back that night, even if it's just to say sorry to her. A collective sigh rippled through the room. Indeed, we can't imagine the happiness of the rich, nor can we understand their suffering. Jiang Chen sat on a small stool, fanning himself with a tattered palm leaf fan, listening with a sneer. This is a classic case of spending money recklessly. You were the one who looked down on the poor and loved the rich back then, and now that you've achieved success, you're the one starting to act pretentious. But hey, a fat sheep delivered to your door, might as well fleece it. Foolish child, foolish child. Jiang Chen sighed in that aged and ethereal voice, adopting the air of a compassionate sage. He stretched out his withered, actually, it was makeup, hand, picked up the greasy-looking purple clay teapot, and poured a cup of tea into a chipped porcelain bowl. The tea had an eerie amber color, not very hot, yet it emitted a faint fragrance that calmed the mind. System item, Forget-Me-Not Tea, enhanced version. Effects, powerful calming, clears negative emotions, reconstructs regrets through dreams, allowing one to finish saying what they want to say in their dreams. Side effects, experiencing extreme hunger upon waking. Drink it. Jiang Chen pushed the teacup forward. Drink this Meng Po. Oh no, Forget-Me-Not Tea. All past events will vanish like smoke. Lu Qiang didn't hesitate. His hands trembled as he picked up the broken bowl, as if it were a priceless treasure. He closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. Glug! The tea went down his throat. Bitter. Extremely bitter. Just like the bitterness of his 20 years of navigating the cutthroat world of business. Lu Qiang's face contorted. He was about to spit it out when the bitterness suddenly melted away on his tongue, transforming into an indescribable sweetness. The sweet taste rushed down his throat to his brain, like a gentle hand soothing the restless nerves within him. Then, drowsiness washed over him like a tidal wave. This tea. Lu Qiang only managed to utter 2 words before his body went limp and he slumped onto the table. The next second. Huff, huff. A deafening snoring sound echoed across the roadside stall. This business tycoon, who had suffered from insomnia for 3 whole years, had fallen asleep instantly, completely unrefined, slumped over the rickety table of the roadside stall. And he was sleeping soundly. Tears still clung to the corners of his eyes, but a relieved smile slowly crept onto his lips as he mumbled indistinctly. Xiao Fang, I'm sorry, I was wrong. The entire place fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Holy crap. He's asleep already. Did they put a sleeping potion in this tea? The effect is so immediate. Come on. Sleeping potions can make someone smile this sweetly? This is clearly a sign that their inner conflict has been resolved. Jiang Chen calmly took a sip from his thermos, his accomplishment unseen. Next. 10 minutes later. Lu Qiang suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had just woken from a long dream. He sprang up from the table, his eyes clear, the aura of despair and hopelessness completely gone, making him seem 10 years younger. I saw her. I dreamt of her. Lu Qiang trembled with excitement, gripping Jiang Chen's hand tightly. Master! I apologized to her in my dream. She forgave me. She even cooked me a bowl of noodles. This huge weight has finally been lifted from my heart. A miracle doctor. A living god. Without a word, Lu Qian pulled out his phone and frantically tapped on the payment code. Ding! WeChat transfer received, 100,000 yuan. Master, this is just a small token. Is there any more tea? I want to buy 10 gin. Zhang Chen pulled his hand back, wiping it disdainfully. No more. This tea is all about fate, one sip is enough. Any more and it's just plain water. I understand. I understand. Divine things are rare. Lu Qian believed this without a doubt. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he pulled out another phone, dialed a number, and spoke so loudly the whole street could hear. Hey, old Zhang, stop lying there with the psychologist. It's useless. Come to the pedestrian street. There's a miracle worker here. He really has a regret pill. What? You don't believe me? I just took a nap here and dreamt about my first love. Stop talking nonsense, grab your money, or it'll be gone. After hanging up, he dialed another number. Hey, old Wang, don't you always regret not buying Tencent stock back then? Come on, this place can cure your heartache. As Lu Qian made these calls, the entire wealthy circle of Jianhai City exploded. What rich person doesn't have regrets? Who doesn't have a little heartache? They usually spend millions seeing psychologists without any help, but now that they heard there was a street vendor selling regret pills, these people rushed over like sharks smelling fish. In less than half a day, the once quiet corner of the pedestrian street was now completely blocked by luxury cars. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Maybachs, a long line of top-tier luxury cars stretched for 2 blocks. Stepping out of the cars were business tycoons and celebrities usually only seen on television. But now, these once imposing figures were obediently queuing, clutching number plates, their faces showing anxiety, expectation, and even humility. Some had red-rimmed eyes, some sighed, and some even squatted on the ground wiping away tears. Wah! Master, I regret it. Why didn't I buy that courtyard house to save money? Now it's worth 100 times more. Master, I regret not listening to my mother and marrying a shrew. I feel like dying. Master, I regret. Zhang Chen's stall had become a large-scale scene of wealthy people's confessions. Meanwhile, our boss, Mr. Zhang, was counting money until his hands cramped, while simultaneously enduring the wailing and pleading of these grown men. His ears were practically calloused. Stop crying. More money if you cry again. Zhang Chen impatiently tapped the table. Next. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted in the queue. A suffocatingly oppressive atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire area. The wailing men, as if sensing something terrifying, stopped crying and retreated to the sides in fear. A middle-aged man in a gray trench coat and a black top hat slowly walked over. He walked slowly, but each step felt like it was treading on people's nerves. This man didn't reek of money, but rather carried an overwhelming, almost tangible, stench of blood. He reached the stall, neither wailing nor offering money like the others. Instead, he stared intently at Zhang Chen with his cold, emotionless eyes, his voice hoarse, like 2 rusty iron pieces rubbing together. Boss. Killed the wrong person, can you regret it? Jianhai City's pedestrian street is destined to go down in history today. Those business tycoons who used to pontificate on financial news channels and maintain a stern demeanor at board meetings are now lining up in long queues, clutching number plates and wearing expressions more painful than tears. The air is thick with the pungent, sour smell of regret. Wah, master! My heart is breaking. A portly old man with a receding hairline collapsed onto the table, sobbing uncontrollably. He was the CEO of a real estate company, a multi-billionaire. That piece of land was right under my nose back then. I thought 2 million was too expensive and didn't take it. And look what happened. Now that land is worth 200 million. 200 million. The fat old man beat his chest and stamped his feet, filled with regret. Just thinking about it gives me heartache. I want to slap myself. Zhang Chen sat on a small stool, fanning himself with a tattered palm leaf fan, his face completely calm. He skillfully poured a cup of amber-colored forget-me-not tea, pushed it towards the old man, and spoke with the indifference of a heartless assassin. All right, stop wailing. Money is just an external thing. You can't take it with you when you die. Drink this tea, and you'll have anything in your dreams, maybe even a wasteland in your dreams. Drink it and get out of here. Next. The fat old man, as if he had found a treasure, picked up the teacup with trembling hands and drank it all in one gulp. The next second, the CEO, who had just been wailing and lamenting, collapsed onto the table with a thud, instantly snoring loudly, drool dripping from his mouth clearly. He was dreaming of acquiring land. Then, a second bigwig took his place. This was a handsome middle-aged man in a suit and tie, the CEO of a tech company. Normally known for his refined and easygoing demeanor, he now had bloodshot eyes and a crooked tie. Master, I don't ask for money, I beg for mercy. The handsome CEO grabbed Zhang Chen's hand, his voice choked with emotion. Back in college, the most beautiful girl in our department wrote me love letters, but I rejected her because I was focused on graduate school. Now I've passed the exam, and my company is listed, but she actually married the guy who slept in the bunk above me back then, the one who only snored. I regret it. Why did I even take the graduate school entrance exam? Why did I pretend to be aloof? Now, every time I see them showing affection, I want to bang my head against the wall." Jiang Chen pulled his hand away, wiping it on his clothes with disgust. "Young man, your vision is too narrow." He poured another cup of tea, earnestly trying to persuade him. "Think about it, if you had agreed back then, you'd be sleeping next to your bunkmate now. No, you'd be arguing over daily necessities. What you can't have always seems more desirable. Drink this tea and forget about it." The CEO, tears streaming down his face, downed the bowl of poisonous chicken soup in one gulp, then blissfully fainted. And so, Jiang Chen's stall turned into a massive misery contest. Some regretted not buying Bitcoin, some regretted not hoarding more properties before the housing market skyrocketed, and others regretted getting an extra card in their card game last night. A variety of bizarre reasons followed, making Jiang Chen roll his eyes. These rich people are just bored. However, despite his internal complaints, Jiang Chen's hands didn't slow down at all when it came to collecting money. Ding! WeChat transfer received, 10,000 yuan. Ding! Alipay received, 10,000 yuan. The crisp notification sounds echoed, a soothing sound. Amidst this celebration, one person's business was also thriving. That was our number one adopted son, Zhao Yufan. This guy had a sharp eye. He spotted a business opportunity at a glance. He somehow got hold of a large box of tissues, carrying it and weaving through the queue, selling them wherever he could find a gap. "Oh dear, Mr. Wang, you've been crying so hard, your snot is running down your face. Here, let me wipe it off." Zhao Yufan pulled out a tissue and handed it over, casually flashing the QR code hanging around his neck. 100 yuan, scan to pay. Mr. Wang was crying so hard he didn't even look at the price, and casually scanned the code for 100 yuan. "Chairman Li, your tears have soaked your custom-made suit worth hundreds of thousands. It's heartbreaking. Quick, use this, it's super absorbent." "Young Master Zhao, are you robbing me? 100 yuan a pack of tissues. Look at you, these are tissues imbued with the scent of repentance, they can wipe away your troubles. Besides, do you lack 100 yuan? What you lack is this dignity." Zhao Yufan's silver tongue made a 1 yuan pack of tissues seem like a luxury item. In just half a day, his garlic bowl was stuffed full of cash, and he grinned from ear to ear. "Godfather, this business is incredibly profitable." Zhao Yufan leaned close to Jiang Chen, counting the money as he exclaimed, "It's much more interesting than driving sports cars and chasing girls. Maybe I should quit and work for you?" Jiang Chen glanced at him, about to scold him for being spineless. Suddenly, an extremely unusual aura, like a chilling draft, instantly swept through the alleyway. The previously bustling noise was abruptly cut short, as if by an invisible hand. The feeling was strange. Despite the scorching summer sun, everyone couldn't help but shiver, goosebumps rising on their arms. The wealthy men who had been queuing to plead their case instinctively fell silent, their bodies moving aside to make way for them. Even Zhao Yufan, counting his money, froze. He looked up blankly. "What's wrong? Is the air conditioning too strong?" Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He put down his palm leaf fan, sat up straight, and his gaze swept through the crowd to the figure slowly approaching from the alleyway entrance. It was a middle-aged man in a gray trench coat. In the sweltering heat, he was bundled up tightly, even wearing a wide-brimmed black hat pulled low, obscuring most of his face. He walked slowly, without making a sound. But with each step, the surrounding crowd recoiled in terror, as if avoiding a plague. Because of his smell. Not the smell of sweat, nor perfume, but a overwhelming, nauseating stench of blood, as if he had just emerged from a slaughterhouse. It was a terrifying aura possessed only by someone who had truly crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The normally haughty and wealthy people around him were now like chicks targeted by an eagle, their faces pale, their legs trembling, barely daring to breathe. Who is this person?" Someone whispered, their voice trembling. "His eyes are terrifying, like a murderer." The man in gray seemed oblivious to the fear around him. He walked straight to the stall, not rushing to grab a seat like the others, nor taking out his phone to scan a QR code. He simply stood there, slowly raising his head. Beneath the brim of his hat, a pair of sinister, murky, yet deathly eyes appeared. Those eyes held no light of life, only an endless abyss. He stared intently at Jiang Chen, like a lone wolf that had been starving for a long time, finally finding its prey. The air seemed to freeze. Zhao Yufan was so frightened that he dropped the tissue in his hand, wanting to run but finding his legs too weak to move. Jiang Chen remained calmly seated on the small stool, even taking a sip of goji berry water from his thermos, his expression indifferent. "This customer, are you also here to buy a regret pill?" The man in gray didn't speak. He extended a hand, pale as a corpse's bone, and slowly, bit by bit, placed it on the table. There was no money, no card. only a suffocating coldness. He looked at Jiang Chen, his lips twitching stiffly, revealing a smile more painful than a grimace, his voice hoarse and rough, like two rusty pieces of iron rubbing against each other. Boss. I've never loved anyone, nor have I ever done business. In my life, I've only done one thing. He leaned forward, the stench of blood instantly overwhelming, making it hard to breathe. If you kill the wrong person, can you regret it? As the gray-clad man sat down, the small square table covered with a dark blue tablecloth instantly transformed into a judgment seat in the underworld. Several billionaires who had been waiting in line were forced back by the invisible, menacing aura, barely daring to breathe. The thick, pungent smell of blood in the air made everyone feel physically uncomfortable, as if a cold, venomous snake were coiled around their necks. The woman hiding in the shadows of the tricycle, her muscles tense to the extreme. Her hand, which had been wielding a knife for years, trembled uncontrollably. Cold sweat trickled down her temples, dripping onto her black leather jacket and disappearing instantly. She recognized him. Or rather, there wasn't anyone in this world who mingled in the underworld who didn't recognize this face, even if it was only half a profile obscured by shadow. The King of the Night. The mastermind behind Yellow Springs, the world's largest assassin organization, a nightmare living in legend. It said he's killed more people than Yasha has ever seen. His name can rouse even the most ruthless bandits from their sleep. Why is he here? Yasha felt her heart pounding in her chest. Instinctively, she gripped the short knife at her waist, her body slightly bent, assuming a defensive stance. Although she knew that against this man, her supposedly formidable killing skills were probably nothing more than a warm-up. But the gray-clad man didn't even glance at her. In his eyes, both the trembling tycoon beside him and the female assassin on high alert were nothing more than roadside weeds, insignificant. His gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen, or rather, on the still steaming pot of tea beside Jiang Chen. Boss. He called again, his voice still hoarse, but now tinged with an undeniable weariness and emptiness. In my life, I've taken at least 1,000 lives. I used to think killing was art, a pleasure, the purest truth in the world. He slowly removed his wide-brimmed hat, revealing gray hair and eyes bloodshot and hollow, like two black holes. But lately, I've suddenly felt bored. Every time the night is still and quiet, the people I killed cry in my ears, flash before my eyes. I'm not afraid of ghosts, but I'm annoyed. I've had insomnia for 3 whole months, seen over a dozen psychologists, killed 5 hypnotists, and nothing worked. He extended his withered fingers and lightly tapped the table, making a tap-tap sound, like tolling some kind of death knell. They say you have a regret-reversing pill that can make people forget all their troubles. I want to ask, is there any hope for someone like me with blood on their hands? If my insomnia can't be cured. His eyes suddenly sharpened, a terrifying murderous aura erupting instantly, the surrounding temperature seemingly dropping to freezing. Then I'll turn this street into a real road to the underworld. This blatant threat sent chills down the spines of those around him. Zhao Yufan was so frightened that he immediately crawled under the table, trembling and clutching his head. However, Jiang Chen smiled. Far from being frightened, he picked up his thermos, slowly blew on the goji berries, took a sip, and let out an extremely satisfying sigh. Ha! Jiang Chen put down the thermos, looking at the ruthless killer before him. His eyes held no fear, only a detached indifference, even a hint of disdain. I knew it. Young people these days are just too hot-tempered. Jiang Chen shook his head, adopting the air of a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Killing too many people leads to liver fire, restlessness, and of course, insomnia. It's the same as slaughtering too many pigs. It's an occupational hazard. Slaughtering pigs. Yaksha almost choked. Comparing the fearsome king of the night to a butcher? Did this boss have a death wish? Occupational hazard? The gray-clad man paused, clearly not expecting such a down-to-earth diagnosis. Yeah, burnout, everyone goes through that. Jiang Chen said, pouring a bowl of amber-colored tea from the purple clay teapot and pushing it towards the man. You're overthinking it, just bored. If you were carrying bricks on a construction site every day, working like a dog, see if you still had insomnia. Alright, stop looking so bitter. Drink this tea, it'll cool you down. The man in gray looked at the unremarkable bowl of tea in front of him, his brow furrowed. He was extremely suspicious throughout his life, never drinking water offered by strangers, let alone from a roadside stall of dubious origin. But the strange aroma of the tea, as if alive, relentlessly wafted into his nostrils, stirring a slight urge to relax his nerves, which had been taut for 3 months. Drink up. Jiang Chen lazily urged, 10,000 yuan a cup, no credit. If you still want to kill after you finish, I'll rip your head off and let you kick it around like a ball. The gray-clad man looked into Jiang Chen's clear, unfathomable eyes and remained silent for a long time. Finally, as if possessed, he trembled and reached out to pick up the bowl of tea. Glug. He drank it all in one gulp. The bitter tea slid down his throat, instantly transforming into a cool current that rushed straight to his head. The vengeful spirits and murderous intent that had been roaring and howling in his mind were miraculously silenced by this refreshing current. That long-lost feeling of tranquility was like a pair of gentle hands, softly smoothing the wrinkles on his soul. The grey-clad man's eyes began to glaze over. He felt his body become very light and soft, all the heavy burdens of killing and sin seemed to have vanished with this cup of tea. "How are you? Feeling empty inside, really wanting to do something?" Jiang Chen's voice seemed to come from afar, carrying a seductive magnetism. The man in grey nodded subconsciously, his eyes glazed over. "Yes, I feel, my hands are itching." "Itching hands is good, that's the cry of the working class." Jiang Chen stood up, pointed to a large plastic basin piled high with dirty bowls not far away, and a capitalist's benevolent smile appeared on his face. "See that pile of bowls? That's the refuge of your soul, the shore of your atonement. Go, wash those dishes. The cleaner you wash them, the clearer your heart will be. When you've finished washing the dishes, your insomnia will be cured." Yiksha stared wide-eyed at Jiang Chen in horror. Is he crazy? Making the king of the night wash dishes? That's like making a tiger eat vegetables, or making a shark jump through a ring of fire an impossible task. This man would be torn to shreds by the enraged boss in the next second. However, what happened the next second completely shattered Yiksha's worldview. The ruthless, unyielding king of the night actually stood up slowly. His eyes were empty and unfocused, as if drawn by some mysterious force. He walked step by step, stiffly yet resolutely, towards the sink filled with grease and leftover food. He took off his grey trench coat, a symbol of death and fear, and casually tossed it on the ground. Then, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing 2 arms covered in scars. Under the stunned gazes of hundreds of people, this underground emperor, who held the lives of countless people in his hands, actually bent down, reached for a greasy rag, and then began washing the dishes with utmost seriousness. Squeak! The dish soap foam was rinsed away by the water, and the rough rag scrubbed vigorously on the ceramic plate, producing a crisp, teeth-grinding sound. This king of the night, feared throughout the global underworld, was now bent over, his hands once wielding guns and daggers clumsily and devoutly scrubbing a bowl stained with chili oil. Large tears fell into the greasy basin, splashing up murky water. Wah! He washed and cried, sobbing like a 200-pound child who had lost his beloved toy, his shoulders shaking. His expensive grey trench coat lay carelessly on the muddy ground, covered in dust. "I regret it. I really regret it." His voice was hoarse and broken, sending chills down the spines of the wealthy onlookers, who instinctively retreated 3 meters away. Yasha stood there, completely petrified. Her mouth gaped open as she watched her usually ruthless and cold-blooded leader weeping bitterly over a broken bowl. She felt her worldview being utterly shattered. "Boss, boss," Yasha called tentatively, her voice trembling. You're scaring me. Is the tea poisoned? Poisoned? No, this is divine medicine. This is salvation." The grey-clad man suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes now gleaming with an eerie, holy light. He stared intently at the clean bowl, as if staring into his own conscience. "After drinking this tea, I finally understand how terribly wrong I've been in my life. I shouldn't have coveted those 50 million. I shouldn't have taken that job. And I especially shouldn't have harbored murderous intent, wanting to kill the only person in this world who could offer me salvation." Boom! The words were like a thunderclap in the crowd. The onlookers, who had initially come to watch the rich man's crying scene, instantly turned deathly pale. Murder? A job? 50 million? This wasn't an adjective, it was a verb. Holy crap! This guy's an assassin. Zhao Yufan was so frightened he fell to the ground, dropping the tissue box he was holding. I knew he smelled wrong. It was murderous aura. Pure murderous aura. Call the police. Call the police. Don't move. Can't you see the assassin standing there? Move and you're dead. A commotion erupted in the crowd, panic spreading. Only Jiang Chen remained unmoved, sitting calmly on his small stool. He held a thermos, gently blowing on the floating goji berries, his gaze as calm as if he were listening to a neighbor's casual conversation. "Oh? 50 million? Jiang Chen took a sip of water, his tone indifferent. "Who's so generous? That idiot Ye Liangchen? Or that princess who ran away after my ex-wife drove her away yesterday? It's the Ye family." The man in grey, tears streaming down his face, mechanically washed the next plate, spilling the beans. "Ye Liangchen posted a bounty on the dark web, $50 million to buy your hands and destroy your stall. I originally wanted to do it myself." At this point, he suddenly stopped what he was doing, turned around, and looked at Jiang Chen with an expression of utter despair and fear. "But I was wrong. Utterly wrong. How could I kill someone like you, a master who can make forget-me-not tea? If I killed you, who in this world could redeem a soul struggling in the darkness? I deserve to die. I am guilty." Slap! He abruptly raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face, the sound ringing out. Yiksha covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. The king of the night, who had once single-handedly slaughtered an entire mercenary group, was utterly destroyed. He had been completely brainwashed by a cup of tea, or rather, by this man selling tea at a stall. John Chen watched this scene and shook his head helplessly. Alright, stop slapping yourself. A swollen face is an eyesore. He pointed to the basin. Hurry up and wash, then mop the floor. I'm a clean freak, I can't stand dirt, whether it's dust on the floor or dust in my heart. Yes, I'll wash right now. The man in gray, as if he'd found a treasure, washed even more diligently, as if his hands held not plates, but his own sorted past. 10 minutes later, all the dirty dishes were sparkling clean, neatly stacked in the colander. The man in gray dried his hands, even mopping the water stains off the floor. He took a deep breath, his manic emotions seemed to have calmed somewhat, but his eyes became unusually resolute. He walked up to John Chen, without speaking. Instead, he reached into his coat. The surrounding bodyguards and the remaining wealthy men instantly tensed. Would he draw a gun? Or a knife? With a flick of his wrist, he slammed a gleaming, intricately carved golden desert eagle onto the small table covered with a blue cloth. Thump! The pure gold gun struck the wooden table with a dull, chilling thud. Ah, a gun! It's a real gun! Help! The crowd screamed and retreated, instantly clearing a circle 10 meters in diameter. John Chen's eyebrows twitched. Goodness, this prop is pretty realistic, and it's pure gold? How much is it worth? Boss. The man in gray stood ramrod straight, like a schoolboy awaiting punishment, his tone utterly sincere. I'm not taking this job. According to industry practice, breach of contract means paying 3 times the deposit. I don't have that much cash on me right now. This gun is my token, the pride of my life. It's made of pure gold, the gold alone is worth millions. He pushed the gun towards John Chen. This gun is payment for the meal, and also my breach of contract penalty. From today onwards, the Dark Knight organization withdraws all kill orders against you. Anyone who dares to touch a hair on your head is going against me. John Chen looked at the golden gun gleaming in the sunlight. He reached out, casually picked it up, and weighed it in his hand. Pretty heavy, feels good in the hand. Very generous. John Chen smiled, showing no fear of facing a deadly weapon. He casually tossed it, and the king of assassins' gun, feared by countless people, traced an arc in the air like a plastic toy. Thud! It landed precisely in Tang Tang's arms, who was lying on the ground drawing nearby. Here, play with it, little one. John Chen said casually, this is a new toy your uncle gave you. It's quite heavy, don't hurt your feet. Wow, a golden pistol. Tang Tang's eyes lit up. She threw down her crayons, struggled to pick up the Desert Eagle with her little hands, curiously pulled the trigger, and then bit the barrel with her teeth. It's hard. Daddy, can this shoot water? I want to play with a water gun. Everyone. Yaksha, the gray-clad man. That's a Desert Eagle that can blow up armored vehicles. Not a water gun. Watching his boss's sidearm, a symbol of supreme power, now being chewed on by a little girl while covered in saliva, Yaksha felt his career had become absurd. All right. John Chen clapped his hands, stood up, and looked at the devout assassin leader before him. Since you don't want to kill anymore, then don't do such despicable things in the future. I happen to be short-handed here. He pointed to the mountain of sweet potatoes and the pile of unwashed teaware beside him, a capitalist smile playing on his lips. I think you're quite talented at washing dishes. How about this, stay and work to pay off your debts. Food and lodging included, no wages. I'll let you go when I feel you've cleansed your heart. Are you in or not? Go for it. Without any hesitation, the king of the night, who had once struck fear into the hearts of countless politicians and tycoons, answered decisively. His voice, though still hoarse, carried an unprecedented firmness, as if he had just accepted an S-rank mission concerning the survival of the world. John Chen nodded in satisfaction, casually pulling a spare apron from the storage box under the tricycle. The apron was pink, printed with a grinning sheep. It had originally been bought for Tang Tang, but was too big. Put this on. John Chen tossed the apron over, his tone casual. Since you're on the job, you need a code name. Those old king and emperor titles are too childish and don't suit our food service industry. You look pretty sturdy, so from now on, I'll call you A-Chiang. A-Chiang? The man in gray paused, then took the pink sheep apron with both hands, his expression as solemn as if receiving a royal award. He removed his expensive, custom-made shirt, revealing a muscular, scarred upper body, then meticulously donned a pink apron, even tying a neat bow at the back. Yes, boss. From today onwards, I am Chiang. Yaksha stood to the side, watching this scene, feeling as if his retinas were about to shatter. That ruthless, cold-blooded boss, who killed without blinking an eye, was now wearing a pink sheep-themed apron, shirtless, standing solemnly by the sink. The impact of this image was far greater than that of the solid gold Desert Eagle from before. Old Chiang, are you serious? Yaksha, carrying a plate of dirty dishes he'd just collected, walked up to Chiang, his tone filled with a bewildered disbelief. You're the king of the night. Your hands are for wielding weapons, not for holding dish soap. Yaksha, you're too attached to appearances. Qian didn't look up. He skillfully squeezed out a pump of dish soap, watching the white foam burst at his fingertips, a strange, almost benevolent look appearing in his eyes. Before, my hands were clean, but my heart was full of blood. Now, my hands are dirty, but my heart is truly clean. As he spoke, he picked up a plate smeared with red oil, his rough hands scrubbing it vigorously with a rag. Sizzle. The plate made a crisp scraping sound, sparkling clean, even reflecting a mirror. Look, how bright. Qian held up the plate, waving it in the sunlight, a childlike smile spreading across his face. Killing someone takes a long time to plan, and then you have to worry about the aftermath. But washing a dish only takes 10 seconds, and it's clean. That instant feedback is so therapeutic. Yaksha. She looked at the plate, then at Qian's face, which was etched with enlightenment, and suddenly felt that the dagger in her hand had lost its appeal. Could it be that washing dishes is really more enjoyable than killing? And so, an extremely surreal scene unfolded in the alley. Two top assassins who should have been wreaking havoc across the world were now huddled side by a narrow sink. One was responsible for applying dish soap, the other for rinsing, their teamwork seamless, their coordination even surpassing their days of carrying out assassination missions. Qian, turn the water down a bit, it's wasteful. Yes, Sister Yaksha, no, Supervisor Yaksha. The surrounding diners, though unaware of the two's true identities, were stunned to see these two menacing figures washing dishes with such tenderness, barely daring to breathe. This business was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Just as Qian was completely absorbed in the joy of washing dishes, a dozen dark figures silently emerged from the shadows at the alley entrance. They wore matching black combat uniforms, tactical masks, and emanated a chilling killing intent. These were the Dark Knight organization's top assassins, Qian's personal bodyguards. They had been lying in ambush, ready to support their boss at any moment. But after waiting and waiting, instead of hearing the signal to attack, they saw their boss undressed and washing dishes? Captain, is that the boss? A hitman lowered his voice, his tone filled with uncertainty. Is the boss being mind-controlled? Or has he been drugged? Definitely. The lead hitman's eyes sharpened, his grip on his dagger reversed. That stall owner is definitely a hypnotist. The boss has been controlled. Brothers, attack. Rescue the boss, kill that cook. Kill! A dozen dark figures emerged from the shadows like ghosts, charging towards Zhang Chen's stall with unstoppable momentum. The killing intent instantly swept through the entire area. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and timid diners screamed and scattered in panic. Zhang Chen was sitting on a small stool peeling sunflower seeds for Tang Tang when he sensed the killing intent and frowned slightly. Before he could even make a move. Insolence! A furious shout, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Qian, who was washing dishes, whirled around, the dishcloth still in his hand, splashing water droplets all over the floor. He looked at his charging subordinates, his previously calm eyes instantly flashing with a terrifying pressure, the unquestionable domineering aura unique to those in power. Who let you out? Don't you know the rules? The lead assassin abruptly stopped, his dagger less than a meter from Zhang Chen's back. He stared at his boss in the pink apron, completely dumbfounded. Boss? We're here to rescue you. This cook, he. Rescue me? Qian sneered, holding up the half-washed plate as if displaying a rare treasure. I'm living a fulfilling and happy life. My soul is being cleansed. You bunch of brutes who only know how to fight and kill, what do you know? Look at your viciousness. You've scared away the boss's customers. If you affect the boss's business, I couldn't afford to pay for it even if I sold myself. The assassins looked at each other, completely bewildered by the situation. The boss who once taught them that soft-heartedness is suicide was now protecting a street vendor? And even cursing them over a plate? Boss, you must be possessed. The lead assassin gritted his teeth, his eyes hardening. Brothers, don't listen to him. Kill that cook, and the boss will come to his senses. You're asking for death. Qian's eyes turned cold, but he didn't use a gun, nor a knife. He simply grabbed a handful of chopsticks from the sink. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was the sound of something cutting through the air faster than a bullet. A dozen bamboo chopsticks, in Qian's hands, transformed into deadly projectiles, precisely striking the nerve endings in each assassin's wrist. Clang! Clang! A series of dagger-like sounds rang out. In less than a second, all the top assassins were incapacitated, clutching their wrists and staring in terror at their boss. This was the power of the King of the Night. Even with chopsticks, he was invincible. Do I need to say it again? Qian clapped the foam off his hands, his tone chilling. Here, there are only waiters, no assassins. Either get out, or, come and work. The assassins were dumbfounded. They glanced at their seemingly demonic leader, then at Zhang Chen, who hadn't even turned his head the entire time, still peeling sunflower seeds. A deep sense of dread washed over them. Even their leader had been tamed like this, What kind of monster was that cook? We'll do the work. The lead assassin was the first to react, kneeling on the ground with a thud, his survival instinct kicking in. As long as you don't kill us, we'll wash dishes and mop the floor. Yes. We're strong. We can carry gas cylinders. The others quickly dropped their weapons, vying to volunteer. And so, a few minutes later, the originally menacing assassination scene transformed into a bustling domestic service scene. A dozen burly men dressed in black and wearing masks were busy wiping tables, sweeping floors, carrying ingredients, and fanning customers in line. Please have a seat, sir. Be careful, it's hot. Who threw this cigarette butt on the ground? Have no manners. The service was more attentive than a five-star hotel, but those fierce-looking faces paired with aprons just looked out of place. John Chen peeled the last sunflower seed and fed it to Tang Tang. He stood up, looking at the busy black-clad waiters in the room, then at the alleyway that was almost bursting at the seams, and sighed helplessly. All right, stop calling for more people. John Chen rubbed his temples and waved to Chiang, who was looking on with a smug expression. We have enough people, really enough. You guys are all so fierce, you've scared the kids to tears. Anymore, we need someone to clean the public restrooms over there, you guys figure it out. Jianhai City's pedestrian street was in complete chaos today. The food stalls, which should have been bustling with activity and the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, were now eerily quiet, like a funeral parlor. Passers-by stared wide-eyed, their phones frozen in place, unable to even press the shutter button. Before the usually unassuming sweet potato stall stood 2 rows of burly men in black, tight-fitting combat suits, tactical masks, their muscles bulging as if their clothes were about to burst. These men were clearly ruthless characters who had seen blood, but at this moment, they weren't holding knives or guns. Instead, they were holding rags, brooms, and pink feather dusters. Sir, your sweet potato is hot, be careful. A killer with a scar on his left cheek bent over, offering a steaming hot sweet potato to a terrified little girl. He tried to keep his voice gentle, but his hoarse voice sounded like the big bad wolf trying to abduct Little Red Riding Hood. Who wiped this table? There are still grease stains. Wipe it again. Another assassin was wiping the table with white gloves, his eyes scrutinizing like a palace eunuch. Hey, you over there. Don't you have any public decency? Believe me or not, I'll pick it up for you. Most outrageous of all, next to the tricycle, another assassin was squatting on the ground, holding a rattledrum, grinning maliciously, actually, fawning, as he tried to soothe a crying baby in a stroller. Don't cry, Uncle will show you how to crack a walnut with your bare hands. Crack! The walnut broke, and the child cried even harder. This scene was too much to bear. Is this the legendary Dark Knight assassin gang? This is clearly a Dark Knight housekeeping service company. Daddy, these weird uncles may be ugly, but they're pretty efficient at their work. Tang Tang sat on a high stool, using her solid gold Desert Eagle as a hammer to crack walnuts, commenting as she ate, like an extremely demanding little supervisor. That bald uncle, though, his smile is terrifying. Could we make him clean the toilets? John Chen, sitting nearby drinking tea, almost choked on his drink upon hearing this. Ahem, daughter, that's just how they are, you can't discriminate against them. He shook his head helplessly. These assassins are really going all out to survive. Meanwhile, near the sink, which was actually just a few large plastic basins, the former king of the night, now a dishwasher, Chiang, was intently working on a large iron pot covered in years of accumulated grease. His hands, which had once broken countless necks, were now gripping a steel wool pad, scrubbing it frantically. Sizzle, sizzle. Sparks were practically flying. Boss, the bottom of this pot is really dark black. We'll need some strong scouring powder. Chiang straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and instinctively reached for Zhang Chen to get some cleaning agent. Zhang Chen was reaching for the condiment bottle on the shelf when his sleeve slipped slightly, revealing a strong, muscular forearm. In that instant, sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling Zhang Chen's arm. Chiang's pupils contracted sharply, and he froze instantly, as if struck by lightning. Bang! The steel wool in his hand fell into the basin of water, splashing up a spray of dirty water. He stared intently at the inside of Zhang Chen's arm. There was a very faint, very shallow scar, almost invisible unless you looked closely. It wasn't an ordinary knife or gunshot wound. It was a brand. A totem composed of countless tiny, twisted scars, seemingly from the depths of hell. The Vajra mark. That was a mark only bestowed upon a king who had survived 100 consecutive matches in the world's most brutal and mysterious purgatory death arena, slaughtering all their opponents. Legend has it that those who possess this mark are the embodiment of death, Asuras walking among mortals. 5 years ago, the Asura who made the entire western underworld tremble and wiped out 3 major mercenary groups overnight had such a mark on his arm. Shura, Shura. Chiang's teeth chattered, the 2 words were stuck in his throat, impossible to utter. If before he had only been fooled by that cup of forget-me-not tea, believing Jiang Chen to be a reclusive, enlightened master, then now, he was truly terrified. It was a fear and submission etched into his bones, a fear of absolute power. No wonder Yaksha, the arrogant #1 assassin on the leaderboard, would willingly work as a waiter here. No wonder his dozens of top-tier henchmen were instantly killed with chopsticks before they could even touch the other's clothes. So, they had offended this great figure. Boss. Qian's knees buckled. Without hesitation, even though the ground was covered in mud, he knelt down. This time, there were no drugs, no psychological suggestion, only pure awe. Qian was blind, he didn't know it was you who had arrived. His head slammed heavily to the ground, his voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. From today onwards, Qian's life belongs to you. Even if it's washing dishes, or going through fire and water, Qian will obey your every word without hesitation. The surrounding assassins, seeing their boss suddenly perform this grand gesture, were confused but knew something serious had happened. Clatter. A dozen or so men knelt down in unison, a scene as spectacular as a scene from a gangster movie where a boss pays his respects. Greetings, boss. The roar was deafening, scaring away even the stray dogs passing by. Jiang Chen glanced at the scar on his arm, subtly lowering his sleeve to conceal the mark that once represented bloodshed. He looked at Qian kneeling on the ground, his eyes calm, yet exuding an oppressive aura that made people afraid to look him in the eye. You figured it out? Jiang Chen's voice was very soft, only Qian could hear it. Yes. Qian was sweating profusely, not daring to lift his head. If you figured it out, keep it to yourself. Jiang Chen picked up a peeled walnut from Tang Tang and tossed it into his mouth, his tone lazy. I'm just a sweet potato seller now. My name is Jiang Chen. The old one died 5 years ago. Understand? Qian understands. Qian nodded frantically, but his heart was in turmoil. A demon retired, willingly setting up a stall in the city to raise a child? If this got out, the entire underworld would be shaken. Alright, get up. Stop kneeling, it's not a good look. Jiang Chen kicked Qian's knee. Hurry up and wash the pot. We need to make cola chicken wings for our daughter tonight. Yes, boss. Qian felt like he'd been granted a pardon. He scrambled to his feet, grabbed a steel wool pad, and scrubbed the pot even more diligently and devoutly than before. This was Lord Shura's pot. Being able to wash this pot was a blessing he'd earned in 8 lifetimes. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. It was an old Nokia, usually only used for taking delivery orders. But now, the screen displayed a string of garbled, encrypted numbers. Location displayed, unknown, overseas. Jiang Chen's gaze froze instantly. He hadn't seen this number, this frequency, in 5 years. It used to be his dedicated encrypted line. No more than 3 people in the world knew this number. And those 3 people were either dead, or, ring ring. The ringtone sounded particularly jarring in the noisy alley, like a death knell. Jiang Chen put down his sunflower seeds, remained silent for 2 seconds, and then slowly pressed the answer button. He didn't speak. From the receiver came a cold, familiar laugh, accompanied by static. That laughter was like a demon crawling out of the depths of hell, carrying a strong stench of blood and the pleasure of revenge. He. Shura, long time no see. The other person was using a voice changer, the voice sharp and piercing. 5 years in hiding, 5 years running a street stall, 5 years raising a child. Do you really think you can clear your name? Jiang Chen's fingers tightened slightly around the phone, a chilling murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Who are you? Who I am isn't important. What's important is, that debt from 5 years ago, it's time to settle it. The other person paused, their tone suddenly becoming incredibly sinister. I've already sent your location to that person. This time, let's see where you run now. Oh, by the way, I heard you have a daughter. She's quite cute. Beep. The call ended. Jiang Chen stood there, frozen in his phone answering posture, looking like a volcano about to erupt. The surrounding air temperature plummeted. Qian, who was scrubbing a pot, jerked his hand, and the steel wool fell into the pot. He turned around in horror, looking at his usually lazy boss. At this moment, Jiang Chen exuded an intense, unyielding aura of ferocity. That was the true wrath of a demon, forged in a sea of blood and carnage. Beep. The dial tone, like a saw, tore through the deathly silence. Jiang Chen slowly put down his phone. The hand that had just been firmly gripping the spatula was now pale from the excessive force. The old Nokia's casing cracked, and a thin crack appeared on the screen. Whew! He exhaled a long breath. In that instant, the lazy, casual, street-smart air that had enveloped him vanished like wisps of cloud swept away by a gust of wind. In its place was a suffocating coldness. Like a peerless weapon that had slumbered for 5 years, its rust suddenly wiped away, revealing its bloodthirsty edge. Standing nearby, Chiang shuddered, nearly dropping the steel wool from his hand into the pot. He knew this aura all too well. It was the demonic domain possessed only by a king who had emerged from that hellish inferno of corpses and blood, treading upon countless bones. Boss. Chiang's voice trembled, wanting to say something, but fear choked him. What's wrong? Xiao Feng sensed something was amiss. The iron-blooded Dragon King strode over, his sharp eyes sweeping over Zhang Chen's phone, then looking at his grim, almost dripping, face. Who was that call just now? Zhang Chen didn't answer immediately. He raised his head, his gaze passing over the crowded alleyway, looking towards the distant eastern horizon. There, dark clouds were gathering, a storm seemingly brewing. A bunch of lonely ghosts who should have gone to hell long ago. Zhang Chen put his phone back in his pocket, his tone calm, yet laced with a chilling killing intent. Looks like I've been too quiet these past 5 years, making them think. My blade is dulled. Just then, the miniature communicator in Xiao Feng's ear suddenly flashed red, emitting a rapid beeping sound. His expression changed. He pressed the earpiece for a few seconds, his pupils instantly contracting. Captain, something's happened. Xiao Feng lowered his voice, speaking rapidly. Just received a level 1 alert from the Skynet system. Just 10 minutes ago, the bounty on the dark web was increased tenfold. The amount is now a staggering $500 million. And he took a deep breath, his expression extremely grave. The immigration department has sent word that Black Mamba, Blood Skull, and Hellfire, the top 3 mercenary groups in the world, their core members all boarded flights to Jianhai City within the past hour through various channels. They're all after you. $500 million. This sum of money is enough to drive any desperate man mad. This is no longer a simple assassination, it's tantamount to launching a small-scale urban war. They came so fast. Zhang Chen sneered, a glint of red in his eyes. They're afraid I won't die, so they're trying to use human lives as bait. Zhang Chen? What are you talking about? A questioning voice interrupted their tense conversation. Su Kinga walked over. Although she couldn't hear what they were whispering about, a woman's intuition told her that something was wrong with Zhang Chen. The feeling was like that night 5 years ago when he left. He was smiling, but he exuded a chilling aura that kept everyone at arm's length. What's wrong? You look so pale. Su Kinga reached out to touch Zhang Chen's forehead. Are you too tired? Maybe we should close up shop early today? Zhang Chen's eyes flashed. The suffocating murderous aura he exuded receded like a tide the moment Su Kinga's fingers touched him. He looked up, his face regaining its nonchalant smile, and casually grasped Su Kinga's hand, squeezing it in his palm. Nothing, I just got a sales call. Sales call? Su Kinga looked at him suspiciously. Yeah, they kept trying to sell me cemetery plots, saying something like Sea View Villas, the ultimate experience. Zhang Chen shrugged, spitting out a disgusted look. I'm in the prime of my life, and they're trying to sell me this stuff? It's like cursing me. How can I be happy? Really? Su Kinga stared into his eyes, clearly unconvinced. The atmosphere just now, Xiao Feng's tense demeanor, it didn't seem like a simple prank call. More real than real gold. Zhang Chen pushed her towards the tricycle. Alright, stop worrying. Go rest over there for a bit. We still have dozens of fried rice dishes to make, and you're blocking my way. Su Kinga stumbled a couple of steps from the push. She watched Zhang Chen turn to chop scallions. Although his movements were still practiced, the tense muscles in his back betrayed his inner turmoil. He was lying. He was hiding something. Su Kinga bit her lip, not exposing him, but silently retreating to the side, her hand secretly reaching into her bag to grip her phone tightly. Meanwhile, at Jianhai City's #1 Noble Kindergarten, the dismissal bell had just rung. The setting sun dyed the entire street blood red. A group of children in their neat school uniforms, chattering like birds released from their cages, poured out of the school gate and rushed into the arms of their parents or nannies. Tang Tang, carrying her beloved little yellow duck backpack and wearing a yellow fisherman's hat, clutched a lollipop in her hand. Goodbye, Grandma Wu. She waved sweetly to her neighbor, Aunt Wu, who had come to pick her up. Because Zhang Chen was setting up a stall today, and Su Kinga was also there to supervise, the responsibility of picking up the children fell to the kind-hearted Aunt Wu. Hey, Tang Tang, slow down. Aunt Wu pushed her bicycle, smiling as she followed behind. What do you want to eat tonight? Grandma will make you braised pork ribs, okay? Yay! Tang Tang skipped and hopped ahead, her 2 pigtails swaying, so cute you wanted to pinch them. However, just as they turned into a slightly less crowded, tree-lined path, a black Buick minivan, like a silent shark, slid silently up from behind. The windows were tinted with dark tint, making it impossible to see inside. It didn't honk, nor did it accelerate, it simply hovered behind Tang Tang at a chillingly steady speed. Tang Tang seemed to sense something. The little girl stopped, tilted her head, and looked back with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Tang Tang? Aunt Wu also stopped. And nothing. Tang Tang shook her head and continued walking, but her little hand instinctively tightened its grip on her school bag strap. Dad had said that if a strange car kept following her, it was a bad person. Screech! Just then, the slow-moving van suddenly accelerated, swerved sharply, and cut across the sidewalk, blocking Tang Tang and Aunt Wu's path. The screeching of brakes echoed, and the tires left a black mark on the ground. "Ah, how can you drive like that?" Aunt Wu screamed in fright, almost falling over with her vehicle. Crash! The van's sliding door was violently pulled open. 3 men dressed in black overalls and wearing Peking opera masks jumped out of the vehicle like wolves catching their prey. They carried black cloth bags and ropes, their target clear. "Tang Tang, what are you doing?" Although terrified, Aunt Wu instinctively tried to rush forward to protect her child. "Help! You're trying to steal my child. Get out of my way, you old hag." The masked man, the leader, kicked Aunt Wu's bicycle, knocking her and the bike to the ground. Then, he grinned maliciously, reaching out his large hand to grab the little girl who stood frozen in place, seemingly terrified. "Little girl, come with me. Your father misses you terribly." The masked man's fingers were almost touching Tang Tang's collar. However, the expected crying and screaming did not occur. Tang Tang stood there, her face pale, but her large eyes showed no panic. She watched the approaching hand and suddenly sighed. "Daddy's right. When you're out and about, there are always troublemakers trying to harm you." The little girl muttered, then with a calmness far beyond her years, quickly reached into the side pocket of her little yellow duck backpack. The masked man paused, surprised. Why wasn't this child running away? Why was she taking a toy? The next second, Tang Tang pulled a strangely shaped gadget from her backpack, resembling a flashlight but gleaming with a cold metallic light. It was a self-defense gadget Zhang Chen had made for her a few days ago. "Bad uncle." Tang Tang held up the flashlight, pointing it at the masked man's stomach, a sweet yet chilling smile playing on her lips. "Daddy said, you don't need to reason with bad guys. Just shock them." ZZZZT. Sizzle. A blue-purple arc of electricity, like an angry little snake, instantly burrowed into the masked man's body. This burly man, who had just been grinning and trying to grab the child, suddenly broke into an incredibly mesmerizing and high-frequency breakdance. His whole body convulsed, his hair stood on end, and he emitted strange ho-ho sounds. A burnt smell mixed with his original body odor filled the air. Boss! Boss! The remaining 2 masked men were dumbfounded. What the hell is this self-defense device? Is this voltage for self-defense or for roasting pigs? Don't stand there. Grab him. One of them reacted quickly, pulling a dagger from his waist and lunging menacingly at Tang Tang. However, Tang Tang didn't even take a step back. Her chubby little hand reached into her pocket and pressed another small red button. Woof! Woof woof woof! A deafening bark, like a battle hymn from the depths of hell, instantly engulfed the entire street. Dozens of stray dogs of varying sizes, yet all with fierce eyes, suddenly sprang from the surrounding green belts, alleyways, and even behind trash cans. Leading the pack was a large yellow dog missing an ear, its white teeth flashing like a yellow lightning bolt. It lunged at the knife-wielding assailant, biting his wrist. "Ah!" The assailant screamed, the knife falling to the ground. Immediately afterward, dozens of stray dogs swarmed forward like a well-trained army, instantly overwhelming the 3 kidnappers in a sea of dogs. At the same time, 2 ghostly figures silently appeared in the center of the battle. "Dare to touch the little boss?" The willow leaf blade in Yasha's hand drew a tragically beautiful arc in the setting sun. No one even saw how she moved. The last kidnapper trying to escape was already kneeling on the ground, his Achilles tendons precisely severed. And Qiang, the king of the night in the pink apron, displayed a chillingly violent aesthetic. He lifted the leader, who was foaming at the mouth from the electric shock, with one hand and slammed him to the ground like trash, stomping hard on his chest. "You dare touch her?" Qiang's voice was hoarse, his eyes flashing with madness. "I washed dishes all day to earn this chance for redemption, and you bunch of scum almost ruined it. In just half a minute." This meticulously planned kidnapping ended with the kidnappers wiped out. But this was only the beginning. Put. The familiar roar of the beat-up tricycle engine, carrying a resolute air as if it were about to explode, crashed through the roadblock. Zhang Chen rode the tricycle, his face, usually tinged with a smile, now as cold as ice, his eyes swirling with a murderous intent capable of freezing the air. Su Kinga sat in the back of the vehicle, clutching pepper spray tightly. Though her hair was disheveled by the wind, the maternal glow of protecting her child made her appear stronger than ever. Tang Tang! Su Kinga jumped off before the tricycle had even come to a complete stop, stumbling over and pulling her daughter into her arms, trembling all over. Then, buzz buzz buzz. The sky darkened. 3 armed helicopters hovered overhead in a triangular formation, their massive searchlights locked onto the area. Ropes lowered, and dozens of fully armed Dragon Group Special Forces members descended like divine warriors, their dark gun barrels instantly aimed at the mangled, unrecognizable mounds of flesh on the ground. Xiao Fang leaped from the helicopter, the ground shaking violently with his landing. He strode to Jiang Chen, saluted, his face ashen. "Captain, I have accomplished my mission. But these bastards are mercenaries who smuggled themselves in from abroad." Countless media outlets and broadcasters who had rushed to the scene had already gathered, their flashes going off wildly, broadcasting the breathtaking scene live to the world. All the cameras were focused on the little girl surrounded by the crowd. Tang Tang emerged from Su Kinga's arms. She glanced at her father, his face contorted with murderous intent, then at the fully armed Special Forces soldiers, and finally at the horde of bad guys lying on the ground, beaten beyond recognition. The little girl didn't cry. Instead, she took a deep breath, her face tense, and pulled out the small megaphone she usually used to hawk her sweet potatoes from her school bag. "Hello? Sound test." Her childish voice rang out clearly through the loudspeaker in the noisy twilight. Tang Tang pushed Akiang aside, stepped onto the kidnapper leader's back, and looked down at the dark camera lenses. At this moment, she was no longer the adorable little dumpling, but the queen of this battlefield. "Hey, you bad uncles hiding behind the camera, listen up." Tang Tang, megaphone in hand, her big eyes wide, pointed at the camera and declared the most domineering statement of her life. "I don't care who you are, or how many of you there are. My dad is the best chef in the world. And the dad who loves me the most." The little girl pointed and began calling out names one by one. "See this? This is my mom, the big star Su Kinga. Her fans could drown you all with a single spit. My grandma is Wang Zifeng, the richest woman in Beijing. She has so much money, she could buy your whole house. And there's my godfather, Zhao Yufan. Even though he's slow at peeling garlic, his family's got a mind. And there's Aunt Yiksha, Uncle Qian, they're super good at fighting. And these soldiers, and these dogs." Tang Tang became more and more excited, her little chest heaving, her voice hoarse but full of power. "If anyone dares to touch a hair on my dad's head again, dares to disturb our sweet potato stall, I'll bankrupt your whole family. I'll make sure you have nothing to eat. I'll make you, all of you, wash the dishes. Did you hear me?" That last roar, though still childish, carried a terrifying power. It was the confidence and fearlessness that only a child raised surrounded by love possessed. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Then, "Good. Well said." Zhao Yufan, with his loud voice, was the first to shout, clapping frantically until his hands were red. "Tang Tang is awesome. Anyone who dares to touch Jiang Shen, we fans will be the first to object. Yes, protect our divine chef dad." The cheers erupted like a tsunami, resounding throughout the entire city of Jianhai. Jiang Chen stood in the center of the crowd, looking at his daughter standing atop the corpse, one hand holding a megaphone, the other on her hip. The setting sun bathed her in a golden glow. His tense nerves finally relaxed, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a helpless yet incredibly doting smile. "This girl." Jiang Chen shook his head, reaching out to grasp Su Kinga's cold hand, and said softly, "Looks like, from now on, I won't be able to keep a low profile." Su Kinga grasped his hand in return, their fingers intertwined. Tears streamed down her face, yet her smile was radiant. "Why be low-key? With such an amazing daughter, with such a amazing ex-husband, why should I be low-key?" A storm was brewing. With this earth-shattering live broadcast, Jiang Chen's identity as a god-level dad was completely exposed. And those global forces hidden in the shadows truly realized at this moment. They had offended a man they absolutely could not afford to offend, and a daughter they absolutely could not afford to offend either.